Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
Your dad's name is?
Robert.
Robert. So Robert and William are brothers.
Yes, Your Honor.
And lo and behold, you're claiming that Robert is actually your father.
Yes, Your Honor.
In my courtroom, it's about equity and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something. That's not gonna happen. Not up in here, not today. And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Daniel Brooks claims his brother needs to hand over their deceased father's watch that is rightfully his as the firstborn son.
All rise. Remain standing and come to order. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Daniel Brooks is suing Michael Brooks in the amount of $12,500.
All parties have been sworn, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Thomas. Mr. Brooks, this case is interesting to me because when I was in law school, it was a tough 3 years. But the subject that I did the absolute best in was wills and trusts. And I found that subject matter to be so fascinating because often there are all these issues in terms of who's entitled to what. And secrets are revealed and things are sometimes best left unsaid. We have a situation where you two are related, but you found out later on that you're not cousins, you're half-brothers. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. When you first found that out, how did you feel?
When I first found that out, Your Honor, I didn't really know what to make of it. I was kind of dazed, and I felt more for my dad, William, than I did anything else.
And William was, in the Brooks family, William was one of the brothers.
Yes, sir.
William was your uncle.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your dad's name is?
Robert.
Robert. So Robert and William are brothers.
Yes, Your Honor.
And lo and behold, you're claiming that Robert is actually your father.
Yes, Your Honor.
So let's talk about it.
Well, I'm suing my cousin or brother, Michael.
Because now there's this item, and the question is who's entitled to the item per the will.
Yes, Your Honor, a watch.
Is the watch been valued, appraised for $12,500?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if you can't have the watch, where's the watch now?
I have it, Your Honor.
You have it in your possession?
Yes.
You have it here?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to see the watch, please. Yes, absolutely. I gotta make a decision about something. I wanna know what I'm dealing with.
Maybe I want it.
Maybe you want it, huh? Is Robert your daddy?
No.
Mo. Very nice. All right, so we're just gonna put this here for safekeeping. And we have a situation where there's this watch. How did the whole story about the watch even come to be?
My grandfather, when he first started his company.
What's your grandfather's name?
My grandfather's name is Richard Brooks.
He started a company.
He started a company, and the watch was the first thing he bought with the money he amassed. And from there, he kind of just decided it was going to be a tradition to pass down to his eldest son.
So even though he had multiple sons, the eldest son would be the sole beneficiary of the watch.
Yes, Your Honor. More specifically, the firstborn.
And it was the firstborn son. So now, who was the first person to get the watch?
The first person to get the watch would be my...
Like your great?
Uncle.
Father,
Your uncle.
Robert Brooks.
Robert Brooks, what you are saying is your dad. So William was never in contention for this watch?
No, Your Honor,
Your
only
Honor.
because he was the second born, but...
He was the second born. So your grandfather, Richard, did he name Robert specifically?
No, Your Honor.
In his will?
No, Your Honor, he just said the firstborn.
He just used the term firstborn, and you're not disputing that?
I don't dispute that, Your Honor.
All right.
I think it's pretty straightforward.
Now, are you the only sibling?
I do have 2 younger sisters.
But they're girls, they're female.
Yes.
So this wouldn't be applicable to them because it's supposed to go from male to male to male to male.
Correct, Your Honor.
Until I would imagine the line runs out, and then whoever's left, if that's a female, then so be it.
Right.
But for now, we don't have that as an issue.
No, we don't.
Did William have any other children?
It was just me and my little sister, Your Honor.
All right, so you have a younger sister. And then why did you believe that William was your father?
I never thought anything else of it. He was the only man that I knew growing up, so I never questioned it.
Coming up on America's Court.
So my father William died 3 years ago,
Okay.
and then
Your uncle.
my father.
Your uncle.
Okay,
Robert.
well, isn't that the issue?
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Daniel Brooks, who is suing his brother Michael Brooks for civil theft.
What was the relationship between the two of you, Mr. Brooks?
We're estranged. We never really saw each other outside of some
Well, what
family
caused you
gatherings.
all to be estranged to begin with?
We were never close to begin with. We had
So you
different
just
interests.
didn't have that type of cousin relationship anyway?
Never did. If we didn't share blood, we wouldn't have even talked.
It wouldn't have been someone that you would have spent time with? Because you're seemingly a little bit more quiet, a little more demure, a little conservative. And I'm looking at your relative here, because we know your relatives. And this guy, I mean, come step out so we can actually see. Let's see you do a turn and the whole thing. All right, yeah, he's got some flavor. Got the nose ring going, the braids. I see you.
Thanks,
I see
sir.
you,
Thank
young man. Go ahead, go back over there. But you have a little bit more fashion-forward sense to you. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Was William like that as a person?
Oh, yes, most definitely.
So this is where you get your swag from, if you will.
Generational.
It's generational. How did it turn out that you were wrong in your belief that William was your father?
So my father William died 3 years ago,
Okay.
and then
Your uncle.
my father,
Your uncle.
Okay,
Robert.
well, isn't that the issue?
my father Robert passed away 2 years ago, and then 6 months afterwards.
I'm sorry. Both William and Robert are deceased.
Yes, Your Honor.
Who died first?
William, my dad.
So William died 3 years ago.
Yes, Your Honor.
The man who raised you as if you were his son.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then 2 years ago, Robert died, the uncle that you now believe is your biological father.
Yes, Your Honor.
What was your relationship with Robert?
My relationship with Robert was it was cold, it was distant. He was very unkind to me, much like other family members.
Really?
Yes.
Because even though, and I don't know why, I mean, he's not here to speak for himself, so we'll be respectful of the deceased. But you're still family. I mean, you're first cousins, this is your first uncle. But you picked up some energy from that side of the family.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you were like, what is this about? I don't know why I'm picking this up, but it's palpable. Is that what was going on?
Initially, I hadn't thought much of it when I was younger, but the older I got, the more I was able to realize the energy. I just felt like they didn't really want me around, and every time I was around Michael, I could see and feel that a lot more.
Because you guys aren't that different in age, right?
I'm
close.
26.
So 2 years ago, Robert dies. And then what?
He died, and then I was at an office party. I'm a sales consultant. I was at an office party, and they were doing prizes and stuff, and so I had happened to win a DNA test. And so I was like, you know what? I don't really know much about my heritage. I want to know if I'm like Nigerian or if I'm, Congolese, Kenyan. So I took the DNA test out of pure fun, and when I took it, it showed, because there's a parental lineage part, and it showed that Robert Brooks was my biological father. It said it had a 99.6% chance that he was.
You believe that test is not accurate?
At the end of the day, Your Honor, we share 80% of our DNA with a banana. Those tests are very fluky. So, I mean,
80%
is a
still entails
banana
that you're
entitled to
cousins.
80% of what I have because we share DNA?
Well, we're not talking about a banana, though.
We're not, but it just has a
We're
reference.
talking about a human being who potentially is your half-brother.
I don't think
you
that's the
don't
case.
necessarily want to deal with that. And now that both William and Robert and Grandpa Richard are deceased, this next generation, it's up to you all to decide and determine if you're going to have a relationship that builds.
If I may, Your Honor.
And it doesn't seem like you want to have a relationship.
As I said before, him and I are not close. We are a family at the end of the day. We share blood. His dad is my uncle. My dad is his uncle. The fact that we have a DNA percent match, I mean, I think we all would. We're all family. We all share it. We have the same blood coursing through our veins. So I don't think that a fluky DNA test is really going to be the end all.
Your characterization of it as being fluky is based on what?
These are it's a little ancestry test. These little 23andMe tests. They're not cold hard facts. And at the end of the day, if we want to get down to the facts, we have documents.
Saying, what are you basing your statements on? Because it just seems like you're talking off the cuff.
I've seen a lot of. I've had a friend of mine that did these tests.
So you had one friend who had a test and it didn't work out, so that means they're all fluky.
That's how I personally feel.
And we're all bananas.
Definitely not bananas. But
If I may, Your Honor, here's the DNA test.
No, that's fine. I don't have any reason to doubt it, and he's not accepting it anyway.
Yeah.
And essentially what he's saying is, and I don't have to, because my dad is gone, and I had the relationship I had with my dad, and there's nothing that you can do or say that's going to change that, nor is it going to change how I feel about you and whether or not I want to have a relationship with you. He doesn't. How do you feel about that?
Honestly,
No, lie to me.
he's good at that.
He's good at lying. What is he lying about?
I think this whole demeanor that he has
You
going
just
on
took
here.
a jab at him, so finish that punch.
No,
What is he lying about?
I don't
What is he lying about?
I just don't trust him. Personally.
What is he lying about?
I think he's running this whole charade and putting up this whole act of, oh, this is my biological father. I
Just
feel
so he
this,
can
that.
get this watch.
100%.
So you think that he would come to court and sue you and say, this is my father, even though I had a relationship with William, and I don't get the sense that you have any ill will towards William. In fact, it sounds like you love him as much as you love your dad.
Coming up on America's Court.
What reason would he have to lie?
I think that this is all just a money grab, personally. I mean,
So
he's
what, you
just-
think he wants the watch so then he could sell it and get some cash?
Whatever he wants to do.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Daniel Brooks, who is suing his brother Michael Brooks for civil theft.
So I'm not getting the angle as to what he would have to, what reason would he have to lie?
I think that this is all just a money grab, personally. I mean,
So
he's
what, you
just-
think he wants the watch so then he could sell it and get some cash?
Whatever he wants to do. Since
But
we
for
were
you,
kids,
the watch has meaning and you want to keep it.
personally, yeah, it holds a lot of value. My
All right.
father had it and passed it down to me in documented proof. And at the end of the day, I mean, I could show you his will, and I could also...
Yes, let me
course.
see the will. Show me Robert's will. Thanks.
No problem.
Just this one piece of paper?
Short will.
Being of sound mind and memory, declare this to be my last will and testament. He made it a point specifically to write out and memorialize the issue around the watch, because this is just about the watch. He's the lawful owner. It's been passed down through the family, holds monetary, sentimental value. It's a tradition that it goes from the father to the eldest son. Upon my death, it should go to my oldest son. All other items shall be distributed in accordance with the remaining provisions of this will. He doesn't say it will go to Michael. It says to my oldest son.
Yes, Your Honor, it does say that.
Who's the elder between the two of you?
I am, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I may.
No.
Coming up on America's Court.
You can say to a court, look, another judge has said they are accepting of the DNA results in this particular instance. You follow me so far?
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't have that.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Daniel Brooks, who is suing his brother Michael Brooks for civil theft.
I would like to say something
No.
else.
When people die, they make it a point to convey that they want their wishes to be respected and carried out. Robert Brooks made that clear. You have a DNA test. Do you have any other evidence, by the way?
Just the DNA test, Your Honor.
Okay. The challenge that you have and the burden that you have to overcome is DNA tests show a high probability. It's not the same as a court issuing a legal ruling based on other factors that they may take into account. Does that make sense what I just said?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, once you get a legal ruling from a court that says, we deem this to be a legitimate DNA testing, then at least you can say to a court, look, another judge has said that they are accepting of the DNA results in this particular instance. You follow me so far?
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't have that. We also don't have you mentioned by name, though.
Yes, Your Honor, that is true, but if I may.
No. Anything else, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. I feel like the watch should go to me in order to honor my dad, William, because while my grandfather,
You want
Richard,
Robert's watch to honor William.
I want my grandfather's watch to honor William.
Well, your grandfather was Richard.
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
I don't know why Robert chose not to identify you as his firstborn son or raise you as such. And so what we're left to have to conclude is either he didn't know, and even though the law allows for errors that weren't identified, he was very specific about, for this watch is going to the person that I deem to be my firstborn son, and that person's name is not Daniel, it's Michael.
It doesn't say in the will that it's specifically for Michael. He said his eldest born son. And the
that
DNA
he's
test.
acknowledging in the life that he lived and the life that he didn't share with you, his actions reflect who he deemed was his firstborn son. So we are going to give this item back to the person that Robert deemed to be the firstborn son, which is Michael.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You are unable to meet your burden here, sir. There will not be any compensation financially. That is the order. Case closed.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's case has been dismissed.
You got the time, cousin? I do. You want me to show you real quick?
I have nothing more to say to you.
Gentlemen, take everything with you. Let's step outside, sign some paperwork, make it official.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group. Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
Your daughter, who's half black, half white,
Correct.
referred to a black student as an ape.
She's not a racist. I'm sorry, she has black cousins. My wife's family's still here. She's got black friends.
In my courtroom, it's about equity and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something. That's not gonna happen. Not up in here, not today. And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Booker Wright Sr. claims the defendant's daughter hurled a racially charged insult at his son in front of his classmates and says the humiliated teen needed therapy.
All rise. Remain standing and come to order. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Mr. Wright is suing Noah Gladney in the amount of $1,500.
All parties have been sworn, Your Honor.
Third, Deputy Thomas. This is an interesting case here, and I realize that you, Mr. Wright, and you, Mr. Gladney, are actually not the litigants in this instance. It is, in fact, your son, Booker Wright Jr.
Yes, sir.
And your daughter, Alexandria.
That's correct, sir, yes.
And while I would have appreciated hearing their testimony, from what I understand, we have affidavits
Yes,
from
sir.
both the two people. But Mr. Wright, you filed the suit on behalf of your son, your namesake. Tell me your story.
Yes, sir. So, my son had his first crush, and unfortunately, she's decided to hurl a racially charged insult at my son at a very critical age. He's in the 8th grade, he's 13. Just to give you some context about the town we live in Leestown, Oklahoma, after Robert E. Lee, to give you some context there. We're not treated as greatly, as well as we should be treated by the rest of the town. A great example of that is the mural that sits in the town center. If you would like to see it, I have that in our evidence.
I would. I read the complaint and I've considered it, but I haven't actually
sir.
seen the mural itself. And you go ahead and discuss what's depicted in the mural.
As you can see here, it says a place for everyone. Can you notice where the place for black people in this town is? They are all in that cotton field on the right-hand side. That's where they see as a place for us in this town. And I don't want that for my son. You know, I grew up here. I left when I got a little older after high school, but I came back because my mother got sick, so I had to come and back to take care of her. I met my wife, and life happened. So I ended up sticking around and just wanted to make the town better.
Mr. Gladney, I want to hear from him because, one, there's no disputing that this is a mural that's reflective of the town's busy downtown area, correct?
Well, I was going to say, Your Honor, that very well might be one of my deceased wife's grandparents in that mural, because my deceased wife was a black lady, and our child is multiracial, biracial. And I'm sorry for him to insinuate that race had anything to do with this. Is just bunk. I'm so sorry. This is a waste of time. This is a shakedown.
I'm not calling her a racist. I'm saying she used racially charged insults.
Well, we all know what that means and what that leads to now, don't we?
Well, what is an ape? Would you like to be called that?
No, and nor would I want to be stared at and harassed like your son did to my daughter in classroom, of all places.
He's young. He doesn't know how to.
She's just sitting there trying to learn her history lessons, and his son is staring right into my little girl's face.
Stop. Let's go back. Let's bring it down.
Apologies.
Let's breathe. Your son is black.
Yes, sir.
Your wife is black.
He's a big kid too. He looks a little older than he is.
Okay. Does your daughter consider herself to be biracial, black, white? What is the categorization?
She considers herself biracial.
Okay. Your wife was black.
Correct.
Is it just you and your daughter, Alexandria?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
That's correct.
Okay. The two of them go to a school together, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Your daughter mentioned his son to you.
She came home upset one day that this boy was staring at her, and she told him to stop, and her emotions got the better of her, and she did call him that word.
She called him an ape.
Yes.
Your daughter, who's half black, half white,
Correct.
referred to a black student as an ape.
She snapped. She's not a racist. I'm sorry, she has black cousins, or my wife's family's still here. She's got black friends. She was just mad at him for acting not like a human, I suppose.
Once this happened, what, if anything, did your son end up having to endure?
The son I raised, I don't recognize anymore. He was outgoing, he played football, he was always the spark of his friend group. He was always out with them. He seemed to be really thriving in this town where I admittedly had a rougher experience growing up in. And he was a great kid. He's broken. Like he's broken. And really what makes this worse is that it was his first crush. Like your first crush says something like that to you when you're first learning how to express your feelings.
Did he
say that he,
What?
Sir,
Sorry.
I got this.
Sorry.
Did he acknowledge that he was staring at the girl at Alexandria?
Yes, he did say that he was looking at her.
And he was looking at her because he was interested in her.
Yes, sir.
Coming up on America's Court.
You're saying that had she been with parents that were both black, would you still be pursuing this?
I would, because that's the town has an issue with this.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Booker Wright Sr., who is suing Noah Gladney for emotional distress.
But if she was to the point where she was saying, would you stop staring at me, and he kept doing it, was that something that you at least addressed with him?
He didn't bring it up to me that she told him to stop staring. You know, that wasn't something he communicated with me.
You're suing for this $1,500. Now, in so many instances, you have situations where a black person is called some derogatory name, the N-word, ape, monkey, baboon, something primal. And typically the person that is hurling the insult is not typically black. In this case, if her cousins and her mother and her family, and she identifies with her white and her black side, you're saying that had she been with parents that were both black, would you still be pursuing this?
I would, because that's the town has an issue with this. I have been very vocal about it. I have taken lawsuits to the school and the city a couple of times trying to address this issue.
What's been the outcome of those lawsuits?
I've lost, you know.
And what were the lawsuits based on?
I have it right here, Your Honor, if I
I'll
could
take
take that in evidence.
Yes. And you have, what, sir, Mr. Gladney, what do you have? What are you showing me?
2 failed lawsuits from Mr. Wright here about, let's see, he sued the city for one, and
And what did you sue the city?
School district, and he's 0 for 2. I can only imagine how many other
You
lawsuits
sued
he
the
might
city
have
and
now.
the school district. What did you sue the city for?
So I sued the city over that mural. We were trying to figure out why that this was still appropriate to have out in front, and I was getting nowhere.
So you wanted the mural taken down?
Yes.
So you lost that case, and then you filed one against the school district for what, sir?
There were instances where my son and some of his teammates were getting into, you know, altercations, and there were racial slurs taught, and I wasn't.
And these racial altercations involved students that were not black?
Yes.
All right. So you tried to get the mural taken down. You were unsuccessful. You were unsuccessful with the school district in terms of black students being on the receiving end of racial epithets and animosity towards non-black people.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that didn't work.
No, it did not.
Now we have a situation where you're suing someone who considers himself to be half black, and you're saying that they're discriminating against a fellow black person.
It's not just that it was discriminatory. This is intense
Well,
emotional
you're
damage.
right, actually. It's not that it's the whole issue of emotional distress that's being inflicted and the damage as a result
Yes,
of
sir.
that word. But she's not repeatedly saying this word. You're saying that other students are now picking up on it and taking it to the extreme.
She started it, and the rest of the school is continuing it, yes.
Because she's part black, so if she can say it, why not
Exactly.
us be able to say it?
Exactly. You know, who makes monkey noises at a kid as he tries to walk down the hall?
Wasn't a monkey noise.
Kids. You can have a school full of white students and they'll be making monkey noises at each other because they're kids.
Yeah.
And it is unfortunate that at the highest levels in our country, these words are being exchanged as if it's just okay.
It's not okay.
It's not okay. I'm not in disagreement with you. We don't have either student here.
Thank you for that, by the way.
Well, I would have wanted them here, but I understand why you all had the concerns that you had. But I seem to recall there being a statement from Booker.
Yes.
Because I have that in my file. And your son says, I used to like going to school, but now I feel sick every morning. When the bus pulls up, I wasn't stalking at Alexandria. I just had a little crush on her. I'm just awkward when it comes to girls.
He's young.
I didn't know how to talk to her, so I just looked at her. But this doesn't justify what she did. She yelled it loud enough for everyone to hear. She didn't just call me a name. She used a word that carries the weight of everything bad that happens in this town. It's like the whole school has a green light to treat me like an animal.
Even his teachers have started treating him a little different based on when this happened.
Hits me. I'm a kid who's been branded by a girl who knew exactly how much that word would hurt. I don't want to go to high school here. I don't think I can handle 4 more years.
There's not a lot of high schools in this town.
Being the ape of Leestown. I just want to feel human again.
Coming up on America's Court.
Say it was race-based is just ridiculous. I mean, there's just no
The
ways
word
about it.
has weight.
So
And
now we
Those
have
are
a
some
statement
behavior.
from Alexandria.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Booker Wright Sr., who is suing Noah Gladney for emotional distress.
What are your thoughts about that, sir?
She would have called a white student that word if it was, in fact, a white student who was staring at her like that. It's a shame that a 14-year-old doesn't know that no means no. The words, please stop staring at me. She just got frustrated. I'm sorry. Say it was race-based is just ridiculous. I mean, there's just no
The
ways
word
about it.
has weight.
So
And
now we
Those
have
are
a
some
statement
behavior.
from Alexandria. I feel like everyone is ignoring the fact that I was the victim first. Imagine sitting in a chair and feeling someone's eyes burning into the side of your head. I told him to stop. I looked away. I moved my bags to block his view. He wouldn't stop. It felt creepy. Made me feel like I wasn't a person, just someone for him to look at. And I went home crying because I felt so powerless. My dad said I would handle it, and I said, no, I'll put an end to it once and for all. I know the history of the word. I was frustrated and scared and wanted to say the meanest thing possible so he would finally leave me alone.
That's all.
And what she ends with is, I just wanted to be able to learn my history lesson without being treated like some guy's lame prize.
Coming up on America's Court.
I'm not someone who lets my son stay home from school, but like he's been telling me that he doesn't feel comfortable, he feels unsafe. I couldn't
14-year-old
bring
boy
myself to
doesn't know
force
that
him to
no
go back
means
to that
no.
environment.
Stop
It reminded me of the one that
means
I went to when I was a kid.
Hold it!
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Booker Wright Sr., who is suing Noah Gladney for emotional distress.
What do you think about Alexandria's statement, sir?
And I feel for her. I understand that that's absolutely not something that she
So
should
you
feel.
feel for her, and then you sue her.
Who doesn't
We live
want
in a town of
$1,500?
5,000 people, Your Honor. He could have tracked me down. We could have talked about this. And I would have gone to my son and told him that that is not okay. He had a first crush. He didn't want to tell his parents. We've all been there. It's not something we were open about that much at that age. But he was informed. We are a small town. Come to me. We will talk about it. I understand where you're coming from. I understand where your daughter is coming from. I would have agreed with you, and I would have sat him
But
down
you don't
and
have a
told him.
daughter
I do not, Your Honor.
that
And you're
says,
excusing his bad behavior, too.
I'm not excusing his bad behavior.
Why are
I'm
we
saying I
here?
would have talked to him. I would have corrected
well,
the
it's
behavior.
not even so much that it's bad behavior. It's the behavior of a teenage boy who likes a girl.
He's nervous. He doesn't know what to do.
I get it. And the girl's saying, I don't like you, please leave me alone. So what do I do with that? Because at the end of the day, you're saying that you have damages that you feel Mr. Gladney should compensate for your son's therapy.
I do.
$1,500 worth?
Yes, sir. That's only 6 months. Like he is a puddle of himself. Like He won't get out of bed. I'm not someone who lets my son stay home from school, but like he's been telling me that he doesn't feel comfortable. He feels unsafe. I couldn't bring myself to force him to go back to that environment. It reminded me of the one that I went to when I was a kid.
Hold it!
Sorry.
We're having this conversation and we're going round and round. At the end of the day, I got two young people who are just trying to figure it out. And I have two dads that love their kids. So from a legal standpoint, do I feel as though Alexandria's actions rose to the level where she broke the law and your son Booker should be compensated for that she engaged in?
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
Based on the evidence and the testimony before this court, the gavel has got to come down in this instance. And this is not an easy decision for me. But I'm going to find in favor of the defendant, taking into account this young lady's circumstance. I do not feel that based on a preponderance of the evidence that you met your burden, that she violated your son's rights to the extent that she should have to pay $1,500.
I have letters from other students corroborating what's happened.
I understand.
We all have friends.
And I understand how this mural downtown and the environment, I can't concern myself with any of that. But I have to concern myself with is your son and his daughter and their actions, and is there a remedy financially that should be awarded to the plaintiff based on Alexandria's conduct? And I cannot find that. Your matter's dismissed. That is the order. Case closed.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's case has been dismissed.
I also hope your boy grows up to be a little more respectful and knows when no means no.
I just really hope that your daughter knows the weight of that word in the town that we live in.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group. Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
I was kicked out.
Why did you kick her out? Your best friend since high school.
It wasn't by choice.
Life is all about choices.
Thank you.
And she said thank you, so that means she still stings from that burn.
In my courtroom, it's about equity and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something.
That's not gonna happen. Not up in here, not today.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Emily Carter says she paid for her ex-friend to attend her destination wedding and says the defendant treated it like a free vacation and skipped the ceremony.
All rise. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Ms. Carter is suing Jenna Scott in the amount of $3,084.
All parties have been sworn, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Thomas. Why is it that there's so much drama when it comes to weddings? I mean, it's the day that the man and the woman or whoever the partnership, however it plays out, they're there to confess their love and state before everybody that this is what our intention is and till death do us part, and it's supposed to be all of that. And yet we're here fighting over $3,084, and you as the bride want your money. Okay, Miss Carter, talk to me. Let's start with the relationship. Who's the guy? Tell me his story. I want to know your business first before we dive into all of this.
Well, we met in college.
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And fell madly in love.
Of course you did.
Yes. And he got on well with my family. Everything.
That's important.
Yeah. It was the best relationship I've ever had.
So they say that some women, when they're going and getting their degree in college, they're also getting their MRS. Have you heard of that? So you were working on that MRS degree as well, huh? Okay. And so how did you meet Miss Scott?
We met in high school.
Oh, you knew her beforehand?
Yes, over
Okay.
10 years ago. And we've been friends ever since.
Okay. Miss Scott, what was the dynamic between you and Miss Carter? What made you decide she was somebody that you wanted to be friends with?
Oh, we were best friends. We were inseparable.
She seemingly appreciates your flow.
Yeah, that's how it used to be. It was really nice.
And you
for a
guys were
moment.
best friends? Yes?
Yes, through college, through everything.
Any particular reason why she wasn't asked to be the maid of honor?
Well, my sister was the maid of honor.
You understood that. You didn't have any issues with that, right?
I understood that when I was still in the party.
Ah, in the wedding party.
Yeah, so I was still a part of it.
The plot thickens.
Yes, and she was a part of mine. She was my maid of honor.
She was your maid of honor when you got married.
Yes.
You were in the party as one of the bridesmaids.
Yes, and I understood. She has sisters. And then I was kicked out.
Why did you kick her out? Your best friend since high school.
It wasn't by choice. My
Life is all about choices.
Thank you.
And she said, thank you. So that means she still stings from that burn. Do you understand that?
I understand how she felt about it.
Not how she felt, past tense. She still feels it.
Your Honor,
Yes.
my mother-in-law and father-in-law were helping to fund the wedding.
Okay.
They insisted that we include her youngest daughter, a 12-year-old girl, in the bridal party. And I had my hands tied. I had to switch out Jenna for my sister-in-law, regardless of how much I would have wanted Jenna to be in the wedding.
You
I was
get
kicked
that.
out by a 12-year-old.
You were kicked out by a 12-year-old. Oh my gosh. You don't understand the dilemma that your best friend was in?
I understand because with financial obligations, she doesn't always get to control every single thing, but I feel like she could have fought for our lifelong friendship. Like, this is her day. So she couldn't have fought to have someone who's so important to her. We've always talked about being in each other's weddings. She was very important to mine. And then I was just kind of booted out by a 12-year-old. And it seemed like...
Her being 12 really sticks in your craw, doesn't it?
Yes, because every single time it was something to do with alcohol, I could be involved, because obviously the 12-year-olds couldn't go to those. So then I was included. And then I was like kicked to the curb every time there wasn't alcohol. So it was just like a little number slot I just would like fill so the pictures could look nice, it seemed. I really, really felt like a one-off. Yeah.
Coming up on America's Court.
But she paid for other people's significant others, and he wasn't even on the invitation. It was like me plus one. But I'm already married to him, so like I don't know why we both couldn't have been on the invitation
I told
card.
you that was a mistake.
It wasn't.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Emily Carter, who is suing Jenna Scott for breach of contract.
So then why did you even go?
She didn't go.
I did.
Okay. We have different definitions of what it means to go to the wedding. You went to Tahiti. You had a destination wedding. They're beautiful, they're pricey. So I understand the economic constraints that you were under and trying to appease family members in this situation. Did you offer to pay for everyone who was invited to Tahiti or just certain people?
Only my closest friends.
There were other people who came to the wedding that they paid for their own hotel, air, etc.
Yes.
How many people did you pay for?
I paid for 5.
Okay. And Miss Carter was one of those 5.
Yes.
All right.
Your Honor, she paid for it when I was still a part of the wedding, and it was non-refundable. So when I got kicked out of the wedding party, she wouldn't get any money back still. It was already paid for, it was already gone.
I would have paid for it regardless. You were my best friend.
You decide that you're going to go to Tahiti even though you knew that you were not going to be a part of the party.
I had every intention to go and celebrate her marriage, but throughout the week, well, we have a complicated relationship with how they feel about my husband now.
What's the story with, okay, how'd you meet him? I'm all in your business as well. What's the story?
Oh, we met in college as well. Mm-hmm. Super unique.
Another MRS degree, huh?
I guess.
Check that box, all right.
Yes.
And how long have the two of you been married?
We've been married for 1 year.
Okay.
I
it
guess
was
over a year now.
And what's his name?
Eric.
Eric?
Yeah.
What's the story with Eric? Why is there issues around Eric?
They just don't respect him. And so they don't like, I don't feel like you guys really respect his line of work.
What type of work does he do?
He's a musician.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a tough gig.
It
I
is.
mean, we all love artists, but it's a tough gig in terms of if you're trying to start a family and you're trying to have some sort of consistency with your routine.
Yeah, and so financially, sometimes it's hard. And like, I don't have parents or in-laws that are going to pay for an entire wedding. Mm-hmm. So
well, she was only paying
different.
for you to come to the wedding, or were you paying for her and Eric?
No, just me.
Just you?
Yeah.
That makes sense. And did
But
Eric
she
want to
paid
go?
for other people's significant others, and he wasn't even on the invitation. It was like me plus 1. But I'm already married to him, so like I don't know why we both couldn't have been on the invitation
I
card.
told you that was a mistake.
It wasn't. Like, that's.
I mean,
How
if
can you
you're
mistake that? And your
if you're
best
the
friend was.
person who just happened to show up to the wedding, I could see how that could be a mistake. If you were the maid of honor in her wedding, and you refer to her husband that you stood there next to her and he's plus 1.
It's embarrassing.
It's sort of a dig. If not intentionally, it's that passive aggressive sort of thing that people don't even realize they're doing sometimes.
This isn't really about our husbands.
Well,
This
no,
is
it's
about
about
us.
the relationship, but your relationship includes these other people. We're talking about in-laws, we're talking about spouses, we're talking about sister-in-laws. So we're talking about this village, and you guys are not right with each other, but you're like, I need you to be good because this is my day and it's about me. And I was there for you, now it's your turn to be there for me, and you need to understand what I'm dealing with and the stress of just getting married, let alone dealing with these in-laws and the travel, and I get all of it. Ultimately, you decided to go. Did Eric come with you?
We did. We ended up saving up enough where he could come with.
So he paid for himself.
Yeah.
You get there. How many days were you going to be there before the wedding?
It was a 6-night hotel stay.
6 nights.
Yeah.
And during the course of those other days, did you have activities planned for the group and family and different, or was everybody just sort of you're on your own, but we're going to have maybe a rehearsal dinner, pre-party, party, and then we're going to leave?
We had activities planned, and even,
Did she show up?
No, we
I went
had
to some.
You went to 2. There
2
were
out of a total of how many?
out of 5. She
You
didn't
only-
go to the ceremony.
She didn't go to the wedding ceremony?
No.
But
You didn't go to the wedding ceremony of your best friend?
I did not go to the ceremony.
Why even go to Tahiti if you weren't going to go to the
I had
ceremony?
every intention to go to the ceremony. I really did.
She was posting on the beach that it was her honeymoon.
No, I was not. That is not true. Basically what happened was I went to everything at the beginning. I was playing nice. I felt really welcomed, and then I slowly just felt like more and more embarrassed. And
Why didn't
I
you go to the wedding?
I felt like I shouldn't. I felt like I wasn't welcome. Like throughout the week, the entire time, I just felt like I was being one-off. There wasn't
Well, why
that
not
many
tell her
people
that
there.
I'm not going to come to the wedding and here's why?
I don't want to stress her out. It's her wedding.
And you think not seeing you there after she's paid for you to get to Tahiti wasn't stressful?
Well, I felt like it wasn't about me, and I didn't want to make it about me.
You are
And we were
making it about you.
You were making it about you.
I was trying to.
I mean, did Eric say, come on, babe, we should just go?
I suppose
It's also a vacation.
Yeah.
And
Coming up on America's Court.
The whole point of the destination wedding is a wedding.
And the vacation.
Actually.
Otherwise, you would just have the wedding in New
location
Jersey.
no,
for
it's
my
not.
wedding.
It's not a destination vacation with a side wedding.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Emily Carter, who is suing Jenna Scott for breach of contract.
So, the whole point of a destination wedding is to provide this destination for everyone involved.
The whole point of the destination wedding is a wedding.
And the vacation.
Actually.
Otherwise, you would just have the wedding in New
location
Jersey.
No,
for
it's
my
not.
wedding.
It's not a destination vacation with a side wedding.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's
I'm
what-
saying
exactly
we're there
what
to
you're saying.
enjoy the destination of this
A
celebration.
destination wedding is describing the wedding and where it's going to be.
I guess at the time, it
The
felt
focus
like
being on the couple and what makes them happy and what lifts and celebrates them, not the couple who didn't get a chance to get a honeymoon, and so now they're taking advantage of this time in Tahiti.
I guess if you look at it through that point of view, I can see that's
So
not.
if you look at it through that point of view, if you look at it with that lens, and you didn't go to the wedding, why wouldn't you just say, well, here's the cost of the monies that you lost out because I just couldn't be there?
Because I felt like, well, first of all, it was a gift. There
was
wasn't a
not a
contract. It was
gift.
not an agreement. There wasn't a, if you don't go to this, you don't get this, you have to pay back that. That was never the case. It was, hey, I will pay for this, I want you in the wedding, just kidding, but I can't refund it. And so
I want you to go to the wedding. The tickets were given with the understanding that I wanted you at my wedding.
The
because
tickets
you're
were
my
given
best
with the
friend.
understanding that I was in the party, and then you were just kind of out of luck when you changed your mind.
Coming up on America's Court.
You knew that her husband had been sexually intimate with someone else who was at the wedding.
I found out when I was there.
You found out at the wedding.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Emily Carter, who is suing Jenna Scott for breach of contract.
I remember reading something in the complaint about your husband having had some sort of contact with another woman at the wedding. Is there something about that?
She hid that from me. She knew information that I didn't know. My husband ended up sharing it with me, and then I found out that she knew about it later. I didn't, oh, it makes, sorry.
You knew that her husband had been sexually intimate with someone else who was at the wedding.
Yes, but
And
it
she
was,
didn't tell me.
it was before their relationship. So I knew it would hurt her more than it would help her.
And you felt the friendship was such that you couldn't tell her.
Yes.
I found out when I was there
You found out at the wedding.
in Tahiti.
How did you end up finding out?
He told me.
Why did he wait to be in Tahiti? Because she was there. He didn't necessarily know she was going to be there. And he was like, here's the deal.
Yeah. Sorry.
I knew she would be upset about it, but he hadn't betrayed her like that. There were other problems with him that I have in terms of their relationship, but
So you do have problems with him.
yes,
You really
but
didn't
not
want
in the
him,
way that
you,
she thinks.
You really didn't want him to be there.
I thought the best thing would be for her to have time away from him.
From my husband?
Yes.
See, I'm thinking that this was about you not being in the party.
It started.
This is really about Eric.
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
For me, the contract is really about will you come to the wedding? But if you're kicking it on the beach, putting on the sunscreen and the suntan lotion while she's walking down the aisle, that violates
There
the
was no
spirit
contract.
of the agreement, and agreements can be oral as well as written, as long as there's a meeting of the minds. And when you accepted that you would go on that trip, you were saying through that acceptance, I will be at your wedding.
There was no thing saying if I didn't go, I would have to pay everything back. She
Okay.
knows that I was strapped for cash. She knows that. And then when I
You
found
were
out
strapped
that,
for cash, and yet Eric found a way to find himself there.
because we thought it was important to get him there, and everything changed.
You
when
thought it was important to get him there. Miss Carter
we,
didn't
as
feel
in
as though-
Eric and I.
Right, I understand.
Yeah.
You have proof of the cost. Well, are you disputing that it was $3,084? That
No, that's correct.
this is no disputing that.
No dispute on what she paid and what she gifted.
Fair enough, based on the evidence and the testimony before this court, the gavel's going to come down in favor of the plaintiff. She should have the expectation through that agreement with you to have your presence at the wedding, unless there was a legitimate reason. I don't hear one. So you will pay her that $3,084. That is the order. Case closed.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant has been ordered to pay $3,084.
Friends don't take advantage of each other like that.
Friends don't lie about their husbands.
Step outside, sign some paperwork, ladies.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group. Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
Is there something I'm missing?
Yes, the Falcon swooped down, picked Trevor up a few feet into the air.
He didn't pick the dog
chased
up.
after him and tried to get the dog. He dropped down onto the ground. Trevor was crying and whimpering.
that didn't
He
happen.
had lacerations all over his back. I knew we were going to need stitches.
In my courtroom, it's about equity and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something.
That's not going to happen. Not up in here, not today.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Rebecca Collins claims her Chihuahua needed veterinary care after he was viciously attacked by the defendant's Falcon, and says he should pay for the injuries.
All rise. Remain standing and come to order. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Ms. Collins is suing Eric Lawson in the amount of $800.
All right, so we got a situation involving a falcon and a chihuahua. And anytime you've got those two animals in a situation, that usually does not end well. Ms. Collins, you're suing for $800 over injuries your chihuahua sustained. What's the dog's name?
That is correct, Your Honor. My dog's name is Trevor.
And what happened with Trevor?
I was at the park about 7:30 in the morning with my husband. We were taking our morning walk like we always do. We usually take Trevor with us. I had taken him off the leash because I see many people at the park with their dogs off their leashes.
Does the park require dogs to be on a leash?
I have never seen a sign that says that we need to have a leash. I know that that's a California thing.
I mean, it's done for a reason. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, but I've also seen many families there with their dogs off leash. I mean, it's kind of a community where we bring our dogs to the park and they have an opportunity to stretch their legs a little bit more than, say, a dog park might offer.
All right, and Mr. Lawson,
Yes, Your Honor.
you have a falcon.
I do.
That falcon was also in the park.
Yes, Your Honor.
How did that come about?
There are several parks in the area. I usually go to that one on Wednesdays.
Why that particular park?
Well, I went to this particular park because it has a leash law.
What does the flying of the bird have to do with the leash law for the dogs?
If the bird sees an animal roaming, it's a possibility it may attack. But because I keep the bird
It's a
fed.
possibility.
It's a possibility, but
I love how he just sort of made that real smooth. You know, there could be a chance that if the dog's off the leash and it's small, that falcon could go.
Well, Your Honor, I keep these birds well fed so that doesn't happen.
Well, this Chihuahua sounds like it was a little snack before the full course later on, because there's not any dispute that the Chihuahua and the falcon connected. Do I have the story right, or is there something I'm missing?
Yes, the
Yes,
falcon
Your Honor.
swooped down, picked Trevor up a few
He
feet
didn't-
into
Your
the
Honor,
air.
he didn't pick the dog
chased
up.
after him and tried to get the dog. He dropped down onto the ground. Trevor
That-
was crying and
Your Honor,
whimpering.
that didn't
he
happen.
had lacerations all over his back. I knew we were going to need stitches. So I picked up the dog. I called my husband over. I gave him the dog so I could look at his back. And sure enough, they had these huge gashes all down the back of my poor dog's back because of his falcon. See this bird fly over to this man with his arm sticking out. And what kind of man has a license for a falcon anyways?
Your Honor, if the
That
dog was on
kind
a
of
leash,
man right there?
this wouldn't have happened.
Why wouldn't it have happened?
Because
Crazy.
I've trained the bird to not attack animals that are leashed.
How many times have you seen people in that park with their animals, specifically dogs, off leash?
Maybe 2 or 3.
Okay.
And honestly, Your Honor, in this county, in Yolo County, it's illegal to have your dog off of a leash. And I have the paperwork to prove it here.
I'd like to see it. Absolutely.
Yep.
Thank you.
And in that document as well is a sign saying that you have to keep your dog leashed at this park.
What's the falcon's name?
Scarlett O'Hara.
What have you given me here to look at? Let's see. You've given me the leash law in the area. Are you aware of the laws in the city of Davis regarding?
I am aware that there is a rule to keep your animals on a leash. I am also aware that at this public park, it is quite common for people to allow their dogs off the leash. For the record, Your Honor, I can't take Trevor to a regular dog park. The other dogs are way too aggressive for him.
Question. What has been the communication between the two of you that ended up landing you here?
Your Honor, she contacted me on my website and threatened me.
He refused to tell me any of his personal information on
She
the
was
day of,
screaming
so
at
I
me and
had to
threatening
Google
me.
him
She said
and
she'd have me
find
arrested for
his
this.
website for his falcon, where I messaged him and told him that his animal, wild and feral, came down and
Wild and
harmed my
feral.
dog, causing $800 worth of veterinary bills, and that's including sedation, antibiotics. It was a
Do you have
10-week.
proof of
I
that?
do, and I also have a picture of Trevor in recovery.
Any pictures of Scarlett?
There is a picture in that dossier I gave you,
Let's
sir,
take a look
Your
at this
Honor.
falcon, just so I know what I'm dealing, because I know what Chihuahuas look like, and I know what falcons look like, but
Coming up on America's Court.
I've never seen a sign posted. I am just aware that we should keep our dogs on leashes because many aggressive animals do tend to do some things that are not safe around others.
And later,
all right. And how did Mr. Davies ruin your moment?
Well, I had informed Mr. Davies of there was another spot we could go to, and Mr. Davies recklessly drove or captained the ship towards that spot.
if you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Rebecca Collins, who is suing Eric Lawson for property damage.
Oh, for some reason, I thought it was going to be a bit bigger.
No, Your Honor. It's a 3-pound bird.
You and Scarlett here.
Yes.
I mean, it's a beautiful animal.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
How much does Trevor weigh?
3 pounds.
Trevor's pretty small.
He's very small.
Because I'm looking at the bird here and thinking, this bird doesn't look that big. For some reason, I was thinking of some massive thing that just whoosh and took the...
Compared to Trevor, it was huge.
Okay.
Your Honor, it's a 3-pound bird. It can't pick up a 3-pound dog in the air. It's
That could pick
impossible.
up a squirrel. Trevor weighs as much as a squirrel.
A squirrel is not 3 pounds, Your Honor.
Oh, now we're going to descend into the weight of squirrels. That's where we are with this case? Okay. Just let me know since I'm here. Dogs need to be leashed and cleaned up after at all times. Please respect those around you. Have you seen that?
I have not seen that particular sign. It is a huge park. I've never seen a sign posted. I am just aware that we should keep our dogs on leashes because many aggressive animals do tend to do some things that we're not that are not safe around others.
Are you disputing the issue as to whether or not Scarlett caused injury to Trevor?
No, I'm saying, yes, it happened, but I think the severity of it is exaggerated.
Because I'm looking at this picture of Trevor with this bandage. Trevor looks more than 3 pounds to me. Now it makes sense to me why Trevor was injured, but ultimately wasn't carried off because Trevor was just too heavy.
We got lucky.
But not for lack of trying. All right, so here's what we have. I've got your vet bills totaling $800. Why wouldn't you give her your information?
She was screaming at me and threatening that she'd have me arrested, and I don't respond well to that, so I said no.
Okay.
And I offered to show her my license, and she refused, my falconer license.
Was Trevor, her dog, present when she was screaming at you?
Her husband was holding him from a distance.
Okay. It's been my experience that people in car accidents, one party may be screaming and acting outraged and upset, still requires you to exchange information, registration, ID.
I did offer to give her my falconer license, and she refused, so.
Is that true?
I didn't believe that he had a license for a wild bird.
So he did offer to give you his license, and the license would have had the name on it as well as any identifying information.
I wasn't thinking about it like that, Your Honor. I was simply thinking he should just show me his license. He refused to do that, and then he was like, I'll show you my Falcon license, which is crazy. I had to look up to see if people could actually have a Falcon, and I guess it's true, but I didn't think that that was a real document when he offered it to me.
So if you damage someone's property, and you put that damaged property in the position of not being in the same condition prior to before the damage, what's the person who's now holding damaged property supposed to do other than try to make sure they can restore the property to its original state? Does that make sense so far? Are you following me?
It does, Your Honor, but I mean, had she had her dog on a leash, this would not have happened. And there is a leash law that she disobeyed.
So if you disobey a law, what happens in California? Because everyone's supposed to carry insurance, right?
Correct.
So I'm hit, I don't have insurance. Am I still able to sue the other person who hit me?
You're able.
Yes, you are. So the lack of not having a leash doesn't negate the fact that she still suffered an injury. Now the question is, should she receive the full benefit of the loss because the dog wasn't leashed? And based on the evidence and the testimony before this court, the gavel is going to come down in favor of the plaintiff.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is she getting $800? Not today, not up in here. But are you entitled to be compensated because there is some sort of liability on your part for not having that dog leashed? So what should be the punishment that you should have to endure as a result of not doing what you were supposed to do? This is where the fairness and equity part of what I do comes into play. And given that your total damages are $800, I'm going to dock you $200 for not having that leash on that dog. So you're still going to walk away with $600. That is the order. Case closed.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant has been ordered to pay $600.
Both parties, you have anything to say to each other before we walk out?
No, Your Honor.
I'm thankful that things worked out in my favor, and I wish you the best.
Let's step outside, folks.
Coming up on America's Court with Judge Ross.
When the whales erupted from the water, it sprouted water onto myself and my camera equipment, ruining the opportunity for me to propose to my girlfriend. And I could enter
So the whales were whaling?
Yes, the whales were whaling.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. Riley Santos claims his marriage proposal and camera gear were soaked on a whale-watching cruise and says the defendant is to blame for getting too close when a whale breached the water. Mr. Santos is suing Kevin Davies for $610.
Mr. Santos, prove your case.
I had gone on this whale-watching cruise captained by Kevin Davies.
And what made you decide to go on this particular adventure?
So this was going to be a nice throwback with my girlfriend, Kelly Turner. This was one of our first dates at a whale-watching cruise.
And what can someone expect when they are engaging in this type of activity?
Yeah, so I'd say a 90% success rate on marine wildlife on our cruises.
And the 10% when it's not successful is due to what?
For not seeing any whales.
Did you see some whales?
It did, but it took us an hour and 40 minutes.
Oh my God, how dare those whales not be on your time schedule?
I mean,
Who do they think they are? It's shocking. My flabbers are gasted.
I mean, to be frank, Your Honor, the whole point of that cruise was for us to go see some marine life, and I was going to use the opportunity to propose to my girlfriend.
So you really needed those whales to get right?
Yes.
All right, and how did Mr. Davies ruin your moment?
Well, I had informed Mr. Davies of that another boat was radioing in that there was another spot we could go to, and Mr. Davies recklessly captained the ship toward that spot.
Connect the dots for me as to how that impacted you and the whales.
When the whales erupted from the water, it spratted water onto myself and my camera equipment, ruining the opportunity for me to propose to my girlfriend. And I could enter
So the whales were whaling?
Yes, the whales were whaling.
What does it have to do with the whale?
I think that there is a certain level of distance that is safe for a lot of whale watching tour guides to do. I mean,
and what are you basing that on? Do you have expertise in?
Yes, I've been a nature photographer for the past 8 years.
You're a nature photographer
of marine life in particular.
All right, and so that gives you background training and expertise on whales.
Well, in terms of like being able to navigate safely.
Let's assume that he was not navigating safely. What does that have to do with the whale?
It gave the chance for the whales to ruin my camera equipment.
Whale was like, you're gonna learn today. You're not gonna be coming up here up in my space.
Coming up on America's Court.
You frankly are the reason why my engagement ended.
I think there were bigger issues there.
Wow, bold of you to assume, this little Nepo baby.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Riley Santos, who is suing Kevin Davies for negligence.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
Well, I'd like to enter into evidence the repair costs of my camera equipment.
Let's see it. Sure, let's take a look at it. You need to have your shutter replaced, a sensor cleaning, lens mount realignment, and you're blaming Mr. Davies and not the whale itself.
Well, Your Honor, this isn't the first time I've been on a whale watching cruise. I've brought my camera equipment on experiences, excursions, and I've never had my camera equipment ruined. This is how I make a living, Your Honor. I need this camera equipment repaired.
Anything else, sir?
Not at the moment.
Mr. Davies, anything you want to add?
I think the whale should be up here, honestly.
He's quick.
I've been a whale watching tour guide for, 9, 10 years. And every time someone steps on board, we tell them, this is a wildlife excursion. There's gonna be some variables here. You're gonna have behavioral changes. You're gonna have condition changes, weather changes. Mr. Santos here, he pulled me aside during our introductory period where I'm explaining the rules and liabilities of our company to explain his plan to propose. And I was fine with it. People have done that before. It was great until Mr. Santos decided to make the tour about himself. He would consistently berate me. He would question my experience and my education. He did this in front of other guests, in front of the other passengers.
And then after that, you and the whale had a conversation. You were like, okay, here's what we're doing here.
I said, we're teaming up.
When he gets to the point with the camera, and the whale was like, I got you, dog.
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
Are you guys still engaged?
Unfortunately not, Your Honor.
Wonder why.
That's so rude of him.
You
I can only
frankly
imagine
are the
what-
reason why my engagement ended.
I think there were bigger issues there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bold of you to assume this little Nepo baby.
Oh, look at you throwing the shade. Okay. Based on the evidence and the testimony before this court, the gavel was going to come down in favor of the Nepo baby. Mr. Davies, your matter's dismissed. Case closed.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's case has been dismissed.
Hopefully your photography business takes off so you can book a private tour next time.
Well, I hope that your entire whale-watching cruise goes down in flames.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group. Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
So, show me the picture, but I got to give it the weight that you're forcing me to give it because it's just not necessarily enough. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, if you'll look at exhibit, well, no.
In my courtroom, it's about equity and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something. That's not gonna happen. Not up in here, not today. And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Jordan Blake claims he needed medical attention after he was hurt at a company axe-throwing event and says the defendant created the dangerous situation.
All rise. Remain standing and come to order. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Mr. Blake is suing Ross Sanders in the amount of $1,408.
All parties have been sworn, Your Honor.
Third to Deputy Thomas. Talk to me, Mr. Blake. You like to do axe throwing, I see.
Yes, sir. Anything
right.
for my father-in-law.
And why were you doing this for your father-in-law, engaging in this type of activity?
Yeah, so, Your Honor, this was about a year ago. I had just started at a new firm, so I'm a senior copywriter for ads, and my father-in-law just happens to own this firm, so he did give me that job because at the time I was set
Were you already in the family or what?
And at the time I was getting ready to marry his daughter. We'd been dating for about 2 years.
Okay, and so you all are currently married?
Yes, we are married now.
Okay, so you're doing this, and what does that have to do with you being at this particular place when you're throwing the axe and something happens with you?
Sure. So as a bonding event, as I'm getting to know everybody at the company, my boss, my father-in-law, decides to go to axe throwing. He loves axe throwing.
Had you ever done it before?
I had never done it. This is my first time.
Okay.
But I was going to do whatever
I've never done it either. Have you done it, Deputy Thomas?
Done it twice. It's very interesting.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was, except that the person next to us hit the target and it came back. I was like, okay, I'm not standing next to them.
Wait, I think you're foreshadowing what happened here. Isn't that what you experienced, sir?
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, so we're there for about an hour. You know, it's kind of fun. I had a beer, I'm opening up, and we're all having a good time. So now I'm up. It's my turn to get up and to throw the axe. So this is my first time doing it.
Why do I feel like I should say, uh-oh, here we go?
Yeah, so I take the axe and I throw it. We're in these narrowly defined lanes. Our group had about 3 lanes altogether. It was about 35 people. So I throw the axe, it hits the target, and then it bounces back, it rebounds
The very
towards
thing that
me.
Deputy Thomas said.
Absolutely. So I'm backing up. It actually, when it hit the ground, it's sliding towards me. So I back up, and all of a sudden I bump into somebody who's right behind me. I'm thinking that there's supposed to be a safety buffer there, but it wasn't there.
Well, you knew who was behind you before you stepped up and threw, right?
Well, at the time, it was just my colleagues, but they were watching me, so they were out of the way. These are people I didn't know who I bumped into.
Okay.
So I bump into the people behind me. I lose my balance because I wasn't expecting them to be there.
Let me ask you this to Mr. Sanders. Were you present when this was taking place that particular day?
I was not present, but I do have staff that are there specifically to ensure that all patrons follow the rules of the establishment, which specifies that there's only to be one person in the safety area at a time. And they're to make sure that there's no one else in that safety area. They will not allow anyone to throw an axe if that's the case.
Are you the owner? You're the manager?
I'm the owner of the establishment.
How
yes.
many employees do you have?
We have 4 employees, including a guide, somebody who advises each patron.
So how many total are we talking?
There would be 5, yeah.
You have 5.
Right.
All right. How long have you owned the establishment, Mr. Sanders?
I've owned it 5 years, since COVID.
Okay. And I'm hearing more and more about axe throwing.
Yes, people love this. It gives people a chance to throw a real axe against a target as a form of entertainment, activity, fun, and it's great for dates too. They love that.
So Deputy Thomas didn't know what Mr. Blake was going to be talking about in terms of that rebounding of the axe. Does it happen that frequently?
Well, it does happen on occasion. You know, this is not like a dart where it's aerodynamic. The axes tend to have occasionally.
Well, axes by nature are not designed for us to be out there having a good time drinking beer and hanging out. Oh, let's just throw some axes around and see what happens.
Yes.
For giggles.
And that's why we have a lot of safety protocols to ensure that it's a safe environment for everybody.
You weren't there, so you can't testify to the conditions on that particular day or at that particular time, correct?
Correct, but...
Hold on, there's no but. There's a period and then a new sentence.
Coming up on America's Court.
I say that because the photos that I have, it doesn't matter the
what
time
exhibit
and place.
do you want me to see? Because here's the issue. Did you suffer injury?
Absolutely. I'm still in pain.
It's a rhetorical question.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Jordan Blake, who is suing Ross Sanders for negligence.
You don't have any of your employees here that could testify that this is what they observed being there, unless there's somebody that's waiting in the back. Do you have any of your employees?
No, I don't have anybody here.
Do you have at least a signed notarization of a statement that they would have said indicating what took place?
Well,
because you talked about evidence, but the evidence that you may be interested in proffering is not necessarily the evidence that's going to move your case one way or the other.
The evidence about the actual employees that I trust to supervise
this is not about trusting the employees. It's about, I don't even know who these people are. So how would I know that the information that you're conveying?
I understand, but I would like to present at least evidence.
Hold on a moment.
Okay.
What I'm saying is there's certain evidence that I would need to help me.
Yes.
One of them would be a direct person's testimony. In lieu of that direct person's testimony, if I at least had something that was signed and notarized from someone, and you don't have either of those things.
No.
All right, so let's stick a pin in that. Let's go back to you. Just because I'm asking these things of Mr. Sanders doesn't mean that the burden doesn't still lie with you to convince the court that you should be entitled to get this money. You follow me?
Yes, sir.
What is it that you have that helps your case?
Yes. So earlier, after I fell, I slammed my arm into the bar table right behind me, and my elbow goes like that, and it hits it right here. This is the worst pain I've ever felt in my life. It's like when you get your funny bone and it's hit, but even worse. So I crawl down because I fall on the floor. I'm in a lot of pain, and then I look at my watch, and my watch is completely destroyed. So now my body is in pain, my watch is messed up. One of the staff people came over, there weren't that many there, runs over, and my friends gather around me. I'm thinking I need to get to the emergency room or urgent care, so I get the ride share and I head straight there. So Your Honor, you can
have medical expenses that you sustained?
Yes, sir.
And you have the broken watch?
Yes, sir.
And whatever discomfort you experience as a result in terms of your total loss?
Yes, sir. I do have exhibits.
Whatever you have, I'll take a look at it.
All right,
yes,
cool.
Please.
I'll take everything.
And while I'm looking at his evidence, Mr. Sanders, what is it that you wanted to present to me that strengthens your position?
Well, I would like to present a waiver that this person had signed.
All right. Let me hold. Yes. Yeah. Mr. Blake.
Okay.
That's it?
Did you sign a waiver with the business in terms of understanding the inherent risk of axe throwing?
Yes, sir. I did not sign a waiver that talked about the inherent risk of overcapacity, but there was acknowledgement that...
Well, hold on a moment. How are we able to determine that the place was in a position of being overcapacity?
Yes, sir. So I do have the evidence that I share with you from the urgent care.
Now, what does the urgent care have to do with the capacity of the facility?
So in order for, so after I was sent home, my colleague, Brad, who was at the event, texted me, right? He texted me to check on me.
Do you have proof of the text?
I do not have proof of the text,
okay.
But...
Is Brad here?
He's not, but what he did was, when I talked, he told me...
You keep saying but. You already heard me say it.
Well, I do have an evidence. I do have pictures that he sent me. I wanted to set it up. Basically, when we talked, he said that...
Is there a timestamp on the pictures?
There's not not
because how would I know that those pictures were taken on that particular day and time?
That's a good point. I've got two I've got two photos.
Because all I do is come up with bad points. So
I've got two photos. One is of the room at max capacity.
Who took the photo?
So Brad took it after I left.
So one, Brad's not here.
Right.
To authenticate. I just have you telling me this.
Yes.
I don't even know if there is a Brad.
There's definitely a Brad. He's one of my favorite people at my job. For
all I know, Brad could be this imaginary person. All I'm saying is, you're coming to court. You're telling me something that Brad really should be telling me himself. And so you're saying, just take my word for it that what I'm telling you is true. That's circumstantial evidence. I don't have any direct evidence from anyone other than you. And what you're saying is only strengthening your own position. So show me the picture, but I got to give it the weight that you're forcing me to give it because it's just not necessarily enough. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, if you'll look at exhibit... well, no. I say that because the photos that I have, it doesn't matter the time and place.
What exhibit do you want me to see? Because here's the issue. Did you suffer injury?
Absolutely. I'm still in pain.
It's a rhetorical question. Coming up on America's Court.
It's got the number, it's got the address, it's got the website, it's got a breakdown of costs. See, this is inherently credible, reliable information that I can work with. You with me so far?
Yes.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Jordan Blake, who is suing Ross Sanders for negligence.
Did you suffer injury? Probably. Does the evidence from the urgent care invoice support that you sustained an injury?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I see that it is a location here in Los Angeles. It's got the number, it's got the address, it's got the website, it's got a breakdown of costs. See, this is inherently credible, reliable information that I can work with.
You with me so far?
Yes.
All right, then the next thing that you have is showing that you had to get your watch. Did you get it repaired or you bought a new one?
So this is the original receipt from when it was purchased. It actually was bought by my fiance. So I need the money today to be able to replace the watch.
So the amount of money that you're asking for would be to replace a brand new watch, and there was some depreciation, so we would have to take that into account. So you have a sign saying maximum capacity of 60 people.
Yes, sir.
And there's no one in the picture.
Yeah, so there's two pictures
So what does
here.
that sign tell me?
So this sign, and Mr. Sanders can testify, this sign is from his establishment.
Let's assume that's true.
Yes. And
how does the sign help me?
Because if you look at then the next photo, this is a photo that Brad sent me, and the place is packed. This, you can tell, there are way more than 60 people in this picture.
Your Honor, if I could just say, he brought 35 people with him. We have 3 lanes.
Well, you're looking at this picture. Is that reflective of your establishment on a typical night?
It looks a little bit crowded than it usually is.
Coming up on America's Court.
See, the issue that we're having here with both of you is that you want me to just hear these stories and just take your word for it. That's not how the law works.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Jordan Blake, who is suing Ross Sanders for negligence.
Well, I'm looking at the woman that's in the closest up to the picture.
Right.
Versus all the way in the back, there seems to be a little bit more congestion. So this picture helps me to some extent, especially if you can authenticate it and say to me, that is my place. Now, if you said, this is not my establishment, I don't know where this is, but you have helped me actually say, okay, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. That still doesn't tell me in the particular moment, was it later? Was it after the fact? Were you all there early? What was the crowd when you were actually there, and what did the crowd look like behind you?
Sure. So my team, when we first got there, we were the only ones there. It was just us, our group,
See,
and
that's
we
not
started
consistent
filling
with
in.
that picture.
Well, no, this picture was taken after I left by Brad.
So how does that help for me to see a picture of conditions that weren't in effect while you were there?
I think it's safe to say that if any time thereafter that I was there and there were ever this many people, I think that speaks for itself.
You're saying when you were there, this was not the crowd.
That was when I first got there.
I understand, but when you first got there, that's when you were doing the axe throwing.
It was about an hour in.
Okay. See, the issue that we're having here with both of you is that you want me to just hear these stories and just take your word for it. That's not how the law works. You got to give me information that actually says this is why you should support my position.
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
You did sign a release acknowledging of the inherent risks associated with axe throwing. You release any waiver of liability.
Your Honor, that waiver is null and void. It assumes that.
Oh, you're a lawyer now.
Well, I believe that the environment wasn't made safe. There were so many people behind me.
Who determines whether or not there should be a nullification of the contract?
The language,
the
sir.
fact finder in the case. And you know who that is? Oh, I know. Pick me. Boss Ross. In order for you to say that the contract should be nullified, you have to prove beyond a preponderance of evidence that that was the case, that there was some sort of defect in his establishment.
What about my pictures, Your Honor?
Your picture is not of the time and circumstances while you were throwing.
But doesn't this show, bad management? If you would ever allow your establishment to be that full,
sir,
I think that speaks its character,
based
right?
on the evidence and the testimony before this court, the gavel is going to come down in favor of the defendant, Mr. Sanders, because you have not been able to sustain your burden. That is the order. Case closed.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's case has been dismissed.
Well, I'd just like to say I wanted to invite the bailiff to come and visit our establishment and bring a date with him. I think he'd have a great time.
Don't throw axes. You might get hurt.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group. Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
And then he just got kind of angry and walked away and just slammed his bedroom door. So much, it was so hard that it cracked the frame.
That's a big red flag. In my courtroom, it's about equity and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something. That's not gonna happen. Not up in here, not today. And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Mark Patterson claims the exchange student he and his wife sponsored had friends over and damaged his home.
All rise. Remain standing and come to order. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Mr. Patterson is suing Laura Bennett in the amount of $8,940.
All parties have been sworn, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Thomas.
This is an interesting situation here. After I read and considered this case, first of all, I want to make it a point to say I think it was admirable that you decided that you were going to take a student and have that student in your home. And I also value the fact that this is a program that you have and you're trying to do some good. Unfortunately, what we have in this situation is that things didn't quite turn out the way either of you had planned. We're going to start with you, sir. Prove your case.
Taking in foreign exchange students is something that has been in our family for a long time.
It's personal for you.
It's very personal for us. So, so much so that my wife was also an exchange student.
Yes.
From Spain.
And I take it that, Ms. Bennett, you've been in this line of work for some time?
Yes, I'm the owner of the Exchange Academy.
You're the owner?
Yes.
How long have you been the owner of the academy?
About 15 years.
How do you select the students?
We have a very extensive vetting process.
Yes, ma'am.
We interview their friends, their family. We interview their teachers. We get letters of recommendation. So there's a pretty extensive application
process and background check, and you're doing your due diligence to make sure you're not dealing with anyone who may not be the appropriate fit for your particular program.
Correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Patterson, did you have an opportunity to meet this particular student prior to making the decision whether or not you wanted this person in your home? Because having the person in your home is very intimate.
Yes, it is. I did not get a chance to meet him prior. I just had a file on him.
What was his name, or what's his name?
Pierre.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So everything looked good on paper before.
How was, or is Pierre?
15.
Okay, so he's 15. He gets there day one, and what are your thoughts?
Day one was great. You know, he seemed very personable. He spoke pretty good English. So we were excited.
Pierre gets here and everything's copacetic until it wasn't.
Until it wasn't, yes.
Talk to me.
So the first indication that something was not right was one night, I think he may have been here maybe about 2 weeks. We told him that it was okay for him to have some friends over and they would hang out in his room. I didn't think anything.
And he had just met his friends because he had only been here for a couple of weeks.
Yes, yeah. But like I said, he seemed very personable, so I can understand how he would make friends very quickly.
All right.
So I said, yeah, sure, have them come over. You can hang out in the room. That's fine. So after the kids left, I happened to be, just tightening up in the room, and I noticed there was something strange in the wastebasket. So I look, and upon inspection, I see some drug paraphernalia, some rolling papers, some
For purposes of marijuana consumption?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Some vaping pens.
So did you get the sense that they were engaging in that behavior inside the home?
Yes. I mean, I had no other reason, to believe otherwise.
Did you call them on it?
Yes. So I called him over and I said, well, this is what I found in your waste paper basket in your room.
Okay.
And he became very defensive. He said, well, I don't know how it got there. You don't know what you're talking about, And then he just got kind of angry and walked away and just slammed his bedroom door so much. It was so hard that it cracked the frame.
That's a big red flag.
Yes. So, of course, I felt like I needed to let her know about this incident.
He conveyed this information to you?
He did convey the information to me.
As he did convey it to me just now?
Yes, not quite in that order. I think there were
the essence of what he was saying to me is what he conveyed to you.
Yes, we had a conversation on the telephone.
And how did you receive that?
I couldn't believe that it was true, quite honestly, because we had done such due diligence in trying to figure out whether or not he would even be appropriate for the program.
This was an issue.
Right. When we had the conversation, I did mention to him, it is possible that he is just spreading his wings. It is the first time that he's been away from his country. It is possible. But I did not believe.
You, if I'm hosting somebody in my house,
yes,
and they crack my door frame,
yes,
we may have to abort.
Right. I'm not sure, though, what actually led up to that. I don't know what sort of behavior the plaintiff exhibited either. Okay. I don't know if he approached him in a way that maybe he reacted to negatively. It is possible.
She was very dismissive. She just thought, it's no big thing. Things happen. They're just kids.
Coming up on America's Court.
He would have to pay $1,250?
Yes, because there is...
To have that child moved out of his home?
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Mark Patterson, who is suing Laura Bennett for negligence.
That was not your intent.
No, that was not my intent, but it is true. They are just kids. I mean, he's a 15-year-old boy for the first time in a foreign country. So, I mean, I know many students.
Jumping through all these hoops just to be with a family that we're not, what you said, 2 weeks in, all of a sudden all bets are off.
We have a very strict protocol that we follow. If it had proceeded from there.
Did it?
The plaintiff said it did.
Yes, it did.
Why did you say it like that? You said the plaintiff said it did. You don't believe that what Mr. Patterson conveyed to you in subsequent conversations actually occurred?
We do have a guidance counselor that has to meet with the student. So if there is an issue, then we are able to figure out if he needs to be pulled from that home.
What was
the guidance counselor
what
found
other
nothing.
issue? I'm going to cut you off because now I'm intrigued as to what happened after this.
Well, after this, very shortly, I started to get some emails from the school where he attends, stating that he had missed some days, several days, left early a couple of times. So as far as I know, he was at school all those days. So I was alarmed. And so what I did is that I sent an email to her, which I have here, copies of the email.
I do.
Exhibit A. All right. Okay. And her response.
Thank you, sir.
Was not much more than the first time.
What did she say?
She said, well, he's probably still adjusting, but if you'd like, we can have a counselor talk to him. Which I
see this email here from you, Mr. Patterson, to Miss Bennett, and she's talking about she's sorry to hear about the ongoing difficulties with Pierre. Sounds like he's acting like a teenager. You recall that?
This email, yes.
Okay. Finding him a new family in the middle of the semester is a difficult process and would incur a fee.
he would have to pay $1,250
Yes, because there is.
to have that child moved out of his home?
Yes, because there were 2 semesters that he was supposed to be taking, and so that was already understood that he was going to stay there. And if we could not find anybody, we would not be able to place him. So he would have to incur the cost to take care of putting him in a different place.
Was that your understanding when you entered into the agreement?
No, I just thought that, he was initially going to stay for 2.
Was there a contract signed as to the?
There was absolutely a contract. We decide if they are good for the program, and we put them in. We do the screening, we do the referencing as best as possible, and then if they are
I'm
not
back at the
capable
ranch
of moving forward.
about this whole issue of the fact that he's
Yes.
missing school and leaving early. What was done to deal with that?
The guidance counseling.
And what did the guidance counselor do or say?
The guidance counselor had counseling sessions with Pierre, but did not find that there were any issues on the level that the plaintiff is.
The school is calling saying the kid is not showing up to class, and when he does show up, he leaves early. The counselor says there's no issues with this kid? After the cracked door frame, after the drug paraphernalia?
That is correct.
Which I thought was ridiculous. I at least expected them to say, well, maybe you need to, either let this kid go or, just keep going at your risk. But she said everything was fine. No need for me to be concerned about anything.
Do you dispute that that's what you said, ma'am?
I don't believe that is what I said.
What did you say?
Yes, I believe that we needed to find whether or not this was in fact the case, and I did not see any evidence of this. When the guidance counselor
The evidence
met
is
with him,
Mr. Patterson giving you direct testimony detailing the conditions, because why is the school calling unless he's not showing up to class?
right. This kid had no previous.
We're not talking about previous. Now he's here in the US of A,
Yeah.
seemingly not appreciating the opportunity he's being given in this program. And his behavior is inconsistent with someone who's thinking, let me be on my P's and Q's because I'm not trying to mess this gig up in terms of staying here.
Right.
We're seeing just the opposite, being a teenager who has teenage tendencies. But what else did you expect the Patterson family to do? Just sort of suck it up?
Well, again, we don't know what was going on in the home, Your Honor.
Well, I told you what was going on in the home. It's right here. It's detailed.
Well, you're saying that he's being destructive, but I don't know what Mr. Patterson is doing. I mean, obviously he gets
you think I'm doing something to him?
I don't know. We were not doing in-house visits.
Well, why not?
I mean, we vetted him as well. But
well, if you don't know if he's doing something, why not have someone do an investigation and then say, this is what our
and that
results.
was the point of the counselor, sir.
Coming up on America's Court.
Found 20 to 25 teenagers in the house.
Yes.
There was a party and a fight.
Right.
Damage to your home was substantial. That's what the police say.
Correct.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Mark Patterson, who is suing Laura Bennett for negligence.
There was a final straw.
Yes, so a couple of days, actually, after I confronted her about the truancy, my wife and I, we went out to dinner. It was her birthday. So he wanted to stay at home. He didn't want to go. So, he's 15. I didn't think anything wrong with that. I've had babysitters around that same age. So he said, okay, I'm going to stay home. But I told him, under no circumstances do you allow anybody in the house. So we went out, had a great dinner, it's a couple of hours, and we come back. So as I'm driving up, my neighbor intercepts me and she says, I'm sorry, Mark, there was something going on in your home. I had to call the cops. There was a lot of noise. So, just be aware that something fishy was going on inside your home. So I walk in, and it was like some, I don't know, that cartoon, Tasmanian Devil, just went around the house and just demolished everything on the walls. The carpet was stained, so much trash on the carpet. And then I look on the wall, and there are puncture marks in the drywall. Like somebody just went and punched it.
I'm looking at this information, and I'm also reading the police report that says they were dispatched to the scene, found 20 to 25 teenagers in the house.
Exactly.
There was a party and a fight.
Right.
Damage to your home was substantial. That's what the police say.
Correct.
Coming up on America's Court.
So that night, I shot her an email, and
you said, come get him.
Come get him.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Mark Patterson, who is suing Laura Bennett for negligence.
After this situation, I take it Pierre was no longer invited to the cookout.
He was not. So that night, I shot her an email, and
you said, come get him.
Come get him. And she said that
with the quickness.
With the quickness, yes. But she just countered with, well, are you ready to pay for the fee, the early removal fee? And I said,
is that true? Is that true?
Not at this point.
All right.
He had already made it clear that he was not going to.
So there's damage to this man's home. You have seen this information. You received a copy of the complaint and the breakdown of costs. He's already having to pay this money after you were put on notice. What were you expecting him to do?
He did not pay it. He did not end up paying it.
Okay.
And ultimately, when we made this agreement for him to host, it was understood that he was going to handle any sort of disciplinary action that would happen in his home. Any rules that were in his home were his own. That was for him to do. I am the person who places the people, I vet them, and I put them together.
I get all of that.
Yes. The fact that they were not able to get along, I'm not sure what happened there. He had no indication, Pierre had no indication that he would be like that.
You reduce it to them not getting along. There's an implied covenant in contracts of good faith and fair dealing.
Absolutely.
On both ends.
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
Once you were put on notice that these things were happening, I don't find that there was sufficient actions on your part that truly addressed the issue that this was escalating. I understand that there was an agreement, but these predictive behaviors that we observed Pierre to be engaging in really gave you notice to say, oh, okay, we're going to have to take him out. And because you didn't do that, you now have to deal with the consequences of Pierre's behavior as opposed to the Pattersons. So based on the evidence and the testimony before this court, the gavel is going to come down in favor of the plaintiff. You need to pay the Patterson family $8,940 in full. That is the order. Case closed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant has been ordered to pay $8,940.
When you don't use good faith, that's what happens.
He got what he wanted, but unfortunately, I don't think that there was good faith on his part.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group. Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
It's really disheartening, making it all about each of you. People go to church to try to reestablish their lives, and for you all to make this between you two is just, it's shameful, actually.
In my courtroom, it's about equity and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something. That's not gonna happen. Not up in here, not today. And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Pauline Jones says she was performing a solo at church when a jealous choir member booty bumped her and says she fell off the stage and hurt her ankle.
All rise. Remain standing and come to order. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Ms. Jones is suing Diane Blake in the amount of $750.
All parties have been sworn, Your Honor.
Third, your Deputy Thomas. So we fighting in the choir robes. That's what we're doing now?
Unfortunately.
Good grief, my God. We start off in singing and giving praise, and it becomes this brouhaha. What happened? What's going on here?
Well, Your Honor, initially, the choir director, Martin, he gave me a phone call as well as a text message, and he told me that I was replacing Diane Blake because she was ill with the flu.
Were you ill with the flu, Miss Blake?
I wasn't feeling well, Your Honor.
Is that a yes or no?
I wasn't feeling well, yes. I was
You were not feeling well. That is a true statement.
That is a true story.
And so Miss Jones getting the call was based on something that actually happened because you had to tell somebody I wasn't feeling well.
Exactly, but
what? Go ahead.
I did not tell them that I wasn't going to show up the next day.
Well, why would you show up if you weren't feeling well?
I woke up that morning and God said, you got this, girl. Mm-hmm. And I just said, Spirit has led me to do what I do, and that is to go to church, make sure the pastor and everyone that was waiting for me.
This happened on what day of the week?
The Sundays today we had our solo at church.
All right, so this is a Sunday service.
Yes.
You woke up Sunday morning feeling much better.
Right, and I never told.
Saturday, not so much.
Well, you know.
To the point where you say, I don't think I can make it?
No, I never said that I didn't think I would make it.
And after you said you weren't feeling well, what was the response to that?
That was it. That was it. We ended up talking about some other things, but never anything that I would not show up on Sunday.
So there was no reason for you to think that someone was replacing you on Sunday?
Absolutely.
You were minding your own business and you get a call?
I get a call from the director, Martin.
Okay.
Church has protocol.
And what's the protocol?
The protocol is the director, he called me and told me that defendant Diane Blake was down for the count, that she had the flu. He specified that she had the flu, and that it's time for me to shine and it's time for me to step up and demonstrate my gifts.
That seems very ungodly, to couch it in those terms. It's time for you to shine, as opposed to it's time for God to shine, and whoever is best equipped in the moment to deliver, that's who we need. Because otherwise it sounds like it's about you and it's about Miss Blake, when really aren't you all glorifying the very essence of why you're there to begin with, in terms of the higher power, the spiritual aspect of the singing to begin with?
Well, sometimes she feels that way.
I'm sorry, say it again?
I said sometimes she feels that way. I've known her a long time, and she...
You can speak for her on that?
Well, she said some things where she feels a little threatened by me.
What'd she say?
Well, has said before that, you know...
Well, don't hold back now.
Yeah, she just said it's her time to...
Y'all were playing Rock'em Sock'em Robots there for a minute there.
She just says it's her time to shine.
Did you know she felt this way about you?
I would feel some tension when I was in her presence, but Your Honor, I was only reiterating what the choir director said to me. And to be honest, she had no right to even be there. If she never was there, I would never been...
She had no right to come to church?
She had no right to come on the platform when I was singing, because that wasn't her call. He gave me directives.
When you got there, did Martin say, we're going to have Miss Jones singing?
No.
Nobody told you anything?
No.
That's not making sense to me. So Martin has a conversation with you, and based on that conversation, you get a call saying she's out, you're in.
Absolutely.
And then what happens?
Okay, a day later, I'm at church. I'm getting ready to sing as I was directed to by the director, Martin. And then she thrust herself on the platform where I was. And she came aggressively. And she stood in close proximity to me. And so I'm singing on the mic, and she had picked up another mic, and she started singing, just bogarting me.
Coming up on America's Court.
So what happened?
I'm singing. I was well into the song. Then all of a sudden, she appears. And then all of a sudden, she booty bumped me, and I fell down.
Not the booty bump.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Pauline Jones, who is suing Diane Blake for medical expenses.
You see her singing.
When I walked in, I was handed a mic as well. Within seconds, we both
Who started singing first?
I don't know who started.
Who started singing
She
first?
knows I was singing it first when she came in aggressively.
You don't just have someone all of a sudden just start singing.
Right.
There's some protocol with the order of things.
I was handed the mic like every Sunday, or the Sundays that I sing.
But you saw her singing.
No, I did. She was starting to walk up. So we all were kind of coming in at the same time. She and I were at the same time.
That's not true, Your Honor.
She's on one area, someone's hand. I don't know where she received her mic. I was handed a mic, and I just started singing. And we both started walking up, and she looked at me. Nothing was aggressive, because two people singing, okay, so we'll just sing it. It won't be a solo. Now
Why was it a problem to have both of you sing?
Number one, I got directives from Director Martin that I was to sing the solo.
Okay, so
and
now
then she
you're
thrust
at
herself.
church.
Yes, Your
there
Honor.
To worship God.
Yes.
And we're in this spiritual environment,
Mm-hmm.
and our egos are not a part of the equation.
No, sir.
Our egos are not a part of the equation. Right?
This is true.
You all are seeing each other. Neither of you are backing down from the singing. So did it ever occur, let's just both do this?
Yes.
Yeah, it occurred to me. That was my mindset, that we'll just do a duet.
Yes.
Because when I started...
Now, you all are in agreement right now. Let the church say amen.
Amen.
Yes.
Because
And yet...
I'm professional that way.
We had a situation happen.
Yes.
Because right now, everybody's kumbaya, but in the moment, not so much. Yes. So what happened?
Okay, and so then I'm singing. I was well into the song, and the church was giving God praise and worship, and it was the high praise and worship. And then all of a sudden, she appears, and she thrust herself in close proximity to me, very close proximity, as if we were in competition. But my mindset and my actions were, wow, she's here, so perhaps we'll just do a duet. But she was still, elevating her voice real loud and singing over me. And then all of a sudden, she booty bumped me, and I fell down.
Not the booty bump.
Oh, no. Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
inside the church, we're doing booty bumping here.
This is true, Your Honor.
Fellow congregants in their choir robes.
It was a little bump because we.
It was a little bump
because we were we're walking down.
Was it a little bump with the booty?
I guess so.
So then it was a booty bump.
It was more like a little,
like a hip thrust.
Right. Yeah. But not that.
Because there's such a big difference between this and that.
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, she turned her body and went, bam.
We've established that it's more of a that than not a this, okay?
Yes.
I get it.
Thank you, yes.
There's a different statement, like, you're going to learn today.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about you.
Yes, Your Honor.
No.
Because a hip is more like, kind of like scooch over.
Because
but
we're in a tight
bumping
space.
someone is like move.
Oh, yeah, no, it was not deliberate.
But you lost your balance.
I lost my balance and I fell. She put the booty bump was so profound until I fell. And then when I fell, the choir director ran out and one of the church members, and they were assisting me to get up. And in the meantime, she had grabbed my robe, and my robe
grabbed your robe?
defended
I was helping
Diane
her
Blake?
because she was about to step over into an area where she would have hurt herself. So I saw that happening in real time. So I grabbed her rope so she wouldn't fall, because I'm a good Samaritan and I'm a good Christian that way.
And we are talking about God-fearing women?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Who are devoting themselves in this moment?
That's right.
To a higher purpose and calling. And this is what we're doing.
And Your
Did the
Honor,
robe tear?
Yes.
That's
I'm
because
totally embarrassed, Your Honor, because of the incident, because I know we live
I
our
gotta
life
tell
on
you,
the highest
both of you,
principles in the earth realm.
both of you, come on. So many people find themselves turned off from religion because people will portray themselves one way, and yet even in the church, there's all this backstabbing and gossip and drama and people trying to leverage their position. And then you wonder why the churches aren't full on Sundays, because folks are like, I ain't got time for that.
Exactly.
You all are supposed to be representatives of what's good and what's right. So in this moment, you are not at your finest demonstrating that message.
But Your Honor, this is typical behavior for Diane Blake.
See, where did
as soon as the church doors open, she's always come with a lot of shenanigans, a lot of drama. She's narcissistic.
You heard nothing about what I just
You
said.
just would, yeah.
You took what I said and went, yeah, I ain't got time for that. I ain't trying to hear that, Judge. Let me tell you how bad of a person she is. That's what you're giving me. You're giving me information and disparaging her. And I'm saying, that's really what you want to be about? You got a national audience watching you. And you want to take the time that you have to make her look bad so you can look good.
No, Your Honor.
That's
There's
what
a lot
you're
of
doing.
wonderful things.
Stop. That's what you're doing. And it says volumes about your commitment to the faith that you profess.
Coming up on America's Court.
But you still cause damage to property that didn't belong to you. Typically, what happens?
Typically, the person may say, thank you so much.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Pauline Jones, who is suing Diane Blake for medical expenses.
And don't think because I'm talking to her, that gets you off the hook. Because was the robe torn?
Yes, Your Honor, the robe was torn.
As a result of you trying to do the right thing.
Yes.
But you still caused damage to property that didn't belong to you. Typically, what happens in that case?
Well, typically the person may say, thank you so much. You know me. Well.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I had to go to the hospital. And I had to get x-rays, MRI, follow up with therapy as
You have proof of all that?
I believe the
I
therapy
have proof,
Show
Your
me.
Honor.
Show whatever evidence you have.
Whatever you want to give them. That's it?
And I see that there's a text. Deputy Thomas, read the text. What's that about?
Sure. Okay. Pauline, I just heard Diane is down for the count with a nasty flu. The Lord works in mysterious ways. The anniversary solo is all yours. Be ready to take him to glory. Don't you worry about a thing. I knew the Lord wanted me to leave this flock. Diane needs to stay in bed, keep her germs to herself, and watch how a professional handles the high notes from her live stream. My heels are high and my spirit is higher. Look here, Diane. I just got back from the doctor and this boot cost more than your last 3 wigs. I'm sending you the $750 bill for my ankle and my robe since you decided to play bumper cars on the altar. Pay up. The only thing I'm paying in attention is to how delusional you are. You tripped over your own ego trying to bump me. The Lord saved your life, but he didn't say I had to save your bank account. Not a holy dime. Oh, so we're playing no income netty now, huh? Since you settle this in the sanctuary, we can settle it in front of a judge. Fix your hair, find a lawyer, honey, because I'm suing you for every cent of that $550. See you in court.
Coming up on America's Court.
I am speechless. My flabbers have been gasted right now. I am without speech. Church ladies.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Pauline Jones, who is suing Diane Blake for medical expenses.
I could have even sued higher, but the policy of the principles of the Word of God, the church don't sue each other.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
No, because your actions are speaking too loudly. I've got proof of these medical benefits. You said $550, but the actual total charge was $625. And then to replace the robe was $125. What do you have, Ms. Blake?
I have some email correspondence.
You got more texts between the two of you?
This is actually with.
I get paid by the word.
I tell you, it's your lucky day.
Girl, Pauline was.
Everybody's girl?
Hey, girl, Pauline was doing the absolute most. She was flailing around the stage like a windmill in a hurricane. And that fall, please, I've seen more realistic acting in a middle school play. She was being way too dramatic for a little stumble. Exactly. I'm surprised she didn't call an ambulance to the pulpit and ask for a casket fitting while she was at it.
That's what you're saying.
It was at the moment I was.
I am speechless. My flabbers have been gasted right now. I am without speech. Church ladies. Wow. Ms. Blake, why don't you feel as though you should have to pay for the damages that Ms. Jones sustained?
I believe she sustained some of those injuries on her own. It was how she fell off the stage. It was way too much. I'm trying to grab her so she would not fall any further and hit herself any harder. So I was being the Good Samaritan, being the Christian that I am, to make sure that that fall did not result any harder than it was.
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
It's really disheartening. I think I'm more disappointed in both of you than anything, making it all about each of you. People go to church to try to reestablish their lives and try to make sense of the world. And for you all to make this seem as though this is a versus concert between you two, it's shameful, actually. But based on the evidence and the testimony before this court, the gavel will come down in favor of the plaintiff. And hopefully that you all will take some time and really pray about positive could possibly come out of this. Is there anything you want to say to each other before we dismiss?
Yes, first and foremost, I would like to apologize to the audience for my behavior, because again, I strive to live my life to glorify God. It's a mega church that we attend, so a lot of people witness this, and for that, I'm embarrassed. And I will continue to pray for you, and I petition your prayers.
And you, ma'am?
God bless.
We are adjourned. Case closed.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant has been ordered to pay $750. This has been a production of Allen Media Group. Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
I'm trying to give everyone the benefit of the doubt here. But if a little girl hears that word directed towards her, the suggestion is it's being directed at her.
But do we know that it's being directed at her?
We don't. In my courtroom, it's about equity and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something. That's not gonna happen. Not up in here, not today. And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Rachel Adkins claims her daughter withdrew from tumbling class after a boy with Tourette's called her a slave and says the defendant owes her a refund.
All rise. Remain standing and come to order. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Ms. Adkins is suing Alyssa Irving in the amount of $2,500.
All parties have been sworn, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Thomas. Okay, this case, it's a tough one. Ms. Atkins, I know you are a mom who loves your daughter, and you're suing because you wanted to have her experience this tumbling exercise, and it didn't quite turn out the way you had planned. Tell me your story.
Thank you, Your Honor. All I thought I was doing initially was enrolling my daughter into a nice after-school program.
Of course.
You know, where she can actually get a little energy out, meet some new friends.
Yes.
Really feel good about herself. And that is not what happened, unfortunately.
What's your daughter's name?
Taylor.
How old is she?
She's 10 years old.
She's 10.
Mm-hmm.
Your only child?
Yeah, that's my pride and joy, my baby girl.
And what made you decide that you were going to have Taylor involved with Miss Irving's tumbling exercise?
You know, it was something that was offered after school.
Yes.
You know, she had mentioned that it was something that she was interested in. I took a look at the brochure. It made sense to me. Mm-hmm. You know, they said they wanted a safe environment for them to be able to come and, actually, let me get the exact verbiage.
In fact, I'll take a look at it myself.
Safe and positive learning environment.
Miss Irving, is that what your brochure promotes? A safe and positive learning environment?
Absolutely, it does.
All right. And what's been the reaction from the young people who engage in this activity?
It's been very successful in its tenure. The kids have really enjoyed it.
Explain to me what we're talking about when we talk about tumbling.
We're talking about tumbling, we're talking about some light gymnastics, some light stretching, just really where the kids can get their energy out and learn these different skills.
You weren't necessarily affiliated with the school. This is something that people have to pay for privately, correct?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
All right. Tell me how that came about.
So that came about, we determined the cost just dependent on the instructors, how many kids, of course, that we get involved with the program, and then we'll offer snacks.
And what's the logistics of the program itself?
The logistics of the program? I'm sorry, what do you mean, sir?
In terms of, you said you base it on the number of participants and the people that are available. How many people ended up participating in this particular cycle at this school?
Oh, we had 8 children participate in this program.
So you had 8 kids. What was the breakdown of the kids?
So breakdown of the kids, we had 4 boys and 4 girls.
Okay. And what about the racial component?
We had 2 African-American children, we had a Hispanic child, and then the rest were white.
Given that you've had this mix racially, because we're talking about California. Yeah. It's probably one of the most diverse states in the country, in the U.S. There has to be certain sensitivities when we're dealing with gender issues, we're dealing with race issues. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely, yes.
How have you all addressed those issues, if at all?
So we've addressed those issues, and in this case that we're discussing with the plaintiff's daughter, I made sure to send out a brochure, which I can send you the newsletter that I had sent out.
I'd like that, please.
Okay. So I sent out this newsletter to all the parents in the program because we have a child that was joining the program. His name is Roger, and he does suffer from Tourette's syndrome.
Do all individuals who have Tourette's suffer from the challenge of sometimes blurting out inappropriate things?
Your Honor, I'm not entirely sure if everyone with Tourette's does experience that. I've done research when I knew Roger was joining the program, so that it is fair to say that he does suffer from that.
He has that aspect of Tourette's where he can't control these tics, if you will.
Absolutely. So the way it was explained to me is it's almost like a repressed sneeze. When these tics come up and you try to repress it, the urge for it continues to grow. So when Roger feels one of these tics coming up, and if he tries to suppress it, it just continues to get worse, and then he ends up just blurting it out. So constructively, we were talking on how we can manage that, especially around kids that are maybe not around people with Tourette's and don't understand what's happening.
Now, Ms. Atkins, you understand that we're talking about a neurological disorder that people, unfortunately, who struggle with it, find themselves in very challenging situations. Is that fair to say?
Coming up on America's Court.
So he came into the class and just blurted out in front of everybody, slave. Considering there's only 2 black students in the entire class, immediately all eyes are on them.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Rachel Adkins, who is suing Alyssa Irving for breach of contract.
And you were given information from Miss Irving explaining that this was a possibility.
Right, correct. Right before the class was about to start, after we'd already paid the funds for the class.
You paid in full up front?
Yes.
Okay. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
She paid on the first day. So I sent the letter out on the 26th of September, and the parents had 6 days to make the decision whether or not their child would be enrolled in the program.
You paid, then got the information about this particular student.
Correct.
Did it cause you in any way to feel as though maybe you should reconsider participating?
I went ahead, I did a little bit of research myself just to kind of make sure I fully understood what the possibilities were. I also made sure that I spoke with Taylor about what could happen and what to expect. I also explained to her to just treat him normally. You know, don't treat him any differently. Don't make fun of him. Really just attempt to, as much as possible, look at him as your regular general peer. And she said she understood that and was okay with it. So I decided to proceed with the classes.
All right. Taylor's enjoying it, getting something out of it?
Yeah.
You feel as though it was a good investment?
So the first 3 days were amazing. She came home, she was excited. She made a few new friends. She showed me a few of the moves that she had just learned.
Yes.
It was a really positive experience. Until about that fourth day, that's when her initial issue with Roger was. So he came into the class and just blurted out in front of everybody, slave, of all random things. And considering there's only 2 black students in the entire class, immediately all eyes are on them. Taylor felt immediately.
Well, you weren't there, so you're talking from a standpoint of conveying how your daughter felt.
Absolutely.
When it was involuntarily stated, Roger used the word slave.
That's how she explained it to me. She came home, she was in half tears. She initially had sent me a text message, which I can actually show you also, Your Honor.
Sure.
Take your you want to give this.
And were you present, Miss Irving?
No, I think that is it.
Okay.
Were you present when the involuntary word slave was uttered?
I was not present, no.
Okay. What did you hear about that situation, if anything?
I did hear from the instructor of the class as well as the mother of Taylor. She did reach out to me and she expressed that she, of course, was unhappy with the word that was said by Roger and that her daughter was feeling very upset and confused. And of course, I mean, I want all of my kids in my classes and in these programs to feel safe and comfortable. So I did my best to just say, hey, we are working.
I want to share with you an exchange of a text with Miss Atkins and Taylor.
Yes.
Where Taylor sends a message saying, Mom, something happened today. And you say, what happened, baby? You know that boy who says weird things sometimes? Yes, he called me a slave in front of my friends. And then you say, oh my God, I'm so sorry that happened. I'll talk with the program director. Just ignore him for the rest of the day and let me know if he says anything else. What was your conversation with Miss Irving? Because just based on that, while she may have felt as though that was being targeted towards her, we can't say with certainty if that was the case. Is that fair?
That's fair. I can only tell you what it is that she felt. Well, from what she told me, she felt as though she was being singled out in the scenario.
Even with the other black girl being in the environment?
I think she probably felt as though the other student was involved as well, but considering
that's a little
there's only
speculative at this point, and that doesn't help us. But we know, based on your conversation, how it left you feeling as the person who just plucked down $2,500, thinking you're going to have this amazing experience, I take it.
That was my assumption.
And then you had a conversation with Miss Irving.
Right. So
and you wanted an apology from Roger. Did you feel as though that was appropriate?
I apologized for the incident that happened, but I did not feel it was appropriate for Roger to apologize to Taylor. Because Roger cannot control, he has a neurological disorder. He's not able to control this. And we want to make sure that all the kids feel inclusive, but for both
aside
children.
from that, it's bad business.
It is bad business.
Because if you got 8 kids and at least one of them is feeling not safe and not protected and not being uplifted in an environment, and then word spreads, next thing you know, no more tumbling for anybody. Fair enough?
Yes, and that's what we want to avoid.
That happened on one occasion.
Mm-hmm.
That was not the only occasion.
No, it was not. Just a matter of, I believe, 3 days later, another incident happened. Taylor was in class. She was, talking with her friends. Roger comes running up and says the word looking directly at her, and then runs off. So I recognize that they told him to, remove himself, but that doesn't change the feeling.
Who said remove yourself?
Well, from what was explained.
Is that what you told Roger to do if he found himself being in a state where he couldn't control the words coming out of his mouth?
Coming up on America's Court.
But if I just heard the word slave, and then I hear the word, I'm looking around going, well, who else is he talking about?
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Rachel Adkins, who is suing Alyssa Irving for breach of contract.
So his parents had worked on a plan with his therapist and doctors that if he felt the urge coming on, that he was to remove himself from the situation to help the kids not feel uncomfortable that may not be exposed to that happening. So yes.
I mean, I'm trying to give everyone the benefit of the doubt here. But if a little girl hears that word directed towards her, the suggestion is it's being directed at her.
But do we know that it's being directed at her?
No, we don't. But if I've just heard the word slave, and then I hear the word and I'm within an area that I'm looking around going, well, who else is he talking about?
I do see that, and I do understand that, and I don't want Taylor to feel like she can't be in this tumbling class. She was doing so well.
But she does feel that way, is the problem.
And ultimately, for you, there was a final breaking point.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about it.
Apparently, he learned compound words and decided to add the two together for one last go-round in the class. She was in the middle of doing a tumbling routine in front of the entire class. And right there, while she's the only one tumbling, he literally calls out slave B-word. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I know that we're being sensitive, so we have to be mindful of the language, but I think it's important here that we actually recognize that Roger referred seemingly to Taylor as a, quote, slave.
Absolutely, Your Honor, yes.
Coming up on America's Court.
Miss Atkins is here and she is advocating for her daughter. I'm advocating for all the kids. And if we lose this $2,500, that's detrimental to our program to continue.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Rachel Adkins, who is suing Alyssa Irving for breach of contract.
We also have, and it intersects here in California, with the Civil Rights Act that says no one should be subjected to any situation where it involves race or sex. I've got some kids that are just trying to be kids, and life is sort of getting in the way. Because at that point, you said, I'm not going to have her in the class anymore?
Yes, at that point, she made it very clear that she was upset, and reasonably so.
Yes.
You know, she was, again, embarrassed. And to be honest, it also felt as though nothing was being done to help rectify the situation or to at least help give her any sense of calm or sense of it to be okay. At the very least, initially.
She needs to be in an environment free from sexual and racial harassment.
Exactly.
He needs an environment that's not making him feel less than because of his condition. Mm-hmm. You want the full amount
The whole 8-week program. How long was Taylor in the program?
She was in the program for 2 weeks.
All right. Why are you not thinking Miss Irving, Miss Atkins is entitled to be compensated for the cost of the program, given she didn't get, quote unquote, the benefit of her bargain, or at least that's what she's arguing?
So she did sign the waiver, and the waiver does clearly state that if there is no gross negligence and or any physical ailment or physical reason that the child can no longer attend the program, then there is no reason to refund the money back. You know, Ms. Atkins is here and she is advocating for her daughter. I'm advocating for all the kids in this program. And if we lose this $2,500, that's detrimental to our program to continue.
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
I can't have Roger's disability trump hers in terms of her rights and her expectations to just be a little black girl who just wants to tumble. And if she can't do that, should the mom be entitled to all 8 weeks? I would say no.
Well, Your Honor, for those 8 weeks, she
hear me out, because there was some benefit of the bargain. I do feel as though you're entitled to be compensated. How much would that be a week? 8 weeks divided into 2,500?
$312, Your Honor.
Would be $312. I think you're entitled to everything minus a week.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Because I would say that I can't give you the full amount, but I think you should be entitled to at least 7 weeks. So I'm going to grant you, and judgment will be in favor of the plaintiff in the amount of $2,188.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Because in any situation involving this, we have to make sure that everyone is safe and protected. That is the order. Case closed.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant has been ordered to pay $2,188.
It was a pleasure to have Taylor in the class, and I will miss her.
I thank you for having her in the class initially, and it was an experience.
Okay, let's step outside, ladies.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group. Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
We're church members. Just by the way she handled the whole thing was very inappropriate and ungodly.
Oh, ungodly. Oh, she was like, I'll see your disappointment and I will raise you ungodly.
In my courtroom, it's about equity and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something. That's not gonna happen. Not up in here, not today. And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Celine Vance claims she refurbished a chaise lounge her neighbor threw out and says the defendant accused her of theft and damaged her rug out of spite.
All rise. Remain standing and come to order. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Ms. Vance is suing Leanne Whitaker for $850. The defendant is countersuing for $1,200.
All parties have been sworn, Your Honor.
Get up with Thomas. All right, we got neighbors suing each other over a Chase lounge chair. Ms. Vance, you are suing for $850 for damage to a rug. And Ms. Whitaker, you are countersuing because somehow your Chase lounge ended up in Ms. Vance's possession. Do I have it right?
Yes.
All right, let's start with you, Ms. Vance. Talk to me.
I'm a DIY blogger. That's what I do.
You're a do-it-yourself blogger.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I
Good
take
for
trash,
you.
turn it into treasure.
Trash to treasure, nice and catchy. I like it. Yes.
So,
Tell me more.
I was out in my neighborhood. I was driving somewhere, and I saw this Chase Lounge just out on the curb. I went, I ran my errands, I came back later, and it was still there. I believe I even saw...
How much time went by, what'd you say?
Like maybe 8 hours when I came back home in the evening.
Okay.
Yeah, it was still there. I saw it. I didn't believe at one point, I think I saw like a sign that said free.
All right.
I wasn't sure, but I took a picture of it. I took it home, I showed my daughter, and came back and I got it.
You got it.
I took it.
Your daughter helped you get it into whatever?
I dragged it to the van, dragged it out my house, dragged it, fixed it, everything.
And when you say you fixed it, tell me about that.
I had it reupholstered. I changed it up. It had like some old floral pattern. I changed that. I sanded down the wood myself. I fixed the seat. I changed the whole thing.
And you were very pleased with, I take it, with the before and after. And she was doing all this and you were like, but that's my chair.
Exactly, Your Honor.
Talk to me.
First, I'm just so disappointed. She's a church member. I was gone away.
What do you mean she's a church member?
As in, we attend the same church.
You guys go to the same church?
Yes.
So you all know each other?
Yes.
All right, and you worship together?
Of course.
Okay.
Yes.
And
so
you're disappointed. That's such a tough word to hear someone say to someone else. You know, from one Christian to another, you're a disappointment to her.
I'm disappointed as well, Your Honor.
Why are you disappointed?
Just about the way we're neighbors, we're church members, just by the way she handled the whole thing was very inappropriate and ungodly.
Oh, ungodly. Oh, she was like, I'll see your disappointment and I will raise you an ungodly. Talk to me.
So I was away. My husband was cleaning the garage.
You were away. Where were you?
I was in Chicago for work.
How long were you there?
I was there for a week.
All right.
So my husband was cleaning the garage, and he placed the Chase on the curb so he can finish cleaning. And at no point was it ever a free sign or anything intentional for someone to take it. So when I returned home, he was upset and he told me that the Chase was gone. It was my grandmother's Chase, so it had sentimental value.
Understood. So when you got back initially, did your husband say to you, babe, I don't know what happened to the chair?
It took him a minute to acknowledge it.
Sounds like Deputy Thomas to me. That's one of those things.
If you don't wear it in 6 months, it's gone.
So it did take him a while to acknowledge it, and I was really upset. And so, but...
And you didn't know who had it?
He didn't know who had it. He said he just had placed it out there for a couple of hours. That's what he told me.
A couple of hours?
Yes.
Game came on. Make me a sandwich. Oh, I think I'll take a little nap. Next thing you know, you look up and it's like, where's my chair?
Exactly. Yes.
And so you had that conversation with him, and then what happened?
Fast forward, I was invited to her daughter's baby shower. I walk in, and lo and behold, I see something.
Now, how much time had gone by by the time the baby shower happened?
I would say it was like at least a month. At least a month.
Coming up on America's Court.
I never knew that it was a problem. If I had honestly thought I was stealing something and put it in my home, why would I then invite her to my home?
Well, that makes sense.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Celine Vance, who is suing Leanne Whitaker for property damage.
Tell me more.
So I walk in, I see the Chase. It looks different because she has done her own alterations. That was not needed.
You mean alterations?
Yes.
You're getting ready to have an altercation.
I'm sorry.
I know you did not just take my chair. My husband has been looking all over the place, high and low, for this chair. And here you had it, my Christian sister. And
Sorry.
and her reaction, did it surprise you, or?
Yes.
I would think it would.
Yes.
Like,
she was ranting and raving.
She was ranting and raving.
Yes. Yes.
What was the rant and the rave?
She was like, "That's mine. You stole it. That belongs to my grandmother. That's a family heirloom." I tried to calmly explain to her that it was out on the curb. Her husband put it there. And Your Honor, it wasn't out there for a couple hours. It was out there all day. It had rained a little bit. It was cat hair all over it. It was out
Everybody
there.
having a good time with Grandma's Chase Lounge. So I would think it would even come up in conversation that since you had you all seen each other at church, or there had not been an opportunity to say, hey, by the way, that chair that you had laid out, I put it to good use. You didn't have any sort of...
I never knew that it was a problem. If I had honestly thought I was stealing something and put it in my home, why would I then invite her to my home?
Well, that makes sense. She does make a point there. She's not going to tell the person that she stole from, you like my chair or what?
Right.
Right? So it seems as though her intentions were in good faith. But you said something about a free sign.
I thought I saw later on at some point, I saw a sign on it.
And you're like, tell the truth and shame the devil, huh?
Yes, exactly.
You don't believe that that's happened?
No, and she could have knocked on the door. She could have asked.
Well, but here's another point. If it's a sign that says free, why would she knock on the door?
I don't believe there was a sign.
And did you ask your husband, did he put a sign out?
I did, and he did not.
Or does he not remember?
I can't speak for him.
You can't speak for him. Good answer. Then what happens?
So at the baby shower, I confronted her because I needed confirmation that it was the chair. And she said it was. I had some beet juice in my hand, and it was a mistake, but I spilled it all over her rug. But I also attempted to clean it. I didn't know how to clean beet juice out of a rug, and so that's why we're here, because now she wants to sue me for that.
Well, beet juice is a deep reddish purple. What color was the rug?
The rug was ivory white.
Okay. Did she make the effort to do the very thing she claims?
Her effort was useless. She made it worse.
How did she make it worse?
She took a steaming hot rag and then she was rubbing it in. And I kept telling her to stop, please stop, please stop. And she was like, no, I could fix it. She made it totally worse. The stain is set into the rug.
My intentions were to help out.
Do you feel as though she had pure intentions?
No.
You don't? You think it was done purposely?
First of all, it wasn't a glass. It was a whole pitcher that she knocked over onto the rug.
She knocked over a pitcher of beet juice?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, you said it was glass.
A glass pitcher?
Okay, Christian ladies here. So it was a whole pitcher of beet juice.
Yes.
Why beet juice?
It was organic beet juice. I wanted an alternative, a healthier one, as opposed to punch.
Oh, because for the baby and where everything's more...
I was trying to appease
and
everyone.
You over there rolling your eyes. I saw you. I happened to catch that. You rolled your eyes. What, you're not a fan of beet juice?
I'm not a fan of how she's telling this story.
What is it that she's saying wrong?
I would expect it for her to go to my house, knock on the door, just to confirm that she could take the item.
The average person, when they see things abandoned, if they think it's abandoned, they don't do that. And I know you all are in Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania law, if someone abandons a piece of property, the finder's keeper sort of thing. It's like, if you can show that there's a voluntary relinquishment of title or claim or possession, to me, someone that has a chair maybe in the driveway, maybe I'm cleaning, but if it's at the curb sort of suggests the chair was kicked to the curb, and whoever wants it, have at it. Now, you weren't there, and we don't have Jasper. Jasper didn't want to show up to court, huh? He didn't want to come see Judge Ross?
He wasn't available.
He wasn't available. Okay, all right, I got you. You suffered a loss with that rug.
Yes.
Do you have proof of your damages?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to see that, please. I'll take it off.
Thank you. And the $850 reflects what?
It reflects the cleaning of the rug and also the depreciated value of the rug.
I see this chair. Is this the chair that was out on the curb?
Yes.
You took a picture of it,
Yes.
but you didn't take a picture of the for free sign.
At that time, I didn't know.
Okay. Interesting. This $303 is all the items that you needed to restore it. And then do you have a picture of what it looks like now?
Yes, I do. I believe it's the last picture.
Oh, wow. Very nice. Was that the rug?
Mm-hmm.
Coming up on America's Court.
It's a big stain. Wow. Okay. So that rug was a wrap
It's over, yes.
for that.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Celine Vance, who is suing Leanne Whitaker for property damage.
Would you agree that it looks better, or you think it looked better the way it was?
I like the original.
You like the original?
Yes.
It does sort of give it a little bit more of an updated look, if nothing else. And then, oh, this is the rug with the beet juice. It's a big stain. Wow. Okay. So that rug was a wrap
It's over, yes.
for that. Okay. Do you have any evidence you want to show me, ma'am? Or
Yes.
because you're countersuing for $1,200.
Yes.
What does that $1,200 reflect?
So the $1,200 is the cost for the chase. I was able to go online to find a similar one.
So this is saying that type of chair dates back to the 1930s.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. So here's the issue. The court has to make a determination whether or not the property was in fact abandoned. And to the reasonable person seeing that item out, would they believe it was abandoned? Did Ms. Whitaker voluntarily relinquish title, right, and possession? But given that the husband had control over the circumstances as to why it was left out, would the average person who's seen something out for hours think that it was abandoned if it's on the curb? There also has to be a specific intent to terminate ownership.
Coming up on America's Court.
I recognize that you put a lot of work into the property, the item, because I also have to balance it with, this is a family item, it's sentimental. This is tough.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Celine Vance, who is suing Leanne Whitaker for property damage.
Something tells me there's a reason why you wanted to convey that there was a sign that said free, because that would satisfy that specific intent of there's no ambiguity. Obviously, the person wanted to get rid of it. They said take it or free or whatever. We don't have that here. And I recognize that you put a lot of work into the property, the item. This is tough, because I also have to balance it with, this is a family item, it's sentimental, it has meaning. It's not like we're talking days at a time, because there's something in Pennsylvania also called accession. And I want to read that to you. If one adds value to another person's property, and it was done in good faith, the person who added value must be reimbursed for the increase of the value. Based on the evidence and the testimony before this court, the gavel is going to come down in favor, well, let's start with the defendant, your counterclaim of $1,200. You really want the chair, correct?
Correct.
I believe you should get it back. That said, at a minimum, the defendant should have to reimburse the plaintiff for the value of the increase and the current value of that property.
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
The $850 was for what?
It was for the price that the professional cleaners charged me to try to clean it, and also the appreciated value of the rug.
Okay. I believe you're entitled to that. You're entitled to get compensated for the out-of-pocket losses you sustained as a result of that rug. The question is, given that you had spent $303 to upgrade the chase, in addition to that, how much more should you be able to get? I think it's appropriate for you to get an additional, I'm going to make it an even $397. So there's $600 for that, $850 for the cleaning for the chair. So the defendant will get the Chase Lounge back. So here's what we're doing. The plaintiff will get the $600 plus another $850 for a total of $1,450. Defendant will get back the chair. If the chair is not returned, then she would be entitled to that $1,200, but we're going to make sure that you, in fact, give her the chair back.
Yes.
All right? So that is the judgment as it relates to both parties. Case closed.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant has been ordered to pay $1,450 and receive the chaise lounge back.
If the parties have any words or thoughts for each other before we step outside?
I think that the judge was fair, and I'm glad this could be resolved.
I'm glad we're getting our chair back.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group. Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
He was also aware that those charges were non-refundable, and he signed the contract.
Were you aware that the charges were non-refundable, and did you sign a contract to such?
I did sign a non-refundable contract for 50 minutes sessions.
In my courtroom, it's about equity and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something.
That's not going to happen. Not up in here. Not today.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Miranda Hale claims she provided fitness training for the defendant and says he quit after 7 sessions and reversed his credit card charges because she rejected his advances.
All rise. Remain standing and come to order. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Ms. Hale is suing Jason Reed in the amount of $1,120.
All parties have been sworn, Your Honor.
Third to Deputy Thomas. All right, so this lawsuit involves $1,120 for some training sessions that you say, Ms. Hale, you delivered, but the defendant, Mr. Reed, decided he was not going to pay you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's talk about this. So you're a personal trainer.
Yes, Your Honor.
How long have you been doing this?
I've been doing it for 4 years.
4 years. What got you into it?
Well, my dad was a trainer for various sports teams, and I actually went to college for sports medicine.
Like what, physical therapy and kinesiology, all that stuff?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're living your dream.
Yeah.
Do you work with your dad or do you work by yourself?
I don't. I work by myself now, Your Honor, and I love it. I have 15 clients that I meet with weekly, and we have a whole strict regimen of the body and the mind as well.
All right. How is it that you came in contact with Mr. Reed?
He DM'd me.
Did you DM her?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what made you decide to DM her through Instagram?
I was doing my own research on Google. Her page was recommended to me via the algorithm. I looked at her videos, thought she appeared professional, and I messaged her directly.
I take it after that message that you received, you said, okay, do you respond to all the DMs you receive regarding? Why'd you laugh?
Yes, Your Honor, I get a lot. Most of them are random men, but He seemed very
And
active.
these men who are DMing you is a little bit more of a, oh, I'm interested in you potentially.
Yes, Your Honor.
That happens often.
Yes, Your Honor.
I would imagine if you're into physical training, you're showing your physique off because that becomes your product.
Yes, Your Honor. I want to be inspiring, especially to the younger girls out there.
Okay, there's a reason that I'm asking this because I would imagine you have to develop a pretty thick skin.
Yeah.
Because you're putting yourself out there and you know what you're doing.
I'm aware of what I think is going to happen
That
when
part.
I do it. Yes.
Okay, all right. So it's not like it's oblivious to you like,
no,
why
not
are
at all.
these men just reaching out to me even though you're showing your product?
Yeah.
All right. And were you impressed with her physique?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And you were thinking out of all the folks who could help you get into shape, she was the one who could really give you what you needed.
Yeah, when I got that recommendation, I got direct access to her videos, her routines.
All right,
the
so
way
it wasn't
she
just
carries herself.
pictures, it was also videos of her working out and the eating and
Yes,
the lifestyle.
Your Honor. I give tutorial videos.
I see. Okay. So you said I'm in.
Yes, Your Honor.
What was the understanding that you entered into?
Well, I first wanted to get general information on how she conducted her program. We decided on a package deal of 10 sessions, 50 minutes each, where she would give me $300 discount. Normally it would be, I believe it was $140 per session, and she knocked that down, $300 total, if I were to pay up front for 10 sessions.
There were 10 sessions, 50 minutes each.
Yes, Your Honor.
$140 per session. If you paid up front, she'd knock off $300, so that meant instead of paying $1,400, you would pay
$1,100.
$1,100. And you said deal.
Yeah, and he was also aware that those charges were non-refundable, and he signed the contract.
Were you aware that the charges were non-refundable, and did you sign a contract to such
Yes, Your
understanding?
Honor. I
All
did
right.
sign a non-refundable contract for 50 minutes sessions.
All right. The first session, was there a problem?
No, he showed up on time. He was excited. We shared about what his goals were. He actually planned on going to a Vegas bachelor party, and he was excited and looking forward to it. So he really wanted to work his upper body, so I created a regimen that went through all those steps, and he was looking forward to it.
How often were the sessions? Was it every few days? Was it once a week?
It was twice a week.
So the second day of that first week, still no problems.
No, it was around the third or fourth session.
There started being problems.
Yes, I noticed he started making comments about my appearances. I would wear different colored shirts, and he would comment on things like my eyes.
Coming up on America's Court.
Do you recall making a comment about her breast?
Never.
You never made a comment about her breast?
No.
So she's completely making this up?
She's completely making this up, yes.
All right.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Miranda Hale, who is suing Jason Reed for breach of contract.
Did you talk about how her eyes were popping?
No, Your Honor, I would disagree with that. The only time I mentioned...
Well, hold on a moment. When you say you disagree with that, I'm asking you, did you ever have a conversation where you mentioned something about her eyes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so that said yes. And what is it that you said about her eyes?
It was in relation to her business practices. She has
Okay.
50,000 followers on social media.
What does that have to do with her eyes?
Well, the fact that she has a lot of followers has to do a lot with her appearance and how she markets herself.
Your Honor, I think the fact that I have a lot of followers.
I got this.
Okay. Yes.
What did you say about her eyes?
Just that a lot of her followers must like a lot of aspects about her, including her eyes.
So you said, wow, you got all these followers. The people who are following you must really be into your eyes.
Yes.
All right. Is that how it was couched?
That is not how it was stated, Your Honor.
So there was a conversation about eyes. You all have a different interpretation of what that conversation was.
Yes. I think he knows what the interpretation was.
All right, so he's saying no. This happened, we're now in week 2.
Yes, Your Honor.
And was there anything else that he did that you said, okay, red flag? See, this is why I asked you in the beginning about the whole thing about the DM and what are you wearing in these videos, because you are probably used to this.
I am. It's when I work one-on-one with the client, we normally don't talk about appearances. I'm there for them. This is purely not anything that would ever be romantic.
Other than the eyes, was there anything else that he mentioned?
He would comment on my chest if I wore a shirt.
What did he
and I
say
would be
about your
swatting him.
chest?
He would say, it looks good in that top. If I wore a particularly low
He's
sports
referring
bra.
to your breasts.
Yes.
And saying that they look good in that particular top.
Yes. Things that just do not need to be said when this is a professional environment.
Sir, do you recall making a comment about her breast?
Never.
You never made a comment
Never.
about her breast?
No.
So she's completely making this up?
She's completely making this up, yes.
All right, and yet, when you say that at some point you cut off the sessions, why did you do that?
Throughout the entire time of our relationship as physical trainer and client, I felt that she was not giving me the attention that I felt I signed up for.
I'm sorry, repeat that, sir? You said you weren't getting the attention.
I wasn't getting the right attention.
And you canceled the services and
reversed the $1,100 that I paid to her initially.
How many sessions had you had when you did this?
After the 7th session, I canceled our relationship.
So 7 sessions in, when
Yes,
you decide you're going to cancel the remaining 3 sessions?
Yes, Your Honor.
And reverse the charges on the ones that you already got the benefit of the sessions?
Benefit's a strong word, but yes, Your Honor.
You don't feel as though you should have paid anything?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So for those 7 sessions that you had, your feeling was, you don't get a dime of my money, even though you have been with me now for almost 2 months, and you deserve nothing.
In simple terms, yes.
Okay.
But there's a lot more
And what was
details
the
to it.
justification in your mind that you had for her not getting a penny in 2 months?
Because I hired what I assumed would be a professional personal trainer.
Well, then that would maybe be after session 2 or 3. You're 7 sessions in.
Your Honor, and it was after.
I got this.
Yes.
Because it doesn't make sense to me that you would be that dissatisfied and that unhappy and keep going.
Well, I attempted to engage in a positive work relationship with Ms. Hale.
You don't feel as though you had a positive work relationship with her?
I attempted to.
All right.
See,
and your
every-
attempts failed at around session 7.
At around session 7 is when I asked her to dinner to be more forthcoming about my complaints about
Your Honor, it was
our
after I
sessions.
rejected him at dinner
Ma'am?
is that he decided.
I know you're used to being in control with your clients. Boss Ross is the only person that's directing the flow here.
Yes, Your Honor.
And there's a reason, if you are not being asked a question, you good.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
So I was saying, so at the beginning of our sessions, I noticed that she was spending an inordinate amount of time on the phone, taking selfies, texting people, talking to other people in the gym, messing with the equipment to the point where I realized that a majority
It took
of
you
our
7 sessions to realize that she was preoccupied with taking selfies and being on the phone with other potential clients or doing things other than really focusing on you. It took you 7 sessions to realize that.
The first 2 sessions, I assumed she
All right, let's
would.
talk about session 6. Where did you come to this realization? When did you have this epiphany? She's not taking care of me. She's not really doing what I need her to do.
About the 4th session is when I began
And
to really.
so the 4th session, as I'm following up with you on this, but then you go back for 2 more, and then a third, and then another one after those 2.
Well,
so why do you keep coming back?
I keep coming back because I'm trying different ways to keep her engaged, Your Honor.
Okay.
Which is where the personal
You've
comments
mentioned 2
came in.
different things. You said you want to keep her engaged, and you invited her out to dinner.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why not lunch? Why not breakfast? Why did you have to invite her out to dinner?
I work during the day as a day trader in downtown Los Angeles, so I spend a lot of my time at work. So the only times I'm available is in the afternoons or evenings when we had our sessions.
And so your conversation, tell me how that went.
I asked her if she would be willing to meet with me for dinner and to talk about my future in our personal training sessions.
And what session was this when you did that?
After session 7.
Coming up on America's Court.
It seemed as if I just clearly rejected him and he was in a way retaliating against me in the way that this is now.
You're telling me you were not interested in her.
I was not. I have a girlfriend of 6 years. She's my queen.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Miranda Hale, who is suing Jason Reed for breach of contract.
After session 7,
yes, Your Honor,
you still were not letting go of the fact that you wanted to have this continuous relationship with her professionally.
Yes, Your Honor.
Since I have your evidence, Ms. Hale, what else do you want to say?
I have a list of the fitness plan that I gave him, as well as the personal training agreement that he signed.
I see the personal training agreement. I see the services. I see that it says no refunds. It's on the first page. You saw that there was no refunds, correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you ever have a conversation with her or send her any correspondence saying, I don't feel as though that should apply to me, I can avoid the contract because I wasn't happy?
No, Your Honor, but at the same time, the contract deemed for 50-minute sessions.
Okay.
If I'm getting 10 to 15 minutes of attention where she's simply giving me curt, quick answers to my questions, not engaging with me, not telling me how my muscle groups work together, not telling me the correct form, consistency, then I did not get what
she wasn't giving you all that, and your response
Your Honor, if I may, the past 2 sessions, or the first 2 sessions, sorry, I was explaining everything. I gave him a regiment warm-up plan. I'm sorry, I don't believe I need to sit by you while you walk on the treadmill for 5 minutes while you're doing a warm-up. He seemed to have a problem with it if I wasn't always by his side. It seemed as if I just clearly rejected him and he was in a way retaliating against me in the way that this is now.
You believe that this is all about the fact that he was interested in you?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
You're telling me you were not interested in her?
I was not. I have a girlfriend of 6 years. She's my queen. She's my one and only. I would not do that.
I see.
Coming up on America's Court.
You know you could have done that beforehand.
Well, that's my point. I didn't want that. I wanted a personal trainer, someone who could give me more insight.
I've been doing this for 4 years. I do believe that is what you got.
I disagree entirely.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Miranda Hale, who is suing Jason Reed for breach of contract.
You know, this is why I had you do a lie detector test.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's take a look at the results. With an accuracy rate of 98.2, you were asked the following question, and I have your response. Were you, Jason Reed, attracted to Miranda Hale? Your answer was no. The lie detector test found deception. Did you, Jason Reed, invite Miranda Hale out to dinner because you were interested in dating her? You said no. The lie detector test found no deception, which is surprising to me, based on what my thought process was here. We still have the issue, though, if you enter into a contract with someone, if you already had 7 sessions with her and you were willing to go to dinner to potentially have an 8th, 9th, and 10th session, I can't see legally where you are on solid ground to say she's not entitled to any money. Anything you want to add based on what I just said, sir?
I believe that I paid for a personal trainer. I did not get a personal trainer. What she offered, I could have gotten on online videos.
You know you could have done that beforehand.
Well, that's my point. I didn't want that. I wanted a personal trainer, someone who could give me more insight.
I've been doing this for 4 years. I do believe that is what you got.
I disagree entirely.
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
I'm an older person, so when you say I've been doing this for 4 years, that's not quite the flex that someone says, I've been doing this for 30 years, 4 years, you're still new, but I believe you know what you're doing.
I've had over 200 clients over my past 4 years.
Well, that says something. I've heard enough, though. Based on the evidence and the testimony before this court, the gavel is going to come down in favor of the plaintiff. Because you may not have necessarily have asked her out for romantic personal interests, but certainly you didn't operate from a standpoint of being above ground. And because of that, just the way that you did that in terms of reversing the charges, that to me would not be a situation that I could say, okay, I'm good with that. No, I'm not good with it at all. So you will pay that $1,120. I believe the $20 was the
The chargeback fee.
The chargeback fee, right?
Yes,
You're
Your Honor.
entitled to that as well. And good luck with you and your queen. That is the order. Case closed.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant has been ordered to pay $1,120.
Do you have any final thoughts or words to each other before you step outside?
This is a ridiculous waste of time.
Wish you the best with your next personal trainer.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group. Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
You can't go after the college. You can't go after the league. So the only person left is Mr. Myers.
He's the only one guilty.
Well, who else would there be to sue?
Nobody else but him, because he's the one who's responsible for my injuries.
In my courtroom, it's about equity and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something.
That's not going to happen. Not up in here. Not today.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Corey Bartlett claims he suffered multiple concussions after a football coach told players to target him during games, and says he lost his athletic scholarship due to the injuries.
All rise. Remain standing and come to order. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Mr. Bartlett is suing Mitchell Myers in the amount of $10,000.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
All parties have been sworn, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Thomas. Mr. Bartlett, you are making some strong accusations here.
Yes, Your Honor.
As it relates to Mr. Myers, Coach Myers, probably referred to by many. And you're saying that his actions resulted in you suffering some injuries that then ultimately led to you not being able to take advantage of an athletic scholarship.
Yeah, that's correct, Your Honor.
You want Mr. Myers to pay in the amount of $10,000, which would reflect the loss of that scholarship. Prove your case.
I've been playing football my whole life. I come from a football family.
And you're like 60 now, right?
Okay, I'm 18 years old. Just graduated high school, but I've been playing football since I could walk.
Okay.
I've been playing football.
Yes.
And during the off season, I played for this team called the Plainview Rattlers in the spring.
So you play year-round?
Yes, sir.
So this means a lot to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Myers, let me hear your story about how you got involved with this
Good morning,
football.
Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
I have also been in sports, particularly football, all my life. Through high school, college, I had scholarships from one of the well-known colleges, and I decided not to go.
Have you had any issues during the tenure of your coaching experience?
I can't think of any, and this is the first time I have been in court regarding how I managed my team or how I coached.
Let's talk about that, because Mr. Bartlett, you're saying that you feel as though Coach Myers' actions as it relates to his players were intentional and that you were targeted.
That's right, Your Honor. That's right.
How do you prove that, sir?
During the spring season, my team, the Plainview Rattlers, played against his team twice, and in both occasions, I sustained concussions. So the first time we played against them, I was in the pocket getting ready to throw the ball, as I usually do, and then when I threw it, one of his players, per his instructions, tackled me from behind.
Well, you can't say that with certainty. You can only describe what you observed while you were on the field. You don't know what conversations have transpired between the coach and his players, or even amongst themselves as to, okay, we're gonna teach him a lesson. We're gonna sit him on his butt for a minute. But ultimately what ended up happening was one of the players on the opposing team hit you in such a way.
That's right. He hit me well after I threw the ball, from behind as well, which is, you know.
But did he, it was something about
it.
spearing you. Is that in this incident or another one?
That's the second incident.
That was the second one where there was a spearing that took place.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So that's
using the top of the helmet, the crown, to go in.
Correct, Your Honor.
How much time went by from the first incident to the second incident?
3 months.
All right, continue.
The second time I played Coach Meyer's team, I was running down.
Who won the first time, by the way?
They did.
They did. Okay.
Yeah. But to be fair, I was out for the rest of the game. I went to the hospital.
The first time?
Yes.
After that hit, you could not continue to play?
I was not able to continue, no. I was diagnosed with a mild concussion. And I have evidence here to prove my medical records.
From the first time or the second time?
Both.
All right, so you went and had some observations made with respect to the extent of your injuries. It was determined to be mild, and they said I'm sure the protocol was you couldn't play for a while.
I couldn't play for 3 weeks.
All right, 3 weeks, and then you're back out there going at it.
Yes, Your Honor. So, yeah.
And then 3 months later, you're back with this team. Had you had any other situations where you had been hit?
No, Your Honor.
Or suffer any sort of concussion?
No, Your Honor.
But here we are again playing the same team. So now it's a rematch.
And now it's a rematch, and the same thing but worse happens this time. I was running down the sidelines with the football, and one of his players speared me. I mean, which you know what that means, which means he uses, instead of tackling over the shoulder or anything like that, he uses his helmet as a weapon, essentially.
And that's considered illegal, correct?
Correct. Depending on the severity of it, obviously there are coaches, there are referees on the field.
Did you feel as though that was a fair call, that it was identified as a spearing situation?
It was a foul, but it was not that my player was never ejected from the game.
Coming up on America's Court.
And are you saying that as a result of the spearing incident, that knocked you out of contention?
Yes,
for
Your
the
Honor.
Scholarship?
Yes, Your Honor. So what happened was...
And the scholarship was for how much?
$10,000.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Corey Bartlett, who is suing Mitchell Myers for negligence.
Mr. Myers, continue.
The referees decided as to how bad it was. And if it was that bad, that vicious, or perhaps intentional, they will eject the player.
Well, the ref was clearly behind that game because he should have been ejected. I was cleared off on a stretcher, extremely dizzy.
I'm surprised why the referee is not here, Your Honor.
Felt nauseous, dizzy, almost vomited. Earlier in the season, I received a partially athletic scholarship from a local college to play football there. And now...
When you started...
Before the season started, before the spring league season started. But it was
contingent upon you being able to accept the offer. And
it was contingent on me being healthy enough.
Exactly.
Come the season starting.
And are you saying that as a result of the spearing incident, that knocked you out of contention?
Yes,
for
Your Honor.
The scholarship?
Yes, Your Honor. So what happened was...
And the scholarship was for how much?
$10,000.
You have proof of the offer as well as that includes the amount?
I have proof of the offer being revoked, Your Honor.
You have proof of the offer being revoked?
Because I was deemed too much of a risk to take on due to the injuries I sustained.
All right, mild brain injury, mild traumatic. And then you have the second, and this one says moderate to traumatic. And this is the college saying they have to revoke because in good conscience, they don't feel as though you are going to be able to take advantage due to your 2 recent head injuries.
Yes, Your Honor.
And they didn't feel as though it was in your best interest to play football there. It's a risk they couldn't afford to take. So you can't go after the college because you never started there to begin with. You can't go after the league, so the only person left
that's not the case, Your Honor. Like, he's the not the only one left. He's the only one guilty.
Well, who else would there be to sue?
Nobody else but him, because he's the one who's responsible for my injuries.
Okay.
Your Honor.
So let's talk about that. You have a witness.
Yes,
and
Your Honor.
I'm going to have a conversation with both of you. Have that witness come on up. What's your last name, sir?
Wellers.
Wellers?
Brian Wellers.
Mr. Wellers, why are you here, sir?
I'm here because, to be honest, I wouldn't be here if I didn't have to. And I think this situation is completely ridiculous, and I'm here to support Corey's case.
When you say this situation is ridiculous, what are you referring to?
So basically, Coach Myers was my ex-coach.
How long were you a player for Coach Myers?
Just 1 year.
Coach Myers, do you recognize Mr. Wellers?
Yes, Your Honor, I do. And
was he, in fact, on your team under your guidance and leadership for a 1 year period?
That is correct.
All right. And what were you going to say, Mr. Wellers?
Well, I played as a safety. My position was safety, and as part of me and the defense team, one of his main rules, except making sure we win the games, his main focus was pretty much injuring the other players.
Coach Myers said, my objective in working with you young men is that you injure the other opposing team.
Objection, Your Honor. He had a bounty system, a reward system
Well, hold
that
on a
rewarded
moment.
his
You
own
had
players.
Mr. Wellers come here, so I'm letting him speak.
Coach Myers had a bounty system where each player would get points depending on the tackle we commit on the opposing team's player. So it was a pretty simple system.
Was there some sort of bounty system involving points in your program, sir?
Your Honor, there was a system that they call it bounty system. It is not. Basically, it was an encouragement and recognition system that we gave to the players.
All right, so now we're talking semantics.
You got points for
So let's take our, sir, slow your roll. We have some sort of system where points are given.
Yes, Your Honor.
Based on
good plays.
Good plays.
Meaning that if a player, obviously the game is all tackle. If a player tackles and misses the running back or whatever, obviously that's a 0. If they do a clean tackle and obviously stop it somehow, that was like a point. Hey, you did good. But there are some players that actually what they do is once they tackle, they drive the other player further back. So basically what they do, they even gain a yardage. So these
they
were
gain advantage.
Right,
your
exactly.
objective shouldn't be to injure the opposing team's
The
players.
manner in which your players tackled me was not.
Gentlemen, we're not doing all that up in here.
Listen.
That's not, sir, Mr. Wellers, you played for Mr. Myers, which makes sense to me that you would give some sort of point system for a job well done, but you're saying it went beyond that.
Yes, so I didn't finish the point system. Pretty much the most points you would get is if you would injure the player with your fall.
He said, if you injure a player, I'm going to get you an extra, you're going to get extra points.
So pretty much you get 1 point for just a simple tackle, 2 points for a foul.
He said, if you injure another player, you're going to get it.
Yes.
Sir, your objection is overruled.
And then to make the whole situation even worse, he had a target list of all the best players in the league. And if one of our defenders was able to injure one of those targeted players, we would get a couple bonus points.
And what was the ultimate win in terms of a collection of these points? At the end of the day, did you get money? Was there a dinner?
No money, no dinner. He had pretty much a Hawkeye award that the
you were
player
given
with the
some
most
sort
points.
of recognition in the form of a
It's pretty much bragging rights.
All right. What Mr. Wellers is saying is potentially very damaging, sir.
Coming up on America's Court.
I am a role model. I have to do what's best. I could never, ever just basically say, oh, you have to go hit somebody and make sure you injure them.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Corey Bartlett, who is suing Mitchell Myers for negligence.
What do you feel is the motivation, if there's any, that Mr. Wellers would have, given that he played on your team, to say the things that he's sharing with the court right now?
If I may, Your Honor, after being in football so long, going to being trained as a coach, and obviously coaching these teenagers, I am a role model. I have to do what's best in order to be a good role model. I could never, ever bring out and just basically say, oh, you have to go hit somebody and make sure you injure them. There's absolutely, the wording is not there, and it's speculation or his interpretation of what I said.
It's not speculation if he hears you say you get points for injuring a player.
Clean tackle.
No.
Good tackle.
You get points for a clean
tackle, good tackle, driving them back. These are all.
But you're saying the words that came out of his mouth were, if you quote unquote injure another player, you get points.
Yes, you're right, Your Honor.
I'm finding it really challenging to think that you all were playing against each other and you were on Mr. Myers, Coach Myers' team, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're saying even when you all played against each other, this is what was going on as it relates to Mr. Bartlett?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you say anything to him at the time that this was going on?
No, I didn't, because I was younger. I didn't think it's that of a big issue. I understood the logic behind tackling players and, winning the games, which actually was one of his tactics. He wanted to get rid of all of the good players in the league by injuring them.
Coming up on America's Court.
He's a quarterback. Maybe he doesn't even understand what his position is. When he holds on to the ball, he's going to get hit.
Don't think it escaped me that you kind of got your digs in and you're a grown man.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Corey Bartlett, who is suing Mitchell Myers for negligence.
Are we talking about two different players in the two different incidences that occurred that ended up causing you the concussion? Or were we talking about one particular player?
Two different players.
Two different players.
Two different players?
Yes.
Do you have any evidence, sir?
Yes, sir.
What do you have?
If I may. Your Honor, when we're playing another team, we normally view all the previous games, the previous videos, and distinguish basically who's playing what and how, and try to find their actually weak spots, meaning that if somebody is, running well from the right and not left, obviously what we want to do is force them to run to the left so we can, obviously do better against that.
So you gave me a scouting report.
Correct. Now, if that scouting report, if you actually see, is that basically here it shows his playing pattern. Basically shows that he actually defies the coach's directions as to what he should do as a quarterback. He should release the ball.
So it takes a minute to hurt me.
This is a scouting report, and it's not my report. It's coming from scouters that are professionals and
that are just objectively
exactly
calling balls and strikes.
So it just shows his pattern of playing, basically running instead of actually throwing the ball. He's a quarterback. Maybe he doesn't even understand what his position is. And therefore, obviously, when he holds on to the ball and they're trying to actually sack,
I'm more athletic than the average quarterback, so I can afford
he's going to get
maneuver past some players before I throw the ball.
Don't think it escaped me that you kind of got your digs in and you're a grown man.
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
Both times you were tackled while you were holding the ball, right?
The first time I was tackled after I threw the ball.
The second time it was you running the ball.
Yes.
Because what I have to decide is, did Coach Myers actually say to players, you get points for injuring an opposing player? I think any coach that does that needs to be prosecuted and charged criminally with injury to another person. So these allegations are serious. We're talking about someone committing felonious crimes toward another person, which could result in their liberties being taken. So the court has to be convinced beyond a preponderance of the evidence that this particular defendant would be that callous and careless to say specifically, I want you young men to go out and commit crimes. That's what you're asking me to conclude.
Yes, Your Honor.
And based on the evidence and the testimony before this court, the gavel has to come down in favor of the defendant, because I cannot make that conclusion based on the information that I had here. Your matter's dismissed, sir. That is the order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Case closed.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's case has been dismissed.
I told you guys, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to countersue you, and not $10,000, $100,000.
We have his word against yours. You got very fortunate today. That's it.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group. Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
The agreement that we agreed upon, pay me in installments of whatever he could every 2 weeks until the $3,000 was paid.
What he said was, as much as I can, whenever I can.
In my courtroom, it's about equity, and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something. That's not gonna happen. Not up in here, not today. And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Joshua Meha claims he took out a loan to help his cousin with car repairs and says the defendant refused to repay him.
All rise. Remain standing and come to order. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Mr. Meha is suing Ian Sanchez in the amount of $1,200. Mr. Sanchez is countersuing for $1,200.
All parties have been sworn, Your Honor.
Clerk, your Deputy Thomas. Mr. Meha, you're suing your family member, Mr. Sanchez, in the amount of $1,200. Mr. Sanchez, you're saying we are good. You don't owe him anything.
We are more than good because I believe that he owes me. I'm countersuing as well.
All right, your countersuit is for $1,200. All right, Mr. Meha, let's start with you. Prove your case.
As cousins, we have been in a strong familial relationship for many, many years. The relationship that we've had has always been tight. He's always been I'm sorry, Your Honor, has always been close.
Did anything cause you to stop being close?
Well, Your Honor, to tell you the truth, it is this matter that has separated us.
So prior to this, you may have had situations, but none that would cause you to be strained in your relationship.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. Is that true, Mr. Sanchez?
Correct.
Or are you thinking about an incident that he's not remembering or recollecting?
Well, aside from this one, I couldn't remember much.
Because the issue here is you decided to take out a loan to benefit your cousin.
That is correct, Your Honor.
You accepted the loan and agreed to pay the loan back. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Why did you have to think about that?
Well, it was under the terms of what you said.
But you made an agreement to pay the loan back.
To a certain extent, yes.
And then there's still this interesting pause, this pregnant pause.
Yes, Your Honor.
The loan was for how much?
Originally, it was for $3,000, Your Honor.
And how is it that you ended up saying, I will spot you $3,000 with the understanding that you pay me back?
You see, Your Honor, my cousin Ian Sanchez has always been a man of honor. He's always been...
Have you loaned him money before and you have received payment?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Did you ask him for $3,000?
Correct, Your Honor.
What was the $3,000 for?
For my car.
What was going on with your car?
My car was damaged, Your Honor.
How did it get damaged?
I let one of my mentees use it, and he ended up running over the curb, and it broke off a piece of the bumper.
Well, why wouldn't that person be responsible to make you whole in terms of fixing the car?
Because it was in my heart and my willingness to give. And when you give, you typically don't expect. And so I told myself...
You said mentee. Are you in some sort of program with young people at risk?
Yes, I do. In my volunteer time, I do volunteer help adolescents that are at risk.
Okay, that's admirable. All right.
But normally for my job, I manage artists, musical artists, R&B. That's what I do for my actual job.
All right, so your hustle is managing artists.
Correct. That's
your
how
passion is mentoring kids.
Correct. Mentoring the next generation because the next generation is inevitable, Your Honor.
And one of these next generation mentees crashed your hoopty.
In a sense, if you put it that way, Your Honor, correct.
Okay, and you did not have the money to pay for it yourself, to repair?
Not at the time, I did not.
Were there any other options in terms of getting it repaired?
No, that was not.
Could you have continued to drive the vehicle and save the money for the repair?
I couldn't have because you need a front bumper to drive in accordance with the state of California.
The front bumper was completely gone.
Correct, and you need both bumpers to drive front and back.
Was there the possibility that you yourself could take out a loan?
Couldn't, Your Honor.
Because?
Because I'm an independent contractor and I freelance, so typically it's hard to show income for a loan. And my cousin has reliable income.
Say that again for the people in the back.
My cousin works a 9-to-5 job and has a reliable income, as opposed to mine that is based on volume and it's based on taking a percentage of how much output.
What was the agreement? Because I would imagine after hearing the story about the mentee, given that what he's doing is a positive thing, you said, I'm going to help you out, fam.
The agreement that we agreed upon is that after I lend him the $3,000, that he would pay me in installments of whatever he could every 2 weeks until the $3,000 was paid.
Was that the understanding?
Your Honor, what he said was actually as much as I can, whenever I can.
Coming up.
When did that occur?
A couple of years back.
A couple of years back?
Years, Your Honor.
Is that true?
I would say a couple of months.
Okay, then someone's lying.
About a year and a half.
Oh, that was so easy for you to change your mind.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Joshua Meha, who is suing Ian Sanchez for breach of contract.
Did you pay him anything?
I did, Your Honor.
How much did you pay him?
It was roughly $1,800.
So you paid him $1,800 of the $3,000 that you owed over the course of what period of time?
I send a lot in a month because I had a couple artists that did a couple shows, so I was able to give that money, but...
So from the time you received the $3,000, you took that money, you went and got the car repaired.
Correct.
And within 30 to 60 days, you had already repaid $1,800.
Correct, Your Honor, because I had a windfall lump sum at the time.
Understood. And then I take it the $1,200 that was remaining is the $1,200 that you are suing for.
That is correct, Your Honor.
When did you pay from today? How long has it been since you last paid him? That totaled $1,800. Has it been 30 days? Has it been 2 months? Has it been 3 months? Has it been 6 months?
I haven't paid him in exceeding of that.
Although within the first 30 to 60 days, you paid him $1,800.
Correct, because I could at the time. And because actually that he owes me from the time before that.
Well, that's a whole different issue. That's like comparing apples with asparagus.
Then
we have two separate things going on here, because what we have is you didn't say initially, well, I know you're going to be giving me $3,000, but I'm not going to really give you back $3,000 because you actually owe me from this, that, and the other.
Well, respectfully,
did you say that to him?
I said as much as I can, whenever I can.
Did you say anything else?
That's
so
it.
Why didn't you bring up that you felt as though he had owed you money then? That would have been the time to say that. Why didn't you?
I did, in person, Your Honor.
At the time, as you had paid the $1,800 to begin with, you said, really, you should be good because you already owe me $1,200.
He owes me, correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So this $1,200, was it mentioned beforehand when you were having the conversation about the $3,000 and the repayment of that?
No, it was not, Your Honor. It was only stated after the primary $1,800 was first paid to me, and that can be proven with my evidence through text messages.
I want to see. In fact, Deputy Thomas, read the text message, whatever that is that he's referring to.
Here we go. Hey, cuz, everything okay? You haven't paid me since the 9th. Yeah, I've been meaning to talk to you about that. Okay, talk to me. What's up? I don't think I owe the rest. What do you mean you don't owe the rest? There's still $1,200 left. Josh, when your car was in the shop, who drove you to work every day and I never charged you? Are you serious right now? If you had taken Uber twice a day for weeks, you wouldn't have easily spent that what I owe you. You agreed to repay $3,000, not $1,800, minus imaginary ride fees. They're not imaginary. I drove you for almost 2 months.
Is that pretty much the essence of how this
Yeah, and then it goes on and on. That's pretty much what it says.
Okay. Is that accurate, that text chain?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. Is it true that he gave you rides during the period that you needed transportation?
That is correct, Your Honor.
When did that occur?
A couple of years back.
A couple of years back.
Years, Your Honor.
Is that true? Years?
I would say a couple of months.
Okay, then someone's lying. We can't confuse months with years.
About a year and a half.
Oh, that was so easy for you to change your mind.
A year is singular.
A year and a half.
Plural,
and so in the year and a half, let's go with a year and a half. And how long would you say, Mr. Meha?
More so 2 years.
All right, so somewhere between 18 and 24 months, there was a situation where you, Mr. Sanchez, were giving rides to your cousin.
Correct, Your Honor. And I also have some evidence to actually tell exactly where this is going.
All right, let me see your evidence.
You want to see that?
Yes. And what is it that you're purporting to?
More text messages.
Oh, this is a different set of text messages.
Correct, Your Honor. It's the amount of actual expected value that was actually given from those rides that actually exceeds the amount, and hence why I am countersuing.
Cuz my car just died on me. Shopped for a couple of weeks, I'm stressing. Dang, man, that sucks. Where do you have to go today? Downtown? Don't even worry about it. I can swing by and grab you. Seriously, that would save my life. Yeah, man, it's nothing. Just be ready in like 30 minutes. I owe you big time. It's all good. That's what family's for. You still good to grab me after work? This is you, Mr. Meha. Traffic's wild, but I'll be there in about 20. Man, I appreciate you doing this every day. I know it's out of your way. Don't trip about it. I got you, man. For real, though. I got you, fam. Anytime you need something, just say the word ha-ha. I'm going to remember that. Mechanic says the car might be another week before it's ready. I hate asking you, but the ride's still cool. Don't trip. I got you. You keep saying, don't trip. I got you. You say it twice.
Coming up on America's Court.
He's like, don't trip. This is what we do. We fam, right?
That is correct, Your Honor.
That is correct. So then it's time for him, and he's like, man, I don't have this $3,000. Don't trip. What?
I got
you.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Joshua Meha, who is suing Ian Sanchez for breach of contract.
I have my own interpretation of don't trip, I got you. What's your interpretation?
Well, first, Your Honor, I believe you're mistaken. I believe that that's what my cousin...
You don't know what my interpretation is. So you don't know if I'm mistaken. It could be the same as yours. It could not. I'm asking you, what's your interpretation?
To me, it meant that because he was doing me a service at the time, that in the future I would help him out.
A service, Your Honor, respectfully.
Because that's what family does. When someone says, I got you, they're saying, you're good. You're going to be okay because of the relationship that we have with each other. So it's all going to work itself out. It's all going to come clean in the wash. So did you ever get him, or was for you the get was the $3,000 loan?
To me, Your Honor, because of the time between my incident and this incident, I had never really considered.
Consider it. Consider it now. You keep telling someone, man, I hate to inconvenience you. Oh, I really appreciate that. He's like, don't trip. This is what we do. We fam. Right?
That is correct, Your Honor.
That is correct. So then it's time for him, and he's like, man, I don't have this $3,000. Don't trip. What?
I got you.
Coming up on America's Court.
When he gave me those rides, it was through the bond of family. Going out of my way to get this personal loan that I have since had to pay off, and I do feel that I am still owed that $1,200.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Joshua Meha, who is suing Ian Sanchez for breach of contract.
Because there's no conversation about dollar amounts, timelines, expectations. But when it came time for you, you were a little bit more structured. You were a little bit more contractual in your exchange with your family member, with your familia. So based on the evidence and the testimony before this court, I'm going to make a ruling. But before I make this ruling, I want you to ask yourself, now that we've read through these texts and had this conversation, do you want to perhaps reconsider how much of the balance you actually should be entitled to? And if so, what would that amount be? If not, that's fine, and I'll make a ruling. So I'm gonna put it on you, fam.
Your Honor, when he gave me those rides, it was through the bond of family. Me going out of my way to get this personal loan that I have since had to pay off because my cousin hasn't, was more structural. It was known to be a loan, and I do feel that I am still owed that $1,200.
May I make a statement, Your Honor?
Quickly.
Truthfully, cousin, when I used that gas to give you all those rides back then, I was using my credit card. And I'm still paying it off, you know? So now it's coming to light. You're still paying that one off. I'm still paying this off, and I didn't say anything. And as far as I know, I haven't signed a promissory note.
Because I got you, fam.
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
So based on the evidence and the testimony before this court, we're going to start with your counterclaim, sir. This $1,200 is just out of thin air. There was no offer or acceptance or consideration in terms of the amount over a period of time. It just so happens to conveniently match the amount of money that is left. There was no contract there. And again, with the presumption that it's a gift, in your situation, it was. Your matter's dismissed. As it relates to the plaintiff's claim of $1,200, there were terms, it was specified, it was an agreement, it's in the text, this is how much I'm going to pay. And the problem that you have, sir, is you're giving the court what's considered an admission by the fact that you paid $1,800. So you were in the mindset of this is an amount that I have to pay. So your actions overtake whatever your thoughts were because you were showing that you were going to be committed to this relationship in terms of having Mr. Mayha receive that $1,200. If you take that $1,200, that really says a lot to me about how you value Mr. Sanchez, your family. But otherwise, the plaintiff is entitled to that $1,200. That is the order. Case closed.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant has been ordered to pay $1,200.
I still love you, and I'm sorry I had to come to this.
If you did all this for $1,200, what makes you think I could trust you with $2,000?
This has been a production of Allen Media Group. Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
He was getting his hair cut and he kind of rushed out and kind of left out already. I'm waiting for payments, and then he storms out and left, and there was a text message that I'll share with you where he made a comment talking about, I don't know if I want to be here anymore, which made me feel like he might try to end himself or end his life.
In my courtroom, it's about equity and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something. That's not gonna happen. Not up in here, not today. And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Malik Reed says he opened up to his barber about personal struggles and says he lost his job after the defendant told his employer he was dealing with mental health issues.
All rise. Remain standing and come to order. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Mr. Reed is suing Evan Carlisle in the amount of $15,000.
All parties have been sworn, Your Honor.
Third Deputy Thomas. Mr. Reed, you want $15,000, the maximum in Georgia, because you feel as though there was interference with respect to your livelihood and employment.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Reed, you were the one who initially put the plaintiff in a position to even take advantage of the opportunity, yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's start with you, Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Your Honor, it seems like I've been a victim of pretty much being a breadwinner, and honestly...
You're the victim of being a breadwinner?
Yes, sir. To kind of elaborate on that, I've been knowing my barber for 3 years. He's been cutting my hair.
Mr. Carlisle is your barber?
Yes, sir.
And so the two of you, do you have a relationship outside of the chair?
No, not really.
How would you describe the relationship, sir?
I mean, I describe it pretty good, Your Honor. I can't even lie. I stopped going to therapy. And the reason why I stopped going to therapy, I felt like I really wasn't getting nothing out of therapy.
What made you decide to go to therapy in the first place?
Just kind of dealing with the troubles of not being able to provide for your family.
All right. So you were having financial challenges that you weren't bringing home enough monies to cover your costs.
Yes, sir.
And how long were you in therapy?
I was in therapy for about 7 months.
And you felt as though it was monies that was not being well spent?
Yes, sir.
Because you had to pay for it, yes?
Yes, sir.
But you already were having challenges in terms of making ends meet, and you took on the other expense. So you must have felt that there was something worth going into that therapeutic situation.
Yes, Your Honor. When you married, sometimes you got a choice, but in other times, like they say,
now, was the therapy just for you, or was it couples therapy?
Well, it was just for me. I was dealing with just personal problems in my head about just not having a job.
All right. And why did you make it a point to share this with me that you were in therapy, sir?
I made it as a point to share with you because it shows you that I was putting forth the effort to get better instead of being suicidal or not wanting to be here.
Well, did you have those thoughts?
Not at all, sir. I've only was laid off for about 6 months. Wasn't enough time for me to just end it off, leave my beautiful wife and kids.
Okay, so then you said this twice now in terms of this, the thought process associated with not wanting to remain alive. And you're saying that you didn't have those thoughts.
Correct.
And you're saying as his barber, you had a front row seat, if you will, because typically if you're sitting there in the chair, you're engaging in conversation.
Exactly, Your Honor. If I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
As you know, and especially the black community, when you go get your hair cut at the barbershop, that is what some may consider a safe place, a place where you can kind of, feel comfortable with your barber. I see you with the fresh lineup. If you need to see me, I can get with you too after this is over. I like what you got going on over there. So I've been cutting the,
Flattery will get you everywhere.
I got you. So I've been cutting this hair, and yeah, we did become friends over time. People find themselves getting comfortable in my chair, and they end up telling me everything. I know some of the cats who cut my hair, they cheating on their wives, not the defendant here, but sometimes they get a little personal with what they have going on in their personal life. So I think he found himself getting a little too comfortable in my chair. He probably should have kept that therapy session going, Your Honor.
Well, at the same time, it sounds like not only were you absorbing the information he was sharing with you, but that you were trying to be proactive and do something about his circumstance.
Of course. I mean, I'm not saying I'm a shoulder he could have leaned on, but I was there for him.
Wasn't it your idea for him to get in contact with the employer that's the basis of this suit to begin with?
That is correct, Your Honor.
How did that come about, sir?
So, I introduced him to a friend of mine that I've known for, just as long as I've been cutting hair. He does a lot of events in the city. He works with youth. And I
you all are in Atlanta, yes?
Correct.
Okay.
And I thought that he might be a good fit since he's been looking for work. He's been looking for a job. He coming to the barbershop, late, what I'm saying? I'm waiting for payment sometimes. So I know he's been going through some tough times. I'm only so patient I can be. If you're not coming to the barbershop with your cash in hand, it's not typical for barbers to try to be flexible and work with you. You usually have to pay right at the time. But there's been occasions where, I'm going to cash app you tomorrow or the money's coming later. And I've been patient.
Always set you straight, though.
And I've been patient with him, Your Honor. But after listening for so long.
Is there a balance that's due in terms of money?
He still owe me money right now.
Is that true, sir?
That's a nice suit.
No, sir. I paid late. I mean, he knew I was struggling. That's why he offered to give me a job. I would pay late. a week at most, but I don't owe him
Well,
anything.
you didn't file any sort of countersuit saying that monies were owed for services rendered.
Yeah, because I also consider him a friend. So I'm not sweating the small stuff. That's why I'm surprised that he even brought me here.
Coming up on America's Court.
Were you aware, Mr. Reed, that there had been conversations between Clarence and Mr. Carlisle regarding your private mental health issues?
Not until Mr. Clarence emailed me.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Malik Reed, who is suing Evan Carlisle for invasion of privacy.
Well, you ultimately were talking about an opportunity that you felt you could pass on and he could benefit from.
Exactly.
Talk to me about that.
Exactly. So a friend of mine, Clarence, who I introduced him to, does a lot of work in the community, works with kids, work with youths, works kind of in the mental health department. So I figured it would be a good way for him to also have good community and someone that he could probably learn some things from. So I did connect the two, trying to do my part as a friend.
And Mr. Reed, when he connected you with this gentleman, did you in fact interview for the position?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you have known about the position but for Mr. Carlisle?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So in this particular instance, his referral bore fruit, if you will.
Yes, I had to go through a vetting process. But yes.
Okay.
Speak up.
And what was the vetting process? Mr. Carlisle?
I'm sorry.
I got this. And what was the vetting process, sir?
Pretty much I had to do a working interview for 2 weeks where he pretty much monitored my work
Were you
habits.
compensated during that 2-week period?
No, sir.
All right, so 2 weeks, and after 2 weeks, what happened?
He sent me an email.
So you were supposed to work for 6 months, $1,000, and after 6 months, potentially full-time employment.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes? And then there's a follow-up email. So you worked for how long, sir?
I worked for 2 weeks.
Well, that was the working
interview. And so I was working for about 60 days before I was terminated.
So what is that? That's about 10 weeks, $10,000? And you were terminated because?
On the second page of that email, I was terminated because Evan here thought it was a good idea to tell my new supervisor that I was having mental issues. So he told me I can't be a help if my health isn't on point. So he told me to take some time off and never return my call or reach back out to me.
Mr. Carlisle, did you convey to Mr. Clarence about Mr. Reed's mental state?
So, Your Honor, just to give you a little bit
Was there a conversation with Clarence about the defendant's mental state?
There was, you know.
All right, so the answer is yes.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Copy. Were you aware, Mr. Reed, that there had been conversations between Clarence and Mr. Carlisle regarding your private mental health issues?
Not until Mr. Clarence emailed me and told me I needed to take some time off.
So this was your first awareness that there were even conversations about you between the two of them other than initially the referral?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now I'll come back to you, Mr. Carlisle. Why did you have a conversation with Mr. Clarence as it pertains to Mr. Reed?
Your Honor, I was concerned about my friend that I'd known for 3 years because, as he stated before, he was in therapy, stopped going to therapy. He's giving you a little bit of a light version now.
That he had stopped going to therapy?
It was his behavior after he stopped going to therapy, but he just seemed to be in a dark place. He came to my chair. He came in, you know, obviously he wasn't working, so he come in sloppy, sweatpants, stains.
Wait a minute.
I just saw him declining.
Hold up. Mm-hmm. When he was in a dark place, was this before or after he had gotten the job?
Both. I think he was still struggling financially even when he got the position.
So he had done the working interview and then started with the initial 6 months. And during that 6 months, you noticed that his situation was deteriorating.
Yeah, he still, after he got the job, it still seemed like he going there with a bad attitude. Came to my hair, I didn't know who gave him the cut before the job. So he comes sit in the chair before the job, he's talking, he's still complaining, seeming real ungrateful. That now he's finally working, that I put him on. and he's still just coming in there with a bad attitude. Like, I'm the one who got you the job. Don't come in my chair. It's almost an insult to me, Your Honor.
Well, that would be between you and Mr. Reed.
Correct. But when I started to notice
when I say that would be between you and Mr. Reed, how does Clarence then factor into a conversation? This is A and B. Clarence can see his way out of it.
Of course. Your Honor, I've got some evidence that I'd like to provide, if you don't mind, as well, that might give a little bit more context to the situation.
Well, answer my question first, though. So what is it about his circumstance that you felt comfortable sharing with Clarence information that you feel you obtained through your interaction?
Sure.
I had a better job.
He seemed like maybe he had a bad day, he had a bad moment. He was getting his hair cut, and he kind of rushed out and kind of left out already. I'm waiting for payments, and then he storms out, left, and there was a text message that I'll share with you where he made a comment talking about, I don't know if I want to be here anymore, which made me feel like he might try to end himself or end his life. So, you know, being a black brother, I wanted to...
Stop. He sends you a text message.
Yes, sir.
Saying, I don't know if I want to be here. Is that what you're telling me?
That is correct.
Coming up on America's Court.
That's not me complaining. You're asking me questions and I'm just barbershop talking. I stopped going to counseling because I felt better after I left the barbershop.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Malik Reed, who is suing Evan Carlisle for invasion of privacy.
Did you send Mr. Carlisle a text message saying, I don't know if I want to be here?
Yes, Your Honor. I will explain if you would allow me.
So the answer is yes, you did.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did he misinterpret that message?
Completely.
Share with me why his behavior you think was out of pocket, because it sounds reasonable to me.
Your Honor, we're in a barbershop talking. We're having conversation that he's asking the questions. I'm not complaining, but if he asks, how's your wife doing? I'm still coming, trying to get over the hump. I just got this new job. She ain't really kind of believing in it yet, so we gonna wait and see what happens. I'll keep you updated. That's not me complaining. You're asking me questions and I'm just barbershop talking. I stopped going to counseling because I felt better after I left the barbershop. So I'm like, hey, let me save the money and pour into my kids. To be honest, Your Honor, I never knew what it felt like to be a father. I used to work 24/7 every day in the field, and finally when I lost my job, I actually enjoyed my kids. And so for me, Your Honor, it just really changed my life. But me talking to him, I thought it was helping me. I thought it was a safe space, but it wasn't. And I was talking about leaving the city. I had to go pick up my kids, Your Honor. I had to run and pick up my kids. The traffic's bad.
Are you saying that when you said I don't want to be here anymore, you were talking about I don't necessarily want to be in Atlanta anymore?
In the city, because it's busy. I got to race out the barbershop, run and get my kids. It's just hectic.
Coming up on America's Court.
I mean, it's one thing to say, you know, let me check in with his wife and just make sure he's good. Or maybe
he don't like that, Your Honor.
That could potentially even be problematic, because now you knows the parks.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Malik Reed, who is suing Evan Carlisle for invasion of privacy.
Did he convey to you that you misinterpreted, and why would you overstep your boundaries?
He didn't convey anything. He got up and walked out of my shop. That's why he was making his kids lunch. He didn't even pay me. He was rolling out of the barbershop. He didn't text me back. He left.
So everything that he just said doesn't necessarily track with your experience.
Not with my experience. So just to give you a little bit of backstory, Your Honor, I had a friend who ended up abusing some substances and, you know, I think took his own life. Maybe he knew what he was doing, maybe he didn't, but I feel like I could have been there. And as you know, with men specifically, we don't talk about our problems. We just, hey, they brush it off. And he did a lot of brushing me off. And that was unlike his typical behavior. So I did get concerned. My own brother ended up struggling with alcohol. And I was able to intervene with him, spend some time with him, reach out to him. And now he's doing well. So I consider myself now to be my brother's keeper. So when I see somebody struggling, I want to do what I can.
Well, I get that you would consider yourself to be your brother's keeper. There are parameters that we have to operate under when we're talking about somebody else's livelihood, though. I mean, it's one thing to say, you know, let me check in with his wife and just make sure he's good. Or maybe even
he don't like that, Your Honor.
That could potentially even be problematic, because now you nose the parks all up in other people's business instead of just handling your own business. But what we're looking at here is, and what I have to decide is, was there some sort of interference with his business relationship? Mr. Carlisle, you had Clarence on speed dial, clearly. When did you contact Mr. Clarence?
I hit him up the next day. Yeah, I'm the one who introduced him to Clarence, so I felt like I was doing my part and at least letting Clarence know what he was stepping into, what he was dealing with.
And what was the whole point of you letting Clarence know that he had said
He's about to go out and trying to start encouraging youth, encouraging the kids, and trying to be, a light to the community. How you gonna be a light when you dark? So I just said, hey, I'm referring you to this guy, Clarence, but
that seems more like you covering your own you-know-what.
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
I don't necessarily think it was done intentionally per se, but it was somewhat reckless. Because this man has a family and he's got things that he's got to be responsible for. And I think he has proven it sufficiently based on the preponderance of the evidence. At the same time, this court is about equity and fairness. Do I think that Mr. Carlisle acted in somewhat good faith? Somewhat. So you're not going to get the full $15,000. You had worked 10 weeks, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to give you an additional $5,000 and not the $15,000 that you're asking for.
Your Honor, I just would like you to
You don't have to
consider.
respond. I'm just letting you know, because rather than you getting the $15,000, I'm not going to grant you that full amount. But I do think that there was some interference with your business relationship and that you should be compensated. And that amount is going to be reflective of that $5,000. That is the order. Case closed.
Thank you.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant has been ordered to pay $5,000.
Any final thoughts or words for each other?
So you wasn't malicious, bro? The judge just made a ruling.
Come on, bro. You know I wasn't malicious. I know who got you the job, man. And I ain't seen you since that moment.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group. Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
Okay, so she's loud.
She can be loud. And in the day in question where she was at my bar,
Yes.
she was even to the point of licking alcohol off the bar and then throwing back the snacks right from the containers.
In my courtroom, it's about equity and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something. That's not gonna happen. Not up in here, not today. And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Vivian Ramirez claims her hair got caught in a ceiling fan while dancing on the defendant's bar during happy hour, and says he is responsible for her injuries.
All rise. Remain standing and come to order. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Ms. Ramirez is suing Martin Tate in the amount of $2,724.
All parties have been sworn, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Thomas. Ms. Ramirez, you had an unfortunate situation happen to you.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I've got some concerns I want to share with you, but let's get into the case first. You are suing for $2,724, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
And you feel as though Mr. Tate and his establishment is responsible for the injuries that you sustained, yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's start with what happened to begin with.
Friday, September 12th, I decided to go to happy hour after a long week of hard work.
Yes, nothing wrong with that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to going to the bar, after work, I had a glass of wine with a colleague after work.
Okay.
And I was feeling happy, and I decided I need to unwind a little bit more. So I decided to go to happy hour at Marty's bar.
Okay. Mr. Tate, how long have you worked at the establishment?
So I actually own the establishment.
Oh, how long?
I've owned it about 10 years.
All right. You're familiar with Ms. Ramirez?
She is one of our regulars.
Okay, so you all have a relationship.
I would say so.
And how would you describe that relationship?
Well, she comes in with her friends, and she usually has a couple drinks. Can be a bit wild at times. Loves to have fun.
I'm sorry, a bit what?
Wild.
Wild.
Likes to have fun with her friends.
And how does that manifest, that term wild?
She can be very loud. Can get pretty excited about movement and like dancing and things like that. And in the day in question, where she was at my bar,
Yes.
she was even to the point of licking alcohol off the bar and then throwing back the snacks right from the containers into her mouth.
Your Honor, that's incorrect. I would not do that.
How long have you been going to this particular?
I would say maybe about
location?
2 years, my colleagues and I.
And is Mr. Tate typically the person that you will see there?
Yes, he's frequently there. He serves as a bartender.
How would you describe the relationship with Mr. Tate prior to this incident in September?
I consider us friends.
You consider him
yes,
to be
because we
friendly
frequent.
with you?
Correct. We frequent that place, so.
Any particular
it seems
reason
like
why he would not be honest and forthcoming with his testimony before me based on the fact that over the 2 years you would consider your relationship to be at least friendly?
Well, I believe that he is responsible for some of the inaction that he took that night. So.
You feel as though he had an opportunity to take some action
Correct.
and he failed to do so.
I feel like he was negligent.
And you had to deal with the consequences
Correct,
of his
Your Honor.
negligence.
Absolutely.
So the term negligence means a failure to exercise reasonable care. So you're saying to me that this person that you've known for at least 2 years, who would otherwise be considered friendly, failed to exercise reasonable care, and he had a duty to do so as the owner of the bar.
Correct.
So how would you prove that to me?
Well, I went to the bar and I ordered 2 gin and tonics that Marty served me. After that, I was
Do you
done.
serve food there, Mr. Tate?
We are just a bar.
All right, so you
we
serve
serve some
snacks?
bar snacks, pretzels,
Some light
and
things.
peanuts and stuff
Okay.
like that. Yeah.
You indicated that you started off with wine after work.
Correct.
And did you consume any food between the time you consumed the wine and the 2 gin and tonics?
No, Your Honor. Just the when I got to the bar, I was snacking on the bar snacks, and I had the 2 gin and tonics. I felt like I was done, so I closed out my tab. The ambiance was very, very lively and very positive, and it was a good, positive vibe. Everybody was happy and having fun. I was enjoying the atmosphere. Marty then announced free shots for the bar.
Do you recall announcing free shots for the bar?
Yes, they were tequila shots. I offered them to the bar, and
You
I passed
offered
them
them
out.
to the patrons that were there?
Yes, and I passed them out.
All right, Ms. Ramirez was a patron at the bar.
She did not get the shots, and the reasoning being that
That was intentional.
That was intentional.
Coming up on America's Court.
I was dancing on the bar, and my hair got caught into the ceiling fan, and it got tangled up. And so I started to scream for scissors, and eventually the fan turned off, but I couldn't untangle.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Vivian Ramirez, who is suing Martin Tate for negligence.
I felt like she had had enough to drink. She was starting to behave
Your
where
Honor,
she was intoxicated.
Let me hear him.
And so, as my judgment as a bar owner, trying to exercise reasonable care for my patron, I cut her off.
You picked up on my
I
turn
did.
there. I saw you were listening. I was like, look at him spitting it back. Like, I hear you and I raise you, Judge. Go ahead.
So I basically said that I wanted to close up the check. And
Did you tell her that?
Yes, I did. And I gave
recall
the
him
That was incorrect. I said after the 2 gin and tonics, I said I was done. Check, please.
Okay, you said check, please, but the free tequila shots don't require
a transaction because they are in fact free.
Right.
Yes.
Did you drink some of the
He
tequila
specifically
shots?
did not say that I was not to have any. So he said free tequila shots for the bar. So I presumed to cut up and get my 2 tequila shots.
So you had 2 tequila shots.
That is correct. And after
2
I
gin
had
and tonics.
2 tequila
and a glass
shots.
of wine.
Correct.
And with no food.
No food, just the bar snacks.
Okay.
And
here's the reality of why I'm asking this, and this becomes an issue. And Deputy Thomas, help me out here, because I know that you have been in a situation where you've had to make determinations about people's well-being if there is an overconsumption of alcohol.
Yes, sir.
When someone, within the period of time that you heard us mention, has that much alcohol, what conclusions, if any, do you start to form?
Well, I definitely say, 1, we call it HBD, she had been drinking, and 2, she's definitely under the influence and consuming that much alcohol based on her size and height and everything. She is definitely impaired.
Okay.
Meaning over the legal limit, probably maybe even twice over the legal limit.
Really?
Yes, sir.
So why do you think I'm taking the time to have this discussion with you?
Well, Your Honor, I had the wine after work, so it was around 5:30, and I got to the bar at 7:30.
Okay.
So there was time in between, so I was not impaired while driving to the bar. And
you drove to the bar?
I did drive to the bar.
Did you drive home from the bar?
I did not drive home from the bar because.
Why did you not drive home from the bar?
If you look at Exhibit A.
Well, I'm just asking you. You just tell me.
Yes. Well, I was dancing on the bar table.
Stop.
Yes.
Are patrons allowed to dance on top of the table?
No, and actually it was the bar. And
it was the bar itself.
Exactly, the bar itself. And I explicitly told her to get down from there multiple times.
Your Honor.
And in 10 years of owning that bar, I have never had a patron get up on top of the bar, let alone even a table or something dancing.
Ma'am, I need you to step over here to the side, please.
Yes.
I want to look down and see what type of shoes you're wearing. You're wearing boots. Do they have a heel on them?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that consistent with the level of heel, if any, that you were wearing? Were you wearing flats?
No, I was wearing higher heels.
You were wearing higher heels?
Yes, I wear high heels for work.
So you can go back to where you were. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you're wearing these high heels and you're on top of a bar that's not designed to have people dancing on top of it.
Well, he saw me go on the bar. He saw me climbing on top of the bar.
He didn't make you go on top of the bar.
And he was entertained by it.
Did he make you go onto the bar?
He did not, but he seemed entertained by it.
Got it. Then what happened?
I was dancing on the bar, and my hair got caught into the ceiling fan, and it got tangled up. And so I started to scream for scissors, and eventually the fan turned off, but I couldn't untangle. So I was screaming for scissors. So eventually Marty did give me scissors, and I cut my hair, and I had to cut my hair loose. Then the EMT arrived, and when the EMT arrived, they saw the blood, and they as you can see in Exhibit A, you'll see the ER report that states that I needed stitches. So they took me to the ER.
How many stitches did you
I
end up
got 6
requiring?
stitches.
6 stitches in your head?
Correct.
How are you doing right now?
I'm doing considerably okay. I've had to get an emotional support dog, which cost me.
And what was the purpose of the emotional support
I had
dog?
spoken to my friend who is a therapist, and she said that I suffer from PTSD. And
as a result of this incident or something else that happened?
Because of this incident, I have been triggered by fans, ceiling fans. I can't turn any of the ceiling fans on that I have at my house. Or wherever I go, I stay away from them. I'm even triggered by helicopters. And just the spinning in the air, it really it triggers me. So she said that I have...
Has the support dog helped you?
Yes.
Let me see proof of your damages. Because the $2,724 represents...
The payment for the dog.
The dog.
The certificate for the dog.
Oh,
for the registration.
Princess, the dog in all this pink?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh my gosh. So this is the registration for Princess that you said you had to pay for as well.
Correct. And the hair damages was $1,225.
This is from the Velvet Crown Studio. They had to do emergency corrective cut and reshaping.
Correct.
Coming up on America's Court.
Does she sort of bring the party when she comes to the bar?
Oh, it's never a dull moment.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Vivian Ramirez, who is suing Martin Tate for negligence.
Let me hear from Mr. Tate with all of this information that I'm getting from you.
Yes.
Yeah, so, where to start? Let's see. Vivi came into the bar, and she didn't appear under the influence, appeared sober, had the 2 gin and tonics, and that was when she started acting
a little bit more perhaps under the influence.
Yes, under the influence, and so that was when I cut her off and I gave her the tab and whatnot. I'd already taken away her keys, so she couldn't drive.
You took them away personally?
I took them away right after the second gin and tonic. I felt like she was under the influence and she shouldn't be driving, so I took away the keys.
Your Honor.
Let me hear him talk.
So after I took away the keys, that was when she took the shots off my tray when I was trying to serve the other patrons. And then after she took those, she went up and started dancing on the bar. And I was already behind the bar at that point. And I had attempted to call a rideshare for her and told her to get down multiple times. She didn't listen to me. And then this all happened in a matter of seconds. Her hair got snagged in that ceiling fan, and I immediately ran over behind the bar and flipped the ceiling fan off, and then she started yelling scissors. While that was all happening, I was calling the paramedic.
Coming up on America's Court.
This is the person who said, get down, calls a paramedic, turns off the fan. You think he was entertained by that?
Your Honor, I did not hear him tell me to get down.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Vivian Ramirez, who is suing Martin Tate for negligence.
Do you think you have a problem with alcohol?
No, Your Honor. I function, I go to work every single day, and I function, I do my job. I don't believe that I have a problem.
Are there any people in your circle who have struggled with alcohol?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who?
My brother and my mother are alcoholics are in the program.
Has anyone ever said to you, this may also be an issue? Because some addictions are hereditary.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why do you feel as though Mr. Tate should be responsible for your decision? Because but for you getting on top of the bar, you wouldn't have had the situation happen with the ceiling fan. Why is that Mr. Tate's problem?
Because he saw me climbing up on the bar, and he was entertained by it. And what he should have done...
This is the person who said, get down, calls a paramedic, turns off the fan. You think he was entertained by that?
Your Honor, I did not hear him tell me to get down. There was music on, and there was...
Did you
everybody
hear him say,
was
go
cheering.
up there?
No.
Okay.
But he was entertained by it. It's my personality.
Does she sort of bring the party when she comes to the bar?
Oh, it's never a dull moment.
Have you seen her in a state of what you would consider to be impaired before?
She has been impaired before, never at this level.
Does it seem to you that it's escalating in terms of when she comes with every visit, you're seeing a little bit more, a little bit more?
I would say so, Your Honor.
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
So did Mr. Tate fail to act and exercise a reasonable duty of care in your case? Based on the evidence that was presented before me, I can't say that with certainty. I'm not even so much concerned, though, about this judgment, because when I read the case, I found myself thinking, this person perhaps is in need of help. And there may be someone in this room right now that is thinking, I may have a similar issue. And as I'm hearing about Ms. Ramirez, it's causing them to question, maybe I need to get some help. There's definitely someone watching under the sound of my voice and looking at you going, Ms. Ramirez is me. So, are you going to get your judgment? That's not going to happen. But here's what I wanted you to consider. And I don't do this, but I actually had prearranged for someone to have a conversation with you once you leave this courthouse. If you find it to be helpful, fantastic. If you don't, that's okay, because maybe it's not an issue, or maybe you're just not ready to receive it. So even though your case is going to be dismissed, we're not trying to dismiss what's going on with you. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay. So that is the order. Case closed.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's case has been dismissed.
Well, I wanted to say that I'm pleased with the verdict, and I hope that you get the help that you need.
I am grateful that you did pay for my medical bill, so I do thank you for that.
Welcome. Okay. Step outside.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group. Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
She's been pulling pranks post the relationship?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how do you know it's her that's doing these pranks?
He said we grew apart. He cheated.
I made some mistakes on her.
Mistakes? How do you
made some
mistakenly
mistakes.
cheat?
In my courtroom, it's about equity and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something. That's not gonna happen. Not up in here, not today. And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Jeremy Grant claims his ex harassed him after their breakup by spamming his computer with porn and sending him a box containing hundreds of ladybugs.
All rise. Remain standing and come to order. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Mr. Grant is suing Madeline Emerson in the amount of $916.
All parties been sworn, Your Honor.
Third, your Deputy Thomas. All right, Mr. Grant. So you have a situation here with Miss Emerson. The two of you were in a relationship, yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how long did that relationship last?
About 3 years. We had a beautiful relationship.
It was a beautiful relationship. What made it so beautiful?
Just personality and the way things just started for us. But eventually, we grew apart, as most couples do in life.
And so you're suing Miss Emerson for $916. What is that amount based on?
It's based on all of the ensuing cost of pranks that she's been pulled on me through the past month.
She's been pulling pranks post the relationship?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how do you know it's her that's doing these pranks?
The amount of evidence I have.
Okay, we're going to talk about that. All right, Miss Emerson, talk to me. What's going on?
Yes, so he said we grew apart. He cheated, and we broke up. I broke up with him, and he thinks that I did.
Wait a minute now.
Yeah,
and now
exactly.
Okay, I got to get comfortable here. We got a cheater.
Yeah.
And cheater, pumpkin eater, huh?
I made some mistakes on her.
Mistakes? How do you
made some
mistakenly
mistakes.
cheat?
So are you acknowledging that you did in fact cheat?
I'm admitting to it. I did apologize.
Okay, and did he apologize?
I mean, if you call it an apology, but like, how do you even apologize?
What would you call it?
It was it was pitiful. That's what it was.
It was a pitiful apology.
It was a pitiful apology. He said, "Oh, I'm sorry. It was a mistake. Only mistake is that he got caught. That's the only thing he feels sorry about."
You caught him in the act?
Well, I saw him with his ex.
You saw he was with another woman prior to you.
Well, yes, his ex.
And then that relationship ended. He started the relationship with you.
Correct.
At some point, he starts having more contact with the ex?
Yeah, he became friends again, but like, who becomes friends with their ex again? That makes no sense. Clearly,
who
something
does
else.
that?
Exactly.
I don't know, Mr. I don't know.
He's like, Judge Ross, I can't speak for that. So you were with this woman. What's her name?
Lola.
Lola. Okay. So Lola and you had a relationship.
Yes, Your Honor.
At some point, that relationship ended.
Yes, Your Honor.
How long were you with her?
A couple months.
Oh, this was a short thing.
Mm-hmm.
And what made you decide to reconnect with her?
Just, she reached out on social media.
She DM'd you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did she say?
She said, how you doing?
How you doing? Huh?
Yeah.
How you doing?
The little kissy emojis, Your Honor.
With a kissy emoji.
Kissy emojis.
And that was enough for you? I mean, that...
You gotta start somewhere.
So there was 3 years that went by while you were with Miss Emerson.
Yes, Your Honor.
And while you were with Miss Emerson, you end up going, let me go back to Lola and see what's up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. He ends up telling you.
Yeah, I asked him about, because he told me about like them like reconnecting, and I said I'm not comfortable with it because who would be?
He told you that they were
Yeah,
reconnecting.
he told me that, and I told him I didn't want him texting her. And so when we came back, Christmas
She
break.
was paranoid, Your Honor.
But I was right. So how am I paranoid if I'm right? Exactly.
She's always been like that, Your Honor.
So she's always been right?
Not all the time.
Not all the time, but I only care about this particular instance because ultimately what ends up happening is you break up with him.
Yeah.
So you were like, I'm done, I'm gonna move on.
That was it. I broke up with him. And then later on, I see a picture of them on social media and they're all like cuddled
No,
up.
you
And I'm
didn't
like,
just see a picture of them on social media.
okay, well, I found it.
She was searching through that thing, Your Honor. She was searching through it.
You were searching. You said, I broke up with him and I was done. When you're done, you don't keep looking and searching and trying to find things about the other person. You tend to move on.
Yeah, but I wasn't, I was in bed, I was sick, I had nothing else I could do. I couldn't go to work, I couldn't hang out with friends, and so I was on my phone.
So the only thing you can do is...
It crept into the back of my mind, maybe, let me see, just to see if I was right, honestly, which
you knew you were right. Why are you doubting
yourself? There's a difference between hooking up and like getting into a full-blown relationship.
You are done. You were still in. And you were like, why am I still in? And so isn't that why we're here? Because there was a series of things that happened to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Coming up on America's Court.
Somebody intended to inflict pain and harm.
Mm-hmm.
Did you do that?
No.
There's no one else who calls you love bug, Your Honor, except her.
Was that your secret name for him?
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Jeremy Grant, who is suing Madeline Emerson for harassment.
And one of the things you're saying, okay, I did do that, but not some of the other things.
Yeah.
What did you do?
Okay, the only thing I did, so there's this thing you can do where you can like name a cockroach after your ex, and then they feed it to like a lizard on like a live stream, and then they send the link to your ex. It's silly, it's harmless, there's nothing like important to it. It's just like a dumb little prank, and I'm like, okay, this is what I'm gonna do, and that's it.
So initially you said I was sick and I was bored and I didn't have anything else to do. When you start talking about this whole thing, as I see here on the plasma, say goodbye to Jeremy, that's not somebody who's done and now they're not still sick, they're not still bored.
At that point in time.
You are like, how can I get to him?
Okay, yes, at that point in time, I was feeling like maybe like a little spiteful, but it was a harmless prank, and it's the only one.
And when you did that, did it give you the satisfaction that you thought it would?
I mean, a little bit. It was funny. It brightened up my mood, honestly, just a little bit. I still obviously had to
That was her send-off, Your Honor. That was her trying to get back at me. That was definitely her.
But that was the only thing, though.
And then there were some other things. What's another thing? Because that in and of itself wouldn't be cause for you to get $916.
Exactly.
Yes, Your Honor. There's way more than just this thing.
So this particular thing involving the cockroach being eaten and named after you, that didn't cost you anything?
No.
Okay, so what cost you something?
It was situations after that incident.
Talk to me about those.
For instance, we'll jump right to the second claim. So a couple weeks later, I woke up, right, got some coffee, checked my emails, right, because I always do that for work, and what I found in there were just porn spams all over the computer. Like, it was so bad I couldn't use the computer anymore.
You are in your own place, you log onto your own computer, and you end up getting porn and it's spam. Is it somehow damaged your computer?
It was infected with a message too, with a message title.
And what did it say?
Love bug.
Love bug.
That was her little secret name for me, if you know what I mean.
Was that your secret name for him?
I mean, it was like a nickname, like it's like honey or like darling or whatever.
Yes.
But that's like, it's so generic.
I just asked, was that your name for him?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Did you do that?
What, this?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not, no.
Okay.
And there's no one else who calls you love bug, Your Honor, except her.
What was the time frame from the time of the email with the bug to the love bug porn spam?
It was a week.
Miss Emerson?
Yeah, this is...
If someone had done something like that, it tends to suggest to me that the person is somehow seeking emotional justice. Let's say it wasn't you, but somebody intended to inflict pain and harm. For someone who wanted to inflict pain and harm, not saying it's you, but if it caused harm, should that person be responsible for the harm that was caused?
Sure, why not, if they did it?
So there's no disputing the fact that that should be a compensatory item for someone if they can prove damage.
Sure.
What's the other thing, sir?
The other thing, I'll jump right into it, was the check bill.
What check bill?
The SED check bill. So I was, again, another week time frame from that situation from the email spam. I got a text from the urgent care saying that someone, like other than the previous ex, had tested positive for SED and they needed me to go get checked for it.
And how did that result in you suffering some sort of financial loss?
But you wouldn't have had to go if you weren't with anybody else.
I wasn't.
See, what I'm finding interesting is that if I'm not someone who's invested, I'm thinking, well, if someone did that just to be mean, and he had to go get tested where he otherwise wouldn't have been tested, although it's not a bad idea anyway, especially if you are having unprotected sex.
Yes, Your Honor.
But my feeling would be whoever did that should be financially responsible.
Yeah, and they should be here and not me.
Okay. Was there anything else?
Oh, no, there's quite more. There's this incident.
Okay, so there's the cockroach, there's the prank with the computer, there's the STD sender, and what else?
This one is the apartment fumigation bill. So previously, I had ordered something from Amazon for my own personal benefit. I ordered it, I brought it into the house.
What did you bring into the house?
Package.
And you opened the package,
I opened
yes.
the package up. As soon as I opened it, 1,500 ladybugs come crawling out. 1,500 ladybugs.
Ladybugs?
Yes, Your Honor.
15, how do you know it was 1,500?
I don't know.
Did you sit there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20.
I just assumed, Your Honor, there were so many, started laying eggs.
Okay, there were a lot of
there was a lot of
ladybugs. And these ladybugs went all over your place?
Yes, Your Honor, crawling through the kitchen, crawling through cracks and crevices, laying eggs on the counter table, on the floor. And it was gusting. I had to call my landlord and, we worked it out, but I ended up fork-overing $600.
Coming up on America's Court.
Him and his teammates, they do play pranks on each other. So I feel like he didn't even consider that it could be one of them.
Because I know it was you. You're
No,
the
you
only
don't.
crazy person who knows my address.
Crazy person.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Jeremy Grant, who is suing Madeline Emerson for harassment.
So someone, not saying this is Miss Emerson, but someone was of a mindset that they want to see you experience the same lack of control and discomfort that they may be experiencing.
Yes, Your Honor.
In their own circumstance, whoever that person is. Fair enough?
Well, not necessarily. him and his teammates, so he plays soccer, and him and his teammates, they do play pranks on each other. So I feel like he didn't even consider that it could be one of them. So maybe, I don't know, they're a little dumb. They probably thought it'd be like harmless, which is stupid because it is like bugs. But that's also, it's not necessarily.
No, that's not true. We're boys, all right?
So you don't play pranks?
We do on ourselves.
Okay.
Because
so then why
boys,
wouldn't you think it was them?
We do what
why
we
would
do.
you immediately go to me?
Because I know it was you. You're
No,
the
you
only
don't.
crazy person who knows my address.
Crazy person
You
is
have my
crazy.
Amazon link to my address.
So your friends have never been to your house?
She used to order stuff from my Amazon.
Your friends have never been to your house?
Ma'am, I asked the questions.
Sorry.
Did you order anything previously from his account?
Like, did I order the ladybugs?
No, I didn't say the ladybugs.
You mean like
I'm
when we
saying-
like lived together?
Yes.
No, I mean if when we're living together, if I ordered something, it'd be in my name.
Did you ever use the account that he owned?
No, I have my own.
Okay. Did she ever use things in the past from your account?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so then how would you conclude that she was the person behind this particular incident?
She's the only one who has access to it. I never knew that she used it, but I gave her the access to use my Amazon account.
Why would you give her the access?
Because she was my girlfriend, and if she knew anything, just go right ahead.
But she never used it?
No, not that I'm aware of.
But you're saying she knew the address?
Yeah, she knows my address.
Okay.
Coming up on America's Court.
Exhibit A, Exhibit B, look at you. I'm impressed. And then you had your locks changed. Why did you have your locks changed?
There was glue lodged inside of the keyhole itself, on purpose.
Do you remember writing that?
I mean, it sounds.
Of course you did, Your Honor.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Jeremy Grant, who is suing Madeline Emerson for harassment.
You have proof of these items, sir, in terms of
Yes.
receipts? Let me
Sir.
see, please.
That's it. Whatever you want to give the judge. Sure. That'll work.
Because I got to tell you, oh boy, you have Exhibit A, Exhibit B. Look at you. I'm impressed. All right. These are the porn spam.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then this is for the urgent care to get yourself tested, the 108. I see that. And you had to get the apartment fumigated, and that cost $600.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, boy. And then you had your locks changed. Why did you have your locks changed?
Oh yeah, this is the key detail. You should understand this. So this is the last one. I came home from work that day, right? So I opened my apartment. I couldn't get into the door. I thought it was jammed or something. I don't know what's going on. So I ended up calling my landlord and told him, hey, there's a situation happening. I can't get in my apartment. So he said he's gonna send a locksman in. The landlord ended up telling me that there was glue lodged inside of the keyhole itself, on purpose.
Someone had intentionally put glue inside the key lock so you couldn't open the door.
Yes, Your Honor.
And this all happened in the same time span as all the other items.
It was 1 week, a situation would happen, and then following up. So we go week by week
And
basis.
I see all the texts that say, miss you this morning, love bug, but I'll see you tonight. Did you write that before in the text?
Yeah, at some point.
Thank you for the chocolates and roses. You're my love bug. Do you remember writing that?
I mean, it sounds.
Of course you did, Your Honor.
I'm
Okay,
talking to
all right.
her. Yes?
Yeah, it sounds.
Can't wait to see you tonight for our date. You're my heart, and then a ladybug. Is that you?
Sounds familiar.
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
Are you seeing anybody right now?
No, I'm chill.
You're good. Hey,
I'm good.
You're going to focus on you.
She's
Yeah,
chilling,
it's
Judge.
a-
She's chilling. She's chilling. That's what she said.
I heard her.
It was a 3-year relationship. I want to take some time for myself before I jump into another one.
Good idea. Based on the evidence and the testimony before this court, the gavel is going to come down in favor of the plaintiff for every one of the items. I empathize with the fact that you really liked him and you're really, really hurting and you don't know what to do with that hurt. And this makes sense to you to do it this way, which in fact doesn't make sense. But I understand hurt. But you can't go around doing this sort of tormenting behavior to someone, especially under the guise of, it's not me, it's somebody else. The Nile is not just a river in Egypt. You will pay Mr. Grant, $916. That is the order. Case closed.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant has been ordered to pay $916.
Sorry to come this way.
I didn't do it, but I'm glad to be done with all of this.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Let's step outside, folks.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group. Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
Did Peppermint Patty chase Mr. Ellington?
Yes.
Yes. At some point, did the dog with its teeth connect with Mr. Ellington's person?
Yes, I'm not negating that.
In my courtroom, it's about equity and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something. That's not gonna happen. Not up in here, not today. And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Marcus Ellington claims he needed therapy after a dog attack triggered past trauma and says the defendant didn't control the aggressive canine.
All rise. Remain standing and come to order. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Mr. Ellington is suing Lena Castillo in the amount of $12,478.
All parties have been sworn, Your Honor.
Sir, Deputy Thomas. You want $12,478.
Yes, sir.
Why are you entitled to such a large amount, sir? Prove your case.
My name is Marcus Ellington, and growing up, my household was just out of order. It was chaos growing up. And
what was causing the chaos?
Well, family matters that I can't speak on in public, but just deep trauma in my upbringing. And one thing that I've been blessed to be able to do is have order in my life. I'm the first to graduate from college. I'm the first to climb the corporate ladder. I work for a startup company that's right beside her dog training facility. And
so you didn't let your past define your future?
I didn't. I didn't.
Good for you.
I didn't. But yet I still have to revisit trauma that was triggered by a dog that was in their care.
Now, you didn't know Miss Castillo, correct?
No.
You just happened to be in the vicinity because you work in the area, from what I recall.
Right beside the company.
You work right beside where this incident occurred. All right, so you're at work, and Miss Castillo, what were you doing specifically in the area on that particular day and time?
So I was outside with Peppermint Patty. She's the sweetest little dog, truly.
What type of dog is Peppermint Patty?
She is a terrier mix, so she's the cutest little dog. She's 3 years old as well.
And what were you doing with the dog on that particular day?
So in my line of work, I help to rehabilitate these dogs, and a lot of times people bring their dogs.
You're a dog whisperer.
Not quite a dog whisperer, but a trainer. So I help to rehabilitate these dogs.
Why do they need rehabilitation?
Because they have also been through traumatic experiences.
Okay. And so what is your process in terms of what are you doing with them that someone who just has a dog, is it a situation where before someone can have it as a pet, they have to be rehabilitated through you, or who do you,
Right,
explain to me.
so I work with desensitizing the dogs to external forces that might make them feel nervous or threatened, just anything that puts them
And then
into
after
fear.
you work with them, what happens to the dog?
They get sent back home with their owners.
So these are people who pay you to deal with whatever is causing their dogs to not behave.
Yes.
So how long had you had Peppermint Patty?
Only for a few days here, so.
So this was a new situation.
Yes.
And you come in contact with Mr. Ellington. Mr. Ellington,
Actually, he comes in contact with us as we're training. So his office is here, and the dog training facility is right next door.
Okay.
So he was, I guess, going to the cafe on his lunch break, and he has to pass in front of our facility in order to get to the cafe.
Is that true, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you pass by the facility, and what happens?
So as I'm walking out of my building, our company, I did notice that there was a sign that said, "Warning, dogs in training." So I do have a previous history with dogs. This is my second dog bite. So already I'm just super cautious. And as I'm walking out, see the sign, grass area, walk out, walk up the sidewalk, closest as I can to the street as possible. I am on the phone. I'm taking a business call as I'm headed to the cafe. And all of a sudden, I feel a sharp pain. I feel something grab my leg, and I feel a sharp pain on my leg. And instantly, it just sent the shock through my body. So my first reaction was to run. And I took cover, ran straight to the cafe. But as I'm running, the dog is still coming after me and still lunges at me.
Coming up on America's Court.
Was there a cost that you had to incur as a result of the dog bite?
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt. Ooh.
Well, actually, my company did pay for those medical expenses regarding the dog bite.
And later.
Whose idea was it to go jet skiing?
His idea. He woke up with 2 girls in his bed.
What does it have to do with the jet skiing?
They wanted to go jet skiing. He didn't have the cash. He asked me.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Marcus Ellington, who is suing Lena Castillo for emotional distress.
Did Peppermint Patty chase Mr. Ellington?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. At some point, did the dog, with its teeth, connect with Mr. Ellington's person?
Yes, I'm not negating that.
Okay. Was the dog on a leash when that happened?
Yes.
So you did sustain some sort of bite on your person. Where exactly, sir?
On my left calf muscle, right below my calf muscle.
You have proof of that?
Yes, sir.
Show that to Deputy Thomas, please. Thank you.
It'll be Exhibit A.
All right. And was there a cost that you had to incur as a result of the dog bite?
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt. Ooh.
Well, actually, my company did pay for those medical expenses regarding the dog bite.
Insurance paid the total amount. So you're not even suing for the medical costs?
No, sir. No, sir. I've also had to go to therapy to recover from this whole incident.
And that therapy that you're talking about for the emotional scars?
Yes, sir.
That this dog bite left you?
Yes, sir, which is on the very next page.
To the tune of $9,200. That's a lot of money for therapy. Ooh, that's right in the back of your knee.
Are you looking at Exhibit F?
What else would I be looking at?
So that's actually the first instance that I was telling you about at the top. So
not the one involving Peppermint Patty?
Not the one involving Peppermint Patty.
But the same area of your leg?
This is actually my arm, and I actually do still
this is your arm?
Yes, sir. This was a completely different instance, but I brought it as evidence to show that.
How long ago had that happened?
A little over 3 years ago.
And the point of you showing me this bite to your arm is to establish what?
Just trying to recover from this because it touched something that I just haven't touched since I was a kid. Like I said at the top, I've had to go to therapy and it's completely unacceptable. So I brought this to show that this is not the only instance of me doing this, which is what led me to going to therapy in the first place.
You didn't go into therapy after your first fight?
No. I just thought that, I could keep going. I could keep going, which is what I did. But after the second time...
Ms. Castillo, I find your statements and your gestures in court to be very off-putting because there seems to be a certain level of being desensitized to what this man is going through.
Well, I don't think any care is being thought of into this dog and why this dog is even at my facility.
Dogs are property. They're not human beings. I know we like to think of them as like family, like a child. They're not. They're property. And anytime we are comparing a human life and a human being with that of a dog, humans always outweigh. So we start there. Second, if a dog bites someone else and they sustain injury, California says you're responsible. Irrespective of history of biting, irrespective of the circumstances, it's what we call strict liability. You are not the owner of the dog.
Correct, I'm not the owner of the dog.
You were the one who maintained dominion and control over the dog. So how is it that someone of your stature and size would be unable to maintain control over this terrier mix?
I think the harness that day was maybe part of the reason.
Okay.
But
whose fault is that? Who was the person who put the harness on the dog?
I put the harness on the dog.
Ergo, but you are the person at that point as the keeper of this particular animal. And if he's I'm assuming, no, it's a she. If she's on a leash, how is it that you were able to lose control to the point where this dog is chasing him into a cafe?
Well, I think that he got in the proximity and the radius of the dog, and the dog got startled and had fear because
but the previous 3 days. I'm talking. The bite occurred before he retreated to the cafe. The dog, from what you indicated, then followed you to the cafe. If the dog is on a leash, then that means you are also following Mr. Ellington into the cafe, correct?
The dog was pulling the leash, so I had to follow.
You had to follow, or what?
Well, the dog was pulling me.
Got it. Based on the evidence and the testimony before this court, the gavel will come down in favor of the plaintiff in the amount of $12,478. Initially, my thought was that seemed excessive. But after hearing the testimony and hearing the callousness that the defendant exhibited in this court, I have no choice but to grant you your full amount, sir. That is the order. Case closed.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant has been ordered to pay $12,478.
The dog was brought to me because it was about to be euthanized, and I was doing my best to help this dog.
The physical scarring does not equate to the emotional scarring, and there was no accountability.
Coming up on America's Court with Judge Ross.
What's the understanding, sir?
It's my boy. You got me, I got you. You mentioned he heard the two girls, right? One was for him.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. Trevor Mills claims he loaned his friend money during a Miami birthday trip and says the defendant spent it on jet skiing and refused to pay him back. Mr. Mills is suing Kenneth Thomas in the amount of $600.
You want to get $600 from your friend, Mr. Thomas. You feel as though he owes you money.
Correct.
The amount of money represents what?
$600. It represents jet skiing.
And what was the understanding?
So pretty much this. I wake up one day, third day on the trip, right? It's like 9 a.m.
And where are you guys?
Miami.
How long are you there?
4 days.
4 days. Was the understanding that during the 4 days you would be eating, drinking, partying, jet skiing, parasailing, all that stuff?
Not jet skiing, paragliding, parasailing, whatever it's called. Yes, that.
It was my
not
birthday,
jet skiing.
Come on.
Oh, it was your birthday?
It's my birthday. Come on, like.
Mm-hmm. All right. So you're like, we're gonna go to Miami for a little fun in the sun.
Mm-hmm.
The misunderstanding came to the jet skiing.
Yes.
Did you guys go jet skiing?
We went jet skiing.
Who paid for the jet skis?
I paid for jet skiing.
Did you pay under the guise of, you're gonna pay me back?
I texted him. I said, you gotta make sure you pay me back. I was serious about
Whose
that.
idea was it to go jet skiing?
His idea. He woke up with 2 girls in his bed.
What does it have to do with the jet skiing?
They wanted to go jet skiing. He didn't have the cash. He asked me if I could pay for the whole jet skiing thing. Now, mind you.
For the 2 of you or for the 4 of you?
4.
Okay.
Exactly.
So 4 people going jet skiing, that's $75 a pop, and the issue was who's covering the cost?
I'm covering the cost because he's low on cash.
Did you pay for it with cash or a credit card?
Cash.
You paid with cash. You told him, I'm paying for this, but you owe me.
Exactly.
Is that not correct?
Hearsay. Like, we have an understanding here.
It was on
we have
texted
an understanding here.
What's the understanding, sir?
This my boy. You got me, I got you. You mentioned he heard the 2 girls, right? One was for him.
Coming up on America's Court.
This is the evidence that you're saying establishes the contractual agreement that a court is supposed to weigh.
Written in text.
Based on this foolishness that you guys are calling yourselves using as a form of communication.
That's a professional agreement.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Trevor Mills, who is suing Kenneth Thomas for breach of contract.
Why does he think that you are supposed to pay him back?
Honestly, I'm as confused as you.
You're confused.
I don't know why I'm even here.
So let's unconfuse the situation. Why are you saying that he was supposed to pay you back?
We made an agreement over text message.
You have proof of the text?
Yes, I do.
Show me some evidence, please, quickly. My
What
gosh.
is this? Evidence?
D. Thomas,
I
when we
thought
like
it was-
this once back in the day.
I thought it was just me.
All right, so we've got a text. In fact, let's see here. Can you pay for the jet ski? I'm a little short. Ski with 2 eyes.
Yep.
You love spending money on women you don't know. That tracks as well.
Exactly.
Now my money, but you know what I will, but you gonna pay. Okay, I can't. Give me a pen and a red balloon. I'm out. Okay. This is the evidence that you're saying establishes the contractual agreement that a court is supposed to weigh.
Written in text.
Based on this foolishness that you guys are calling yourselves using as a form of communication.
That's a professional agreement.
What?
Where does it say in here $300 for skiing, for jet skis? Deputy Thomas, give it back to him, please. Show me in that text exchange where the $300 amount is visible and jet skiing for that $300 will be paid back.
It's not there.
It's not there.
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
You showed me that because you said, here's my evidence. You showed me evidence of nothing.
I have a bank statement.
The bank statement showing that you withdrew the money? Why would that help me ascertain whether or not he promised to pay you $300? A bank statement. Based on the evidence and the testimony before the court, I'm done here. Your matter is dismissed because you can't establish your burden of proof. And I think I'm good.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's case has been dismissed.
Way to ruin our friendship, man.
You broke.
Excuse me?
You trading, you got.
Step outside, gentlemen.
Broke is crazy.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group. Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
Mr. Ball, did you refer to your mom as a
In a personal communication, in a moment of anger and.
So it is true what I said.
Is it true what she said about your mother?
In my courtroom, it's about equity and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something. That's not gonna happen. Not up in here, not today. And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Gerald Bowell claims his sister posted a brutal online obituary slandering their mother, and says he was unfairly included in the posting and needed therapy after losing his job.
All rise. Remain standing and come to order. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Mr. Bowell is suing Susan Bowell in the amount of $2,700.
All parties have been sworn, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Thomas. You all are brother and sister, and you lost your mom. Yes?
Yes.
And what we have is that you, Mr. Bauer, are suing your sister for $2,700 based on an obituary that your sister wrote that talks about your mother.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tell me your story.
Your Honor, my sister, I love my sister, and even though we haven't always been able to speak, there's been some years that have gone by where we haven't spoken. I always think of her, and I wish that we could be in better communication. My love for her is in a way expressed through this suit because she crossed a line with the publishing of this obituary, which was not an obituary. It was a slanderous screed against our mother.
Well, what type of relationship did you have with your mother?
Well, it was difficult.
What made it difficult?
She abandoned both my sister and I when I was 6 and my sister was 4. And
that's tough.
Yeah, she put her parents, my grandparents, our grandparents, to work to raise us, and they were already pretty old, and we didn't have contact with her every other Christmas. But you know what? I grew up, and when I was a man, I put away the things of my childhood, and I moved forward.
I'm going to stop you there for a moment.
Sure.
You're listening to this, Ms. Bowell, and what are you thinking as you're hearing your brother talk?
Thank you. I'm just so disheartened. You know, when you say this lawsuit is out of love, it's actually spot on. He has a history of bullying me. He has a mean streak. He has a history of belittling me and asking me to lie, to pretend like we grew up in some fairy tale. I never really knew my mother. I never had that bond. And I want to be a truth sayer, and I've never been able to do it in my family until I started going to therapy about 10 years ago. And this is me breaking out of the little tiny box you have put me in, and our dysfunctional family has put me in. I think what
but how much of that is your own issue with your mother?
Okay, it is very much my issue with my mother. And I will also say, I don't want him to be in pain. And writing the obituary was difficult, but when I went to continue the lie,
I remember going through this, and when I read your obituary for your mom, I was a little shocked by it. I mean, it's brutal in its depiction of who she was. I mean, you start off by saying Agnes has finally ceased to be a burden on the living. I mean, that's where you start. And you don't even say she died, you say she expired. I mean, there's a little bit of venom.
It wasn't easy, but I had to say the truth. When you've been silenced your whole life, the truth never comes out the right way.
You said she spent her early years masquerading as a decent human being. I mean, it's just every line. It's like, I'm gonna stick it to you, Mom. And Mom's not even here anymore.
But it is the truth.
Coming up on America's Court.
This lawsuit is my brother's misdirected anger at my mom. He hasn't grieved her, and he will not leave me alone.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Gerald Bowell, who is suing his sister Susan Bowell for libel.
Well, here's the issue, though. You're writing it from your perspective, but then you say she produced 2 children, Gerald and Susan, whom she would eventually discard like refuge. You're speaking as if you're also representing your brother's thoughts. And isn't that the issue?
Can I speak?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Exactly. The fact that she published that and used the possessive plural pronoun there, we, crossed the line. I had to approach this in the legal framework because she then affected my career. I mean, it's been terrible.
How so, sir?
I couldn't sleep. 2-3 hours at a time. I felt like the whole world that I had tried to create for myself, granted having a fractured childhood, meant that as an adult, I tried to put my life together very, very solidly. And this went to the root of it. Everything was fracturing I was trying to deal with it in my dreams, and then I wouldn't be able to sleep. So I sought psychiatry for the express purpose to get a script for something to help me, some psychotropic. So that cost a lot.
Agnes will now face judgment. She will not be missed by Gerald and Susan. And they understand that this world is a better place without her. There are no plans for a service. I've never heard an obituary that reads quite like it.
I wish it weren't true. I wish none of it were true. But I can't lie. It's who she was. She did these things with pride and like flying colors and had no remorse for either of us. And
so why not say this is coming from her daughter?
Well, I have a relationship with my brother about my mom, and I have text messages. There's ample evidence. He called her a bee. I wasn't even fueling his emotion. He, said she's selfish. She spreads bad energy anywhere she goes. Enough is enough.
Let me see what you're reading from. Yeah, let me see a copy of that.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
If you have it.
Yeah, I was trying to process my own issues.
Mr. Bowell, did you refer to your mom as a
in a personal communication, in a moment of anger and...
So it is true what I said.
Is it true what she said about your mother?
In a private communication that's now being public, which I don't think is fair, because my motive is not...
At least, can you get a heads up first before you do it? Because in the context of how it was said, I called Mom and she was a total to me, no surprise there. That's a whole different feeling than that blankety blank. Why did you even bother calling? I don't even know. It's not like she ever changes. It was dumb of me to do so.
I mean, I also want to say that this lawsuit is my brother's misdirected anger at my mom. He hasn't grieved her, and he will not leave me alone. This was my anger at my mom, and yes, it was personal. It was between me and her, but I need him to leave me alone. I need him to stop bullying me, go to therapy that you're already going to, thank goodness, and process your own trauma. You cannot move on from what happened until you acknowledge it. This is all him not processing the death of our mother.
Well, not even just the death. While she was alive, you wrote, Mr. Ball, should I reach out for Mother's Day? I was thinking about sending a card. And then you say, Miss Ball, why? And then you said, she's our mother. And then you write, could have fooled me. So you had a challenging relationship with the woman that you call mom. Were there any lies told that your sister publicly stated?
Lies? She's entitled to her opinion. She's just not allowed.
No, I'm not talking about her opinion. I'm saying, was there anything that she said that also didn't apply to how you felt?
Most of it. The tone, the language expired, as you said, like an old bottle of milk. It's normally when someone dies, we think of the positive things in their life. This is the polar opposite of that. And to me, it just expresses my sister's need to... Therapy can't help. She needs to go to the public. She needs to go to the...
Everybody needs to know that this is how this woman treated her, and she's going to make sure that no stone is left unturned when it comes to besmirching her name.
Exactly. And
how is this a legal case for you to assert that you are entitled to compensation, though?
Well, several things. First, the psychiatry was not covered by my insurance. The drugs were, but the sessions were not covered.
So you feel as though your sister should pay for your therapy dealing with your mother?
As I mentioned before with my life...
No, I'm asking. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. In a way, it's a nominal number.
All right.
Coming up on America's Court.
I mean, you understand that, right?
Absolutely. And I never intended for that to happen. I have to say, though, it's so nice being in this environment because he has a mean streak. He is a bully.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Gerald Bowell, who is suing his sister Susan Bowell for libel.
So that $2,700 represents therapy sessions?
Yes, recouping on that.
And?
But Your Honor, can I mention the other parts that
Yes, sir.
I was up for promotion, and because of this being on social media, they called me into HR and they denied me this promotion.
And what was the basis of them calling you and denying the promotion?
The tenor of this...
Because other people were reading it and responding to it?
Yeah, and it goes against the heart of my company, which I love. This is not representative of me. And so the fact that they called me in and then they took the promotion away from me was, I don't know if I've ever had such a gut punch. I mean, this is what I've been...
Essentially, if I'm understanding correctly, the company was like, okay, you're embarrassing us on your social media. Get it together.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, you understand that, right?
Absolutely. And I never intended for that to happen. I have to say, though, it's so nice being in this environment because he has a mean streak. He is a bully. I would never have this conversation alone with you because every time we've brought something up, he's yelling. His losing that promotion, I don't know, but I think that his lack of accountability, his pattern of blaming me and scapegoating me for problems in your own life, this lawsuit is just a further, like you said, an expression of love. You know, it's just a further expression.
But we also have the proof.
That's not, you lost the promotion because of your behavior and you're blaming it on me.
That's your interpretation.
Coming up on America's Court.
I don't want you to hurt. Okay, but I've had a really hard life because of all of this, and I just did the best I could to move on.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Gerald Bowell, who is suing his sister Susan Bowell for libel.
What this letter is saying is, you lost the promotion because of some business that was handled outside to the public that maybe should have been kept between you and your sister and your family. And now you're reflecting poorly on us. The values are the bedrock of which everything else stands. You can't maintain a professional image. So he has proof that he lost money. Now, do you have proof of how much money that we're talking about? Because you said that there was an issue regarding the therapy.
Right.
But you didn't provide any information, unless I'm wrong, about the cost associated with you losing this promotion.
I didn't actually put that into this suit.
Okay.
Because it's unknowable, really. I mean, I know it was going to be maybe about a 6 or 7% raise, which is
But you can't
significant.
prove that. You don't have any definitive. All right, I get it. I understand. Anything else, ma'am?
Yeah, I will say I did not foresee that, and I apologize for that and for any pain that you had. I do love you too, and I apologize for any. I don't want you to hurt. Okay, but I've had a really hard life because of all of this, and I just did the best I could to move on.
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
Based on the evidence and the testimony before this court, the gavel is going to come down in favor of the defendant. This is not an easy decision for me. But the reality that I have to deal with is that she did not defame you if she's telling information that's factually true. And that's the issue with defamation. Now, if any of this information was false, then that could lead to you having a claim to establish, because that's one of the elements. That's one of the reasons that people are able to succeed with defamation. And it requires negligence on the part of the person that is doing the defaming. An absolute truth is, but did I lie? And she didn't, based on your own testimony. Your matter's dismissed. That is the order. Case closed.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's case has been dismissed.
I hope we can have a relationship.
And respect to you based on what it said, though I still disagree, but we can talk about it.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group. Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
I hired him as a keynote speaker, and he did the total opposite, along with some very insensitive remarks, which actually ended up with me having to issue 46 refunds.
In my courtroom, it's about equity and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something. That's not gonna happen. Not up in here, not today. And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Imani Robinson claims the speaker she hired for her student union event made offensive remarks and says she issued refunds to audience members who walked out.
All rise. Remain standing and come to order. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Ms. Robinson is suing Chaz Kipling in the amount of $3,920.
All parties have been sworn, Your Honor.
Get up Thomas. Ms. Robinson, you are the president of your school's chapter of the Black Student Union.
That is correct.
It was within your discretion to hire a motivational speaker for some event sponsored by the BSU.
Yes,
You chose to retain the services of Mr. Kipling, correct?
that's correct.
And now you're not happy with those services. You paid him money to the tune of $3,920, and you want that money returned to the organization.
Yes, I do.
Prove your case.
Every year, we fundraise money to hold events that empower our students. Last year, we raised $3,000, and that went towards hiring Mr. Kipling to come and deliver a motivational and empowering speech to our students.
And what were you expecting in terms of the motivational message that Mr. Kipling was going to deliver?
We were expecting him to come and give us some expertise in his field, some advice, perhaps some keynotes. I hired him as a keynote speaker, and he did the total opposite, along with some very insensitive remarks, which actually ended up with me having to issue 46 refunds.
You strike me as someone who is on top of things, and obviously your fellow students feel that way, otherwise you wouldn't be president.
Yes.
Why did you choose Mr. Kipling to be the speaker?
Because of his background, I personally could relate to him. He's an immigrant, and he's had a lot of hardships in this
And you yourself
country.
are an immigrant?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Kipling, was this the first time you had spoke to a group of predominantly black college students?
It is not, Your Honor. I have worked with various colleges across the nation.
And you yourself, what do you identify as, sir?
Filipino.
You're Filipino. And you felt as though your message, despite you not being black, would resonate with these predominantly black college students.
I see where you're going with this, Your Honor. I identify with those that have a hard upbringing, like myself did.
How long have you been doing this, sir?
I've been doing this about 15 years.
Okay. And how long was the speech supposedly given for? What duration of time, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. It was contractually for 1 hour, which I have the contract here.
I'd like to see it, please. Yes. And you don't dispute that, Ms. Robinson, that contractually it was for 1 hour motivation, and he was going to be the main event, if you will.
It was supposed to begin at 6, but he was actually late. So.
Okay. Were you late, sir?
Yes, I would like to speak on that, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
When 6 o'clock arrived, I was there and present, and I noticed the attendance was quite light. So I mingled with the crowd, talked to those around.
We've got two different issues going on here when we talk about a person was late or they chose to start when the room filled up a little bit. At 6 p.m., were you present and accounted for, sir?
Yes, I was, Your Honor.
Are you saying that that is not true?
He was there at 6. He did not begin his speech at 6.
Okay. Now, I have been in black student unions in law school, and oftentimes what I learned in college, I went to Morehouse College, which is a black institution, and there's this thing about CP time or colored people's time. And it's considered socially not this major faux pas if you don't start something at 6 o'clock. Have you had that similar experience?
I have, yeah.
Okay. So it would not be unreasonable if Mr. Kipling were to say, I was prepared to go at 6, because otherwise, what would prevent him, if he's already there, from not proceeding, but for him perhaps saying, well, I'm going to wait a few more minutes until the room fills up. Do you think that that was unreasonable for him to do that?
It was not unreasonable. However, I do think it was unreasonable the way he began it, which resulted in many people leaving the room.
The reason that I asked that is because you made it sound like, well, he was late, which reflects poorly on his contractual obligations, as opposed to he was sort of reading the room.
So he actually opened his speech by saying, I feel right at home here. I can barely read, and my SAT score was trash. So trust me, I can relate to you guys. So not only did he begin late, but that was the first statement he did, which resulted in a little bit less than half the people exiting.
He showed up at 6 prepared to go, and then that was the first thing that came out of his mouth.
Yes.
And so you were like, oh, we are off to the wrong foot already. Is that what your reaction was?
Yes.
Coming up on America's Court.
One by one, they started getting up and leaving. Some of them approached me and told me.
While he was still speaking?
Yes, yes.
They came up to you and said, this ain't it, sort of thing.
Yeah.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Imani Robinson, who is suing Chaz Kipling for breach of contract.
Let's talk about that statement. Did you make it, in fact, sir, something to the effect of you can't read and my SAT score was trash and ergo I can relate to this audience? Did you say that?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to add some context to that.
Please.
I mean, the context of it, and I think what many missed who left the room or didn't listen to the whole thing was overall my style of keynotes are direct, honest, self-deprecating at times. And this style of humor and kind of a realism, a jolt of just honesty, reflects my own background. So I only speak for myself and my own upbringing, where I grew up very poor.
Was this the first time you had started a speech off that way?
No, Your Honor. I've actually started off this way before, and I have an audio exhibit, if I may submit it. I think I previously submitted exhibit number 2.
It's all submitted and it's ready to go on your computer.
Okay, and what will we be listening to, sir?
This is from a couple years back, and this is another way I started the speech and the positive reception that it had.
Saying the same thing you said in front of the
Same
group.
thing.
And but not at a BSU.
Hold on, I got this. What was the makeup of the audience in the speech that we're about to listen to?
This was also a university, LGBTQ organization.
Okay, so their focus was more on their sexual orientation, if you will. In terms of the organization itself.
The organization, yes. The comment more relates to my upbringing, and I always have audience kind of mingling before I start my speech.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, without further ado, let's listen to it. Let's see what we got here.
It's great to be here. Love seeing all you guys, except for you, by being sure. I feel right at home here. I can barely read. SAT score is trash, so trust me, I relate to you guys. I want to get into the main topic of my story, which is overcoming my.
Okay. Listening to your delivery, it hits differently, and I understand if the audience is mostly black college students, because there's two different groups with two different journeys as to how they got to where they are, as groups, not as individuals. And yet, I must say that I think it could be a very effective way of sort of breaking the ice and having people react to something that on its face would seem to be obscene and offensive. But if anything, there's also an opportunity to go, well, now that I have your attention, let me pull you into the actual message that I'm trying to convey. I take it that was your thought process.
Yes, Your Honor. The overall message that I was hired for is one of my speeches, which is the overcoming by becoming. So overcoming your past to become a better version of yourself.
As they listened to that, they had an immediate, strong reaction.
Yes, they did.
Okay, tell me about it.
So there was approximately 300 people there. From those 300, about 100 walked out. From those 100 that walked out, actually 46...
From what time did Mr. Kipling started talking, and how long of a time period elapsed before they started walking out? Because I would imagine everyone just didn't walk up and leave.
Yeah, no, well, he opened up his speech with that. So there was a bit of murmuring and stuff. So little, one by one, they started getting up and leaving. Some of them approached me and told me, expressed their feelings and their concerns about
While he was still speaking?
Yes, yes. And I was...
But they came up to you and said, this ain't it, sort of thing.
Yeah, straight up, and then they just left. And then I've had people, 46 people reached out to me asking for a refund. I've had people post on Instagram, on Facebook, you know, talking about my credibility as a president for having a speaker like this come to our school. I'm supposed to...
Well, I thought that you had raised money to have this event. People still had to pay tickets for this event?
Yes, because we had to pay him somehow. Mm-hmm.
I thought that was the whole purpose of the fundraising.
He initially came in at $5,000, and I managed to get it down to $3,000 because I still had to recoup everything. Now, there is still an entrance fee because we have to pay for the room. We have to pay for the supplies. We have to pay for the water. We have to pay for the chairs that we borrow. So there's a lot more that goes into count than just paying him.
Okay. And you're feeling as though he was not motivational, but you're only telling me you're concluding this based on what he initially said. What else did he say that you felt did not reach that level of being motivational?
Well, it wasn't just what he said. It was the fact that he opened up with that. And a lot of those individuals that left will never be able to hear the message of his story.
Right.
A lot of them.
So those who heard the whole, so if 300 people were there and a third of the people left, that means 2/3 stayed.
Mm-hmm.
And after the speech was over, what was the reaction from the audience?
Could I jump on that,
Yes.
Your Honor? After the speech was over, I had a positive reaction. I even had
Define for me what that means.
That is about 25 of them approached me and signed up for my program. So out of the people that talked to me after, 25 of them loved the material and signed up for my program.
Were you given applause?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was he given applause?
Not that I can remember, no.
You don't remember anyone who stayed applauding after his speech was
After his speech, yes. But after the delivery of the first line, no.
Coming up on America's Court.
And then you were like, and I felt, and 46 others felt, that what he was saying was inappropriate and walked out.
So should we just ignore the 40 people that left?
You don't get to ask the questions up in here.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Imani Robinson, who is suing Chaz Kipling for breach of contract.
By the end of the speech, 2/3 of the audience is still there, and of those who heard everything he had to say, there was applause given.
Yes.
All right. So typically when people are applauding, what does that infer?
That something has come to an end?
Something's come to an end, they enjoy what they hear.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying because 46 people didn't like what they heard, he should not be compensated.
I'm saying he should be more mindful of what he brings up and says.
That may be in terms of a critique, but you're talking about you feel as though you didn't get the benefit of your bargain.
He fulfilled his duty of giving a speech, but I don't think he fulfilled his duty of empowering the students.
How can you guarantee what 200 other people thought?
Because I put myself in their shoes. If I heard that, I would not feel empowered.
But you're the president. This isn't a dictatorship.
There's other ways to relate to people aside from saying you can't read and that your SAT score is trash.
I understand that. Here's where you are starting to become challenged by this process. You have the burden of showing that he was in breach, that he did not fulfill a material aspect of the contractual relationship and the agreement that you entered into with him.
Mm-hmm.
In order to do that, you've got to give me specifics. All you said is, one, he was late, which we know he was not late. He waited until the crowd got a little bigger to get started. So that's not an element that we can even consider. And then you were like, and I felt, and 46 others felt, that what he was saying was inappropriate and walked out, or felt, you know what, I'm not happy with this.
So should we just ignore the 40 people that left?
You don't get to ask the questions up in here.
Coming up on America's Court.
Because in my opinion, I don't think that, our hard-earned money should be going to somebody who does talks on the daily.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Imani Robinson, who is suing Chaz Kipling for breach of contract.
And if you tell me that because 46 people asked for refunds and you didn't like the message and you didn't like the delivery, does that mean that he did not succeed in being a keynote motivational speaker? Now, I'm not saying you can't overcome that. I'm just saying that's what I'm trying to understand. How are you going to sort of connect the dots here as to what it is that happened that results in your BSU organization being able to get this money back?
Well, that's why we came to you, so you could help us decide who's right. Because in my opinion, I don't think that, our hard-earned money should be going to somebody who does talks on the daily.
Here's the problem,
and doesn't value it.
And I'm having this conversation with you, being very impressed with how you're presenting yourself. You represent the organization well. So we start there. I like you. What I'm saying is, but it's not about your opinion. It's about legally, what can you point to in the law that says this is why he is in breach? You signed a contract. He said, I will show up at this date, at this time to speak for 60 minutes. Did you end up speaking until at least 7:10, 7:15?
Your Honor, I actually went till 7:30, a little extra time.
Is that true?
Yes.
So again, we've got these elements that I'm considering and these facts. And I'm listening to the facts going, he showed up, he performed, he stayed.
But he didn't motivate anybody. He spoke for the 60 minutes.
He motivated 25 people who wanted to hear him speak and say, I want more.
Okay.
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
Based on the evidence and the testimony before this court, the gavel has to come down in favor of the defendant. I'm not saying you're not entitled to feel the way you're feeling. I'm just saying that when you come to a court, you got to give me something more than your emotions and your feelings and your perspective. It's got to be, well, this is what he didn't do. You can't meet the burden to the extent that I need it based on the preponderance of the evidence. Preponderance means about 51%, 49. You're just under that. And if you're under that, by law, I have to side with the defendant.
Okay.
Your matter's dismissed. That is the order. Case closed.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's case has been dismissed.
Spent my time and money flying out. I'd like to work with your organization.
Anything?
No.
All right, let's step outside, sign some paperwork then.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group. Today on America's Court with Judge Ross.
And so you got written up for Crocs and a joyriding incident.
I would like to say a claim of a joyriding incident. I was merely on my way to pick up a client.
In my courtroom, it's about equity and fairness. Stop. Is that true? I don't want you to understand. I want you to overstand.
Yes, sir.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. Justice should be more than just some foreign concept. I actually want you to learn something. That's not gonna happen. Not up in here, not today. And boom goes the dynamite.
Fair, firm, compassionate. This is America's Court with Judge Ross. Victor Weathers claims he was laid off after a co-worker convinced their boss he was drinking on the job and says the defendant owes for his lost wages.
All rise. Remain standing and come to order. This court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Kevin Ross presiding.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Mr. Weathers is suing Ernest Maynard in the amount of $12,000.
All parties have been sworn, Your Honor.
Good Deputy Thomas. Mr. Weathers, talk to me. So you're suing because you ended up losing your job and you believe Mr. Maynard is responsible to the tune of 12,000 pretty little green ones, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Talk to me. What's going on, sir?
Yeah, of course. My name is Victor Weathers, and this individual right here was a co-worker of mine, but more than a co-worker, I thought he was a friend.
How long were the two of you in any type of relationship?
We worked together for a year.
From the time you first started, the two of you became friends?
It was quick.
Pretty
Friends.
quick. So throughout that year, you would consider him to be a friend?
Yeah.
Is that also consistent with what you were thinking, that you considered him to be a friend?
Yes, Your Honor.
Throughout that 1 year duration?
We became friends really quickly, and it was pretty fun and easy. We hung out, on our lunch breaks before work. We were planning to join a bowling league.
And you end up having a difference in the relationship based on?
This incident happened about a year after we met, and we were both up for the same promotion for the LSO lead security officer at this airport.
I'm sorry, you said you were up for the lead
security officer
position.
Yes.
And so was Mr. Maynard.
Yes.
All right.
Your Honor, respectfully, no, only he was, it seemed to me. And I was really rooting for him.
You didn't feel as though you were up for it? Did you want that position?
I wanted the position, but I didn't
Did you
really...
apply to get the position?
Yes, we all applied, but
Okay,
it
so
was
the two
clear.
of you were competing for the same position.
Yes. Your Honor, this is something that he likes to do regularly, which is to misrepresent the facts and to misrepresent what actually happened so he looks better.
Well, then let's represent it correctly. There were 5 of us for the same position, not just
That
the 2
doesn't
of us.
change what we just said, that you were both up for the same lead security officer position.
Correct.
Why is
Well,
that so complicated?
I'd spoken many times with the man, just saying, this guy is the right guy for it. Let's just get him up there. And, I just feel like...
You spoke on his behalf.
Right, well, we were all hanging out.
So you didn't really want the position because you were saying he should have it as opposed to me.
It felt wrong to try to do any sort of backstabbing or any sort of other snaky stuff, any sort of insipid commentary to try to get the job over him. I'd only been there for a year, and I figured that it would be...
Well, he had only been there for a year.
I had been there for 3 years.
Oh, you had been there for 3
Yes.
years, but you were friends for a year.
Yes, we were
Okay.
quick friends when he arrived.
All right.
Yes.
And the bottom line here, we have a friendship. You felt he deserves it because he's been here longer.
Right, I felt that...
And did you tell him that?
I did.
Did he tell you that?
I was under the impression...
Did he tell you that?
I was under the impression we were both up for the position.
Did he tell you that he felt you should get it because you had been there longer?
I mean, we were friends, so he was like, yeah, you're good for it. And I said, yeah, you're good
So
for
then
it.
the answer is yes.
Yeah, but in the way that friends do, in the way that we're both kind of got each other's backs.
All right.
But he never said that he was bowing out and like
He
just
didn't
going.
say that. He just said, I feel as though you've been there longer, and he communicated that to you.
That is true.
That's important for me to know because I need to know the people that I'm dealing with and the relationship as it unfolded.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't feel as though he was backstabbing you, and had he gotten a position on his own, everything being equal, would you have been happy for him? If everything was copacetic and he got the position, would you have been good with that? Or would you have been a little salty because you were like, well, technically I should have gotten it because I was there longer?
I think that I was the correct person for the job, so I would have been a little bit upset, but I wouldn't have felt betrayed.
The answer is yes. I would have been a little, I probably would have gotten over it.
Yes.
I would feel the same way. If I'm working somewhere for 3 years and somebody else is working for a year and they get promoted over me, I'm going to be a little salty.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying, that's not anything that's unusual or unreasonable.
No.
For him to say, I recognize that, and you are the person that should get it, speaks to who he is. And he conveyed that to you, correct?
He did convey that to me.
Okay.
I would like to point to the evidence, Exhibit C, that points to text message exchanges between
Well, what
me and
happened
him.
to Exhibit A and B?
It's not as relevant, but if you would like, we can start with Exhibit A. It's just that specifically those text messages.
Well, when you're giving me alphabet, you
start with A.
We're going to start with T, Your Honor.
Coming up on America's Court.
Was the issue that he may not have been respectfully driving in this particular incident, which led to a write-up?
Yes, Your Honor, perhaps.
Okay.
Perhaps a little inebriated.
So the third strike was this incident involving drinking.
Yes.
If you'll be in the Los Angeles area and want to bring your case to court, call 1-888-552-6878. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Victor Weathers, who is suing Ernest Maynard for defamation.
All right, so what's the first item that is under what you are deeming Exhibit A?
Okay. In Exhibit A, we have my termination letter.
I have Exhibit A right here.
Okay. So you've got a termination letter, and you've got some evidence that you're going to present to me as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes. I also have a pay stub.
You were terminated from the job because?
I was terminated for the job because there were claims that I was drunk on the job and that I was drinking actively on the job. And that, on top of 2 minor infractions, was enough to let me go.
What were the 2 minor infractions that you sustained?
It was a crock incident, and it was a...
As in the shoe?
As in the shoe.
Okay, so that was a write-up. Give me a second write-up.
The second write-up was the joyriding incident. And then the third and final write-up...
What was the joyriding incident
I'm glad
about?
you're calling it joyriding, because you haven't called it joyriding until now.
I was...
transportation or something.
It was called a joyriding incident, Your Honor, but the reality was I was on my way to pick up a client from the front who required extra assistance to reach the aircraft. And
because you guys are now TSA, you're with a private company, right?
We are.
And I know the standards are a little bit different, but both, because they're under the Department of Transportation, they are impacted by the federal guidelines, correct?
Right.
And so you got written up for Crocs and a joyriding incident.
I would like to say a claim of a joyriding incident. I was merely on my way to pick up a client.
We all pick up people. We all ride the same carts. We'll drive the same carts. And then the way
Did you have anything to do with either of these incidents?
I correctly scan all items, and when I drive to pick up people, I drive in a manner that is respectful of the...
Was the issue that he may not have been respectfully driving in this particular incident, which led to a write-up?
Yes, Your Honor, perhaps.
Okay.
Perhaps a little inebriated.
So the third strike was this incident involving drinking?
Yes.
Do you consume alcohol?
I do consume alcohol, but no longer.
And why is that?
I have since gone sober.
And what made you decide to go sober?
After losing this job, I hit a pretty rough patch. My life began to spiral out of control. My girlfriend and I split up. She took the dog, and I was in a bad place, and I fell deeper into the bottle.
Okay. So you struggle with alcohol addiction?
I didn't until I lost my job, lost my girl, lost my dog.
Okay. You consider yourself to be an alcoholic?
Now, I do.
Okay. There were no issues leading up to this incident that would lead you to believe perhaps I have an issue with alcohol?
If I am to be forthright, I do think that looking back, I used it as a crutch. And I think that that is unhealthy. But I don't think it led to me having a poor job performance. I don't think
And why do you feel as though you were terminated because of this issue with you and your alcohol consumption?
I think that I was terminated because my former friend here misrepresented how I communicated with him, misrepresented how we...
No, I did not misrepresent. I smelled alcohol in your breath and I reported it. You're not supposed to be drinking on the job.
Did you ever share with him that you were struggling with alcohol?
At the time, I wasn't. At the time, legitimately,
So
I
that's a
wasn't.
no?
No.
We did talk about him consuming alcohol.
Do you consume alcohol?
No.
Okay.
Makes me
And
too
what was the
tired.
conversation that you recall having with him about alcohol?
He just talked to me about drinking his favorite drink, whiskey Coke.
Whiskey's not, at the time...
Well, I'm listening to him now. So he's talking about whiskey. Have you consumed whiskey before?
I have consumed whiskey before.
And he also likes a beer, it's a Pilsner, and he would combine maybe like have two 16-ounce glasses and call it one glass, because that's actually like he says that's the correct
This is
size.
and you observed this or
Just
other
heard about
occasions?
it.
He
We,
just would share this with you.
He shared it with
You
me.
recall conveying about how you combine sometimes beer with whiskey?
I say that it's cheaper.
Okay, so that's a yes.
Yes.
All right. So this was just conversation, banter between friends.
Yes.
But when you smelled alcohol on this person, it was a day that he was working?
Correct. This is before our shift, so we were
What
meeting
made
up
you
for-
decide that it was your duty to let someone know that you had smelled alcohol?
I wanted to help my friend. We were friends, and I
Did
smelled
you tell
alcohol.
him, I'm going to have to let them know I smell alcohol on your
It's so
person?
difficult to talk to him, and he's
Is
unapproachable
that a no?
sometimes. Yeah,
You did not do that.
That
Because you
one-
said I wanted to help my friend.
Correct, Your Honor. I did
So when
speak
you
to him.
say I want to help my friend, and then I ask you, did you have a conversation with him like, I'm going to have to do this for your benefit?
I believe that in some
Did you do
instances
that?
leading up before this, yes, I had said I would like.
Did you do that on this occasion?
Not on that occasion.
Okay,
no,
so
Your
that's a no. Why?
It had built up. It had accumulated to me knowing that it would be difficult to speak with him.
Okay.
And he
So
was
at
just
that
too
point,
defensive.
it wasn't about the friendship. It was about he could potentially be harmful to someone or himself.
No, Your Honor, it was about the friendship, because if he harms himself or
If it's
someone,
about the friendship and you're not talking to him, that is challenging for me to accept that it was about the friendship.
Thank you.
no, it
Did
was.
they take the information that you shared with them, and did that start the process of him losing his job?
Yes, to my surprise, because I thought that.
Why
an
would you be
approach-
surprised that you're telling about someone when there's a zero tolerance policy?
Coming up on America's Court.
Did you have alcohol on your person, or did you have some sort of odor of alcohol to you?
I had a beer before the shift started.
Okay.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Victor Weathers, who is suing Ernest Maynard for defamation.
He gets fired. What happens with the promotion?
I got promoted.
Convenient.
It is convenient.
It could have been somebody else too. I had only been there for a year. So I feel that I was promoted for following the rules and doing my job very well. I feel like he had also been doing his job very well and had been there longer once he was fired.
Now, you know there's a saying in the street, snitches, what?
Get stitches.
Get stitches.
Not if you play it safe and by the rules. I mean, nothing to stitch, right?
You tell me.
I have never received stitches.
So this is not your first rodeo in terms of sharing some information that could be detrimental to someone else and not going to them first and saying, before I go to them, I'm going to give you an opportunity to do something about this.
Well, Your Honor, I had never snitched before, and I was just saying that medically I have never received stitches on my body.
That was an evasive answer, which is still an answer, all right? So now you're saying because he told on you, did you have alcohol on your person, or did you have some sort of odor of alcohol to you?
I had a beer before the shift started, but I was not at a level of intoxication.
One beer? That's not the amount of alcohol that I smelled on your breath. There was much more.
How are you an expert on the background training and being able to testify in court and perform field sobriety tests as an officer? I mean, what is your background? You don't even drink.
No, Your Honor, personally, no.
Right? You don't drink.
When others drink and I smell it, it has an increasing intensity to it on the day of breath.
All I'm saying is your expertise as to what his blood alcohol content is lacking.
Coming up on America's Court.
Well, that is interesting because, of course, they would fire him, promote me, and they could pay me less. It's kind of like their monetary benefit.
Sounds like you're trying to justify your actions, sir.
This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program. America's Court is back with the case of Victor Weathers, who is suing Ernest Maynard for defamation.
The issue that I have here is, can the defendant make the case that you were exhibiting a reckless disregard for the truth by saying something that he shared with you privately, and then you end up being the beneficiary, i.e. the promotion? $12,000 represents what, sir?
$12,000 represents 3 months' wages.
Okay. At $4,000 a month, that's how much you were earning?
Yes.
Is that pretty much what you were earning before your promotion, sir?
Well, Your Honor, after the promotion, I'm making $3,800.
Okay. So you were, well, but he had worked there longer, correct?
Correct.
So you had earned up to that amount?
Yes.
You have proof of that?
Yes, I do.
Show me.
Well, that is interesting because, of course, they would fire him, promote me, and they could pay me less. It's kind of like their monetary benefit.
Sounds like you're trying to justify your actions, sir.
Exhibit B.
Back to Exhibit B, huh?
We're jumping around with those ABCs.
No, that's okay. I see it.
Yeah,
This is take home.
Yes. Lost wages and defamation. $12,000 I feel is fair.
Okay. So if I rule in your favor, that means you're entitled to some monies. Whether or not it would be $12,000 remains to be seen because it's speculative at best. Were you able to secure employment?
It took me 3 months to find a new job. And as I was saying, I fell into a hard time. I fell into the bottle.
I know you lost the dog and the girl.
Yes, I did.
Have you done anything about the alcohol addiction?
I've since started to go to AA.
Judge Ross's verdict when America's Court returns. This is America's Court with Judge Ross, Emmy nominated for Outstanding Legal Courtroom Program.
Based on the evidence and testimony before the court, is there a reason to grant you monies based on the defendant's actions? And the issue for me really comes down to, was there a reckless disregard for the truth? Was there a disregard for the truth? Yes. Was it reckless, given that we're talking about the safety of other people, including me who fly, and someone who had information and put two and two together said, I think this is a problem. So while I find that there was a disregard for your privacy, I don't think it rises to the level of being reckless based on the information that he already knew.
Well, I would say I have Exhibit A and I have...
When you're winning, so based on the evidence and the testimony, the gavel will come down in favor of the defendant in this case because you can't meet your burden that he was reckless with his behavior. Your matter's dismissed. That is the order. Case closed.
All rise.
Judge Ross has ruled in favor of the defendant. The plaintiff's case has been dismissed.
You have anything to say to each other in final thoughts?
I really hope you get the help that you need.
And this is why people fall into the bottle.
All right, gentlemen, let's step outside.
This has been a production of Allen Media Group. This has been a production of Allen Media Group. This has been a production of Allen Media Group. This has been a production of Allen Media Group. This has been a production of Allen Media Group. This has been a production of Allen Media Group. This has been a production of Allen Media Group. This has been a production of Allen Media Group. This has been a production of Allen Media Group. This has been a production of Allen Media Group. This has been a production of Allen Media Group.